Volume 2, Chapter 51, The Woodcutter Bang Duok. This was the nickname he earned during his infamous career in human trafficking. The reason for this nickname was simple. Since long ago, human traffickers had referred to the people they abducted as logs, and Bang Duok cut down so many people he became known as the Woodcutter. But was that guy part of the Union? In the future, Bang Duok would be arrested by the Special Unit of the Grand Association and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, during the process, no records were found linking him to the Union. That's why Su-ho found it a bit strange. Su-ho asked, "Is he the gate owner?" Yes. Apparently, Bang Duok was the gate owner. This was information even the Library of Memories didn't hold. It was reasonable, considering all Su-ho had known was that Choi Yun had managed the Twisted Forest. Bang Duok approached the two and looked at Su-ho, then let out a chuckle. "Wow, you really are Hunter Ahn Su-ho, aren't you? What brings such a famous person all the way here?" Before Su-ho could answer, Choi Yun spoke up for him. "Why else? He's here for the gate, of course. As we discussed earlier, you can let him enter now, right?" "Sure, he can enter, but—" Bang Duok narrowed his eyes and gave Su-ho one sover. "I thought about it. Usually selling entrance tickets makes sense, but if the challenger is Hunter Ahn who's cleared 2 sealed gates on his own, the math doesn't add up." "Excuse me? Well, think about it. Why would a gate owner sell entrance tickets? Because they don't expect the gate to be cleared, right? But if Hunter Ahn is the challenger, he wasn't called the woodcutter for nothing. His mind was sharp in such matters." His words hit close to home, as Su-ho had indeed planned to clear the gate with only the entrance fee paid. But so what? Isn't that the risk he was taking by selling entrance tickets to the gate? Su-ho was about to speak when Choi Yun cut in. "So you're planning to raise the price on the spot?" Her arms crossed, she stared Bang Duok down with a steely gaze. Bang Duok chuckled slyly and backed off. "No, I'm just saying that it doesn't quite add up. I wouldn't dare to raise the price on the spot." It wasn't fear of Choi Yun herself that kept him in check, it was his awareness of the union to which Choi Yun belonged. Su-ho noted her handling of the situation with a nod. As expected of Choi Yun, she mediates like a seasoned broker. Thanks to her, he didn't have to step in himself. If things had gone south, Su-ho would have simply cut down everyone present. They were just criminals, after all, and even if things got complicated, Pai Sing-yeol would take care of the aftermath. Choi Yun nodded and said to Su-ho, "It's settled. Shall we pay and proceed?" Su-ho handed her a bag of money, and she counted it in front of Bang Duok, taking 2 bundles of bills as her share. "This is my commission. 20% is a bit steep, isn't it? The safer the platform, the higher the fee. Look on the bright side, you didn't even have to advertise this gate, yet here's your customer." "But that customer is Ahn Su-ho," she responded with a slight smile, then turned to Su-ho. "Everything is ready. I'll be waiting outside until you return, so please proceed." The reason she waited outside was for the safety of her clients. Sometimes, lowlifes would ambush failed challengers as they exited the gate. Gate brokers needed not only skill and information, but also the strength to ensure their clients' safety and fairness in transactions. That's why reliable gate brokers are rare. As Su-ho nodded, Bang Duok took out an item and activated it. The hidden gate suddenly appeared before them. Bang Duok flashed a grin, exposing his yellowed teeth. "Good luck in there." Su-ho gave Choi Yun one last look and nodded before stepping toward the gate portal, entering the gate. Loading gate information, Twisted Forest. Entry requirement level 99 or below, maximum entry up to 8 people. The gate information appeared just as he remembered from his past life. After confirming the entry requirements, Su-ho stepped into the portal without hesitation. As he entered, the surroundings shifted, a lush green expanse, or more accurately what once had been lush greenery. The massive jungle-like area looked similar to a tropical forest, but a closer inspection revealed signs of decay. After all, this was the Twisted Forest. I never thought I'd see the Twisted Forest in person. While he'd never been here himself, he knew about this place well enough. Someone had made a name for themselves here with items they discovered, and Su-ho had come here for the same purpose. Summoning his spear Gyeongchang, Su-ho moved forward slowly. After a short while, creak, crack. The sound of wood splitting filled the air. Su-ho halted and scanned his surroundings, then activated a skill. Activating mana detection. With mana detection active, he noticed an odd greenish aura entwined around some trees. These weren't ordinary trees, they exuded a strange mana. They were moving, making creaking noises as they did, tree-like monsters known as ents. Grrr, like zombies, the ents rose slowly, their twisted faces peering out from behind yellow eyes. Twisted Ent LV, 91 Twisted Ent LV. 90 Twisted Ent LV, 93 Ents with a minimum level of 90. There were 3 of them initially. Su-ho activated a skill on Gyeongchang, Holy Power activated. As the holy power surged, a radiant white light surrounded the spear. He hurled Gyeongchang at one of the rising Ents. Spear throw activated, crack. With a swift throw, Gyeongchang struck the Ent's forehead squarely. Simultaneously, Su-ho summoned Blood Weapon, gripping the blood-red sword in his hand. Axe might be better for chopping wood, but you're not just any trees. At that moment, two Ents, enraged by the preemptive strike, charged toward Su-ho with a guttural roar. Boom, 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 massive trees over 4 meters tall stretched out claw-like hands as they came at him. Su-ho gripped his blood sword with both hands. He didn't imbue it with holy power, he wanted to test something first. When the closest Ent swung its massive hand at him, Su-ho swung his sword vertically with all his might. Decapitation activated. Slash. The sword cut through the air in a crescent arc, however the blade stopped near the Ent's thick wrist. The wooden arm was simply too solid. Su-ho promptly retrieved his sword and swung again. This time it sliced cleanly through the Ent's wrist, severing one of its massive hands. Grah! The Ent howled, not in pain since they felt none, but in rage over losing a limb. Another Ent, slower to arrive, thrust both hands at Su-ho like spears. Boom! The ground where Su-ho had been standing caved in. But Su-ho had already moved, evading the attack. Taking several steps back, Su-ho furrowed his brow in thought. At level 90, they're not so easy to cut down. His level was currently 59, while the Ent's levels were at least in the 90s, a gap of over 30 levels. And if he remembered correctly, the creature ruling over the Earthkeeper's mine was even higher in level and sturdier than these Ents. Time to prepare. Even though this world now functioned like a game, it wasn't an actual online game or virtual reality. If any variable arose, even beings with far lower stats could defeat him in this world, just like in the nameless swordsman gate. With that in mind, Su-ho advanced again, purposefully not using holy power. What he needed now was to complete his training without any supplementary skills. How much time had passed, Su-ho continued forward slowly, using every creature in the twisted forest as practice dummies for his sword. He refrained from horizontal or diagonal slashes, focusing solely on vertical cuts, training his decapitation skill. As a result, his pace through the gate was much slower than usual. But that was fine. Patience bore fruit, and what he sought was worth the effort. And he was confident he would obtain it, for he had once reached this level before. Su-ho checked his status window. Su-ho on. Level 63 class healer trait. New blood strength R, 42 stamina R, 25 mana R, 25 perception R, 25 bonus stat. 0. He'd leveled up 4 times just from defeating monsters, and all bonus stats were allocated to strength. The rewards didn't stop there. Upon reaching level 60, he gained a new healer skill. Heal. Rank, F. Light of Healing A. Right arrow heal F. With Light of Healing reaching its highest rank, it has evolved into the more potent skill Heal. Consumes mana to quickly restore a designated area with minor regenerative effects. The new skill was named Heal, an upgraded version of Light of Healing. While it returned to F rank, its power far surpassed its A-ranked predecessor. Up to level 40, I received individual class skills. At level 50, they all upgraded to a rank, and from level 60 onwards, the skills improved sequentially. At level 100, a major choice awaited him, a pivotal career path shift. With a satisfied nod, Su-ho resumed his advance. Before long, a boss monster has appeared. Su-ho finally came face to face with the master of the Twisted Forest. Chapter 52. Su-ho arrived at a large lake. At the center of the lake was a small rock island, barely big enough for one person to stand on, and there sat the master of the forest. Seated in a meditative posture like a monk, his body was overgrown with moss and small sprouts, blending so seamlessly with his surroundings that he appeared to be part of the lake itself if one didn't focus on him. Then the figure slowly opened his eyes. Golden light glowed in his eyes, devoid of pupils. His gaze was similar to that of the Ents, and as he opened his eyes, large, majestic horns began to sprout on either side of his forehead, reminiscent of those found on ancient stags, yet even grander and more imposing. Finally, when the horns stopped growing, information about him appeared above his head. Maelyan, master of the Twisted Forest, LV-100 Maelyan, that was his name. Not only was he the first druid Su-ho had encountered in this life, but he was also the first monster with a 3-digit level. Su-ho observed his level with calm composure. Finally, a 1-star monster. Monster classifications varied, but generally, anything under level 99 was considered unrated. Monsters at level 100 and above were categorized by stars in 100-level increments. Maelyan was Su-ho's first encounter with a 1-star monster in this life. Maelyan slowly rose to his feet, vines entwined around him breaking off, moss falling from his body. Without paying attention to any of it, Maelyan spoke. An uninvited guest has arrived. We didn't invite you either. What? Who set up a portal on someone else's land and then calls others uninvited? Maelyan frowned, unable to comprehend Su-ho's words. Naturally so. The beings summoned to Earth by the system were just game monsters or pawns created by the system. While not all gates were like this, Su-ho knew this one was. With that, Su-ho raised his spear Gyeongchang and activated a skill. Holy power activated. As holy energy enveloped Gyeongchang in a white glow, Maelyan scowled. Are you a servant of the gods? Servant, hardly. Su-ho replied and threw the spear. Spear throw activated. The spear hurtled toward Maelion's chest at high speed. However, clack, to Su-ho's surprise, Maelion caught the spear with his hand as if it were nothing. Oh, he caught it. One-star monsters were indeed on another level. Maelion, with a stern expression, held onto the spear and glared at Su-ho. Seeing this, Su-ho immediately summoned a blood orb using blood weapon. He aimed it precisely at the end of the spear's handle and hurled it. Thunk. The blood orb struck the spear's handle, pushing Gyeongchang forward and driving it into Maelion's chest. Drip, blood began to trickle down from the embedded spearhead. Maelion looked down silently at the wound, then released a terrifying aura, distorting the air around him. Maelion is enraged. The forest trembles in fear at Maelion's fury. A chilling aura engulfs you. The intensity made Su-ho's skin tingle. However, dragon blood activated. Dragon armor negates the effects of the aura. In the end, Maelion was still just a druid. Su-ho thought, so what if he's a one-star monster? He's still just a deer facing a dragon. Maelion, noticing that Su-ho seemed unaffected by his aura, let out a smirk. Interesting technique. Technique, it's just the reward of hard-earned effort. Su-ho cancelled Gyeongchang and the blood weapon orb, then summoned Gyeongchang once more, imbuing it with holy power. Another trick. This one's a bit different. Su-ho threw the spear again, but this time he aimed it at Maelion's shadow instead of his body. Maelion didn't dodge, realizing the spear wasn't aimed at him. Gyeongchang landed directly in his shadow. Maelion glanced at the spear by his feet and asked, "What are you doing?" In that instant, Shadow Bind activated, Shadow Bleed activated, two skills triggered simultaneously upon the spear's impact. Maelion looked amused. So that's it, but that was all. Maelion smirked, then flicked Gyeongchang away with the back of his hand. Sploosh. The spear plunged into the lake and Su-ho murmured in disappointment as he recalled it. Guess it doesn't work. The level system wasn't there just for show after all. That left him with one option, a direct confrontation. Su-ho summoned his blood sword and took hold of it, prompting Maelion to tilt his head and ask, "Is that all the tricks you have?" "Pretty much." Pathetic. With those words, Maelion raised his hands. Suddenly, the lake surface began to bubble and churn. Maelion summoned Sagwibalgu. The system notification chimed. From the bubbling surface emerged massive tree roots spreading like the legs of a spider. Maelion watched as the roots rose, saying, "I'm curious to see how long you can last against my forest. Guess we'll find out." Whoosh. The moment Su-ho finished speaking, multiple Sagwibalgu tendrils lunged at him. Calmly, Su-ho sprinted along the edge of the lake. Boom! The first tendril struck where Su-ho had been, leaving a deep hole. He changed direction, gripping his blood sword, and swung at one of the tendrils embedded in the ground. Decapitation activated. The sword descended in a single crimson arc, striking the Sagwibalgu, however, crack. The blade stopped halfway through the root. More tendrils aimed for Su-ho, and he quickly pulled back, dodging just in time. Crash, the spot he'd been in was smashed. Catching his balance, Su-ho swung his sword again, only for the blade to stop midway once more. Undeterred, he continued to slice at the tendrils, each strike leaving scars on the Sagwibalgu. As the battle progressed, Su-ho noticed Maelion starting to lose patience. "You're like a pesky rat, evading everything." Maelion summoned more tendrils to ensnare Su-ho, but he evaded each attack and left marks on the roots. Some tendrils couldn't withstand the strikes and broke off. Despite having the option, Su-ho didn't use holy power, which would have allowed him to sever the tendrils instantly. Maelion was puzzled by Su-ho's restraint. What's his game? As the fight dragged on, Maelion's temper cooled, and he started to observe Su-ho's movements more closely. His swordsmanship is pitiful, but his movements aren't easy to handle. Maelion was determined not to leave the lake. The twisted forest provided him with a natural fortress, and beneath the lake lay countless roots ready to shield him. Then suddenly one of the tendrils was cleanly severed. What had he seen wrong? Maelion widened his eyes but quickly calmed himself. After all, his tendrils had been cut before due to accumulated damage, or so he thought. Another tendril fell. This time Maelion's eyes grew noticeably wider. Did I just? No, he hadn't imagined it. Another tendril fell, and for the first time a small smile appeared on Su-ho's focused face. Looks like I'm getting the hang of it. How many creatures had he sliced through in this forest already? This sensation was familiar. He had mastered this technique countless times before. Returning to the past, Su-ho's body and the system weren't yet familiar with what he intended to do. It required time to adapt and prove himself so that his technique could be seen as a realization by the system. The peak was in sight. Su-ho severed 3 tendrils in quick succession, and as he swung at a 4th slice, another successful cut. In that instant, your understanding of swordsmanship is unmatched. The system acknowledges your exceptional skill in swordsmanship and grants full mastery of decapitation. As a result, decapitation has been elevated to the pinnacle and is now qualified to become a new skill. Congratulations. The decapitation skill has been upgraded to S rank. Your decapitation can now cut through steel. The art of the sword activated. The spirit of the nameless sword resonates with your mastery. Black square nods in approval and blesses your progress. A trace of black square imbues your guardian's sword. Congratulations, you have become the successor of Hagong Ryu's sword art. Guardian sword's information has been updated. Decapitation's information has been updated. You have mastered Hagong Ryu Style 1/Steel Cutter S+. Hagong Ryu. Su-ho's eyes sparkled with a newfound intensity. Chapter 53. Finally, Su-ho's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hagong Ryu. This was one of the skills he had come to acquire in this gate. It's also why I absolutely needed the nameless sword. When Su-ho first developed his swordsmanship, he thought he had glimpsed the pinnacle of sword techniques. However, as time passed, he came to realize that the Su-ho sword was just one of countless human-made techniques, unable to contend with the world's most powerful beings. Then he discovered the existence of the nameless sword, and from that point his swordsmanship began evolving to an inhuman level. The first supernatural technique he mastered was Hagong Ryu Style 1/Steel Cutter. You have achieved a remarkable feat, earning 10 bonus stat points from the system. With the mastery of Steel Cutter, the system granted him 10 bonus stats. Yes, Hagong Ryu was indeed a great achievement. In his lifetime, Su-ho had never encountered anyone else who wielded this technique. I got it sooner than I expected. In his previous life, it had taken Su-ho years after acquiring the nameless sword to master Steel Cutter. But this time was different. He had already fully understood the intricacies of Steel Cutter, and all he needed was time to prove it to the system. Su-ho invested all his newly earned bonus stats into strength, then looked over at Maelian with a slight smirk. Maelian seemed visibly shaken, and it was no wonder as he could feel the surge in Su-ho's power even as they fought. What trickery are you using now? Trickery, it's the culmination of pure effort. What? Watch and learn. Nonsense. In a fury, Maelian extended his hand and a dozen Sagwibalgu tendrils shot towards Su-ho like arrows. Su-ho clicked his tongue. Seems you don't learn very quickly. He didn't dodge. Instead, gripping his sword with both hands, he swung it with all his strength just as the tendrils closed in. Steel Cutter activated. A red line blazed through the air. When the glow faded, there was nothing left in its wake. Thud. The heads of the Sagwibalgu tendrils fell to the ground, cleanly severed. Su-ho had purposefully swung wide to cut down each tendril in one strike. Maelian's eyes widened in shock. How did you? What do you mean how? I cut them with a sword. Are your eyes just for show? With that, Su-ho stepped forward toward the lake. You planning to just stay there? HMPH. Instead of responding, Maelian raised his hand. The ground began to shake. Boom. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps reverberated and Su-ho turned around. Gruwu. Emerging from the forest were massive golems. Su-ho observed the status above their heads. Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest LV96, Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest LV98, Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest LV97. They weren't one-star monsters, but their high levels suggested they would be tough to handle, especially with their considerable defense. Su-ho sighed, typical of a cursed druid to summon such abominations. Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude. At Maelian's command, the golems charged at Su-ho simultaneously. In a swift motion, Su-ho pushed off the ground and leaped high. Leap activated. With his leap skill, he soared into the air, raising his enlarged blood sword above his head with both hands. Letting out a short breath, he swung the sword downward. Steel Cutter activated. A massive red arc traced down the golem, slicing it cleanly in two. You have defeated the Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest. The system notification appeared. Maelian couldn't see the system message, but he sensed the sudden disconnect in the golem's consciousness and widened his eyes even further. How could you take down a golem in one strike? If I can cut steel, why wouldn't I be able to cut through some rock? Steel Cutter wasn't just named for show, it was truly a skill capable of slicing through steel. That's why Su-ho had spent all his time practicing without any enchanted assistance, wielding the sword day in and day out to master Hagong Ryu Style 1. Su-ho swung his sword again. You have defeated the Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest. You have defeated the Twisted Golem of the Murky Forest. After dispatching the additional golems, he pointed his blood sword at Maelian. Anything else? Silence. Enraged, Maelian launched his full assault. This is absurd. Time had passed and Su-ho had held his ground at the lake's edge, enduring all of Maelian's attacks. Maelian had thrown everything he could muster. Sagwibalgu, Ents, golems, even summoning corrupted spirits and fairies when necessary. But nothing could stand against Su-ho's blood sword. One by one, Su-ho tossed the defeated golems and Ents into the lake, creating stepping stones. He used them as a bridge, gradually making his way toward Maelian. Time to end this. With all the information he had, Maelian wasn't a difficult boss in Su-ho's eyes. In fact, the Twisted Forest itself wasn't challenging by Su-ho's standards. After all, unlike the Blood Swamp, Maelian had no second phase or aerial monsters to complicate things. At most, this place was challenging due to the number of field monsters and Maelian's tendency to summon creatures, but For Su-ho, these weren't major obstacles. He raised his sword and charged toward Maelyan, leap activated. As Su-ho approached, Maelyan summoned another wave of Sagwibalgu tendrils. But crack, the tendrils no longer posed a threat. After cutting through them, Su-ho followed through with his momentum, kicking Maelyan into the lake. Sploosh. Typical of a summoning druid, his main body is weak. Though Maelyan was a one-star boss monster, Su-ho knew he wasn't the only one-star monster in this world, nor was he particularly special. Soaked like a drowned rat, Maelyan didn't flounder. Instead, he summoned Sagwibalgu again and rose to the surface. Su-ho summoned Gyeongchang, imbuing it with holy power, then threw it. Spear throw activated. Thud. The spear struck Maelyan's shadow precisely, and Su-ho closed in once more. Steel cutter activated. Slash. This time the blade struck directly, beheading Maelyan with a clean slash. You have defeated Maelyan, master of the Twisted Forest. Gate has been conquered. MVP of the Gate Conquest, Su-ho Ahn. As MVP, you are awarded additional experience points. As MVP, you receive 1 bonus stat. Level up, all stats increased by 1. You have received 1 bonus stat. As Maelyan died, system messages poured in. Su-ho grabbed the monster's head and body as they floated in the air, hauling them out of the lake and laying the corpse on dry land. A moment later, Maelyan's body disappeared, leaving behind a murky red gem. Su-ho picked it up to examine it. Cursed Druid's Dominion Gem. Rank S. The power of Maelyan, the druid cursed and shunned by the gods. Maelyan's druidic power wasn't one of harmony, but of dominion. His dominion corrupted pure spirits, driving him to be exiled from his home forest, forcing him to settle in the Twisted Forest where no ordinary druid could survive. The Dominion Gem. This was the primary reason Su-ho had entered the Twisted Forest. Though he had intended to master Hagong Ryu, the Dominion Gem had been his ultimate goal. It would allow him to gain what he needed in the next gate. Su-ho stowed the gem in his inventory and invested all earned stats into strength. Status window, Su-ho Ahn. Level 64 class healer trait, new blood strength R, 55 stamina R, 26 mana R. 26 perception R, 26 bonus stat, 0. His progress felt swift. Satisfied, Su-ho closed the status window and headed toward the exit. Outside the gate, as the gate was cleared, it began to tremble, signaling its conquest. Bang Duok, having heard the news, rushed outside, frowning deeply. Damn it, he hadn't expected Su-ho to actually conquer the gate. Choi Yun was equally stunned. He really cleared it. They had already conducted a thorough investigation on the Twisted Forest. Bang Duok had sent a team to assess its risks, concluding it was S-rank in difficulty. Inside were numerous high-level monsters, including one-star creatures like Ents and Golems, making it nearly impossible to clear for anyone without substantial power. And the entry limit was only 8 people, yet Ahn Su-ho had managed to clear the entire gate alone. Watching Bang Duok's twisted expression, Choi Yun commented, "It's been cleared. I can see that, so shut up." Owning a gate was a rare opportunity. Not only did it require discovery and secrecy from the public and government, but also the power to manage the gate's shocks independently. But despite all these risks, people sought gate ownership because it was an incredible source of wealth. The Twisted Forest was like a newly opened business that had just received its first customer, only for that customer to have fully cleared it. Bang Duok's face contorted with rage as he muttered, "Damn it. Do you know how much I invested in this place, and he clears it for a measly 100 million, not a chance, boys." "Yes." At Bang Duok's command, his men drew their weapons. Choi Yun frowned and asked, "Are you really doing this?" "Hell yeah, unless you want to pay the difference. Can you handle the consequences?" "Oh please, your precious union, can you call them right now?" At that moment, thud. A spear shot through Bang Duok's face, instantly killing him. The one who had thrown it, none other than Su-ho. Chapter 54, A Hunter on Su-ho. Choi Yun called out Su-ho's name in surprise, but he didn't respond. Instead, he summoned his blood sword, gesturing toward Bang Duok's remaining men and asked, "Anyone else want to continue?" At his words, Bang Duok's subordinates glanced at each other before cautiously lowering their weapons. There was no talk of revenge. Instead, the second-in-command, eyeing his opportunity, was the first to place his weapon on the ground. "Let's avoid any trouble, go on ahead." A smart move. With Bang Duok out of the way, he could easily take over the gang himself. Su-ho pointed his sword at the second-in-command and said, "Hand over the entrance fee again." "What? You broke the rules, so pay a penalty." "Understood." The second-in-command headed back to the tent, returned with a bag containing the entrance fee and handed it over. Su-ho stowed the bag in his inventory without bothering to check its contents, then turned to Choi Yun. "Shall we go?" "Ah, yes." The two got into Choi Yun's car and she started the engine, quickly driving them away. Once Bang Duok's crew was well out of sight, Choi Yun spoke up. "Thank you. Of course you should thank me." "What? I don't take gratitude, that's only words, pay it back later." At Su-ho's confident demand, Choi Yun looked at him, mildly taken aback. "You're pretty sharp, aren't you? It's reasonable, after all I had to step in anyway." He was right. Realistically, Choi Yun wouldn't have been able to handle the situation alone. So yes, I am grateful. With that, Suho handed her his phone. Put in your direct line, I'll contact you again. All right. After saving her number, Suho stayed silent for the remainder of the drive. When they crossed back over the border and returned to Paju, Suho had her drop him off near the academy instead of at Paju village. Before they parted, Choi Yun asked, "Can I call you first next time? If you find a decent gate, sure." Heh, understood. Without a hint of hesitation, Suho left her, and Choi Yun watched him disappear in her rearview mirror, a smirk playing on her lips. Much better than I expected. She restarted her car and drove away. A few days later, Suho spent the following days in Infinity, helping his team train without exploring any new gates. Thanks to his guidance, his team members could now last a full minute against Suho's avatar. That's enough. Woo. At his signal to stop, the team members collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Suho nodded in approval as he watched them. Not bad, you've all improved over the past few days, Seo Ji-won responded, still catching his breath. Would have been strange if we hadn't improved. True. You had to, given I was the one teaching you. Speaking of which, tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow. The gate expedition I mentioned earlier, we're scheduled for tomorrow, so be here at 9 a.m. sharp. We'll head to the gate together from here. Tomorrow, just like that, I told you to stay prepared, so are you saying you're not ready? And no, I'm ready. Gates always appear unexpectedly. I'm letting you off early today so you can rest up, be in top condition. Suho took out his wallet and handed each of them 2 100,000 won bills. Go eat some good food, maybe even visit a sauna. Let's meet tomorrow fully prepared. With that, Suho left with Seo Ji-won heading back to Kaiserching Dam. Jinwi Jo wasn't there as it was only 3 p.m. and he was still at work. As Seo Ji-won slumped on the couch, Suho looked at him and said, "What do you think you're doing? Just resting? Resting? We're going hunting." You're not level 60 yet, right? Oh no, not yet. Let's get you to 60 today so you can go into the gate tomorrow. Unlike everyone else, you haven't had much physical training, so at least have another skill prepared. Suho had a point. Seo Ji-won was a mage, and Suho hadn't placed as much emphasis on weapon training for him. Eventually, I'll train him in that too, but not yet. For a non-physical class like a mage, it was unrealistic to gain useful weapon skills from just a few days of training. As Suho set up his laptop, Seo Ji-won asked, "By the way, Hyung, yeah, my ability could help level everyone else too, right? Why only me? It's about building team bonds." What? We're on the same team, but we haven't done much together yet. It's important to establish some minimum level of connection before working as a team. Oh, he wasn't exaggerating. Even with all the information he had about the future, Suho knew it was essential to build a working relationship. So he chose the Cobalt Mines as their training ground. Suho extended his hand with a smile. "In this current situation, you're the one I trust the most, so let's get ready." Yes, Seo Ji-won's eyes gleamed with renewed energy at Suho's words. The next day, the team gathered at the academy by 9 a.m., where a van arranged by Nexus, led by Representative Bae Dong-hyuk, awaited them. Along with the van, custom gear Suho had ordered for each team member was also prepared. After the team changed into their gear, Suho said, "Let's go." "Yes, sir," the van set off. Nexus's hard gate was located not far from Seoul. Upon reaching the gate's location, they entered a private square set up by Nexus to contain the Cobalt Mines. The area was bustling with Nexus personnel who had arrived in advance. As Suho exited the van, Bae Dong-hyuk approached him. "Thank you for coming, Hunter Ahn Su-ho." "No problem, thank you for arranging the transport." "Is that the Cobalt Mines behind us?" "Yes. As you suggested, everyone entering the gate, aside from your team, is composed of professional mining teams. Indeed, they weren't just random laborers but specialized miners wearing Nexus uniforms. Their team's professionalism suggested a significant investment. Suho glanced around and said, "I'll make sure no resources go to waste. Let's go over the briefing first." Although Nexus had provided him with information about the Cobalt Mines, Suho knew more about the place than the documents covered. Still, he had skimmed the files for formality's sake. In the command center, Suho gathered the officers around a table and pointed at a map Nexus had prepared. "Our strategy is straightforward. The mines are filled with magic stones and overrun by kobolds, also known as Earthkeepers. Once we clear them out, we'll secure as many magic stones as possible before taking down the mine's boss and closing the gate." It was a simple explanation that left everyone with their mouths half open. Finally, Officer Kim Yi-kang asked, "Is that it?" "Yes, the provided data didn't include much information about the boss monster. Once we encounter it, I'll handle it alone, so don't worry about the safety of the mining team." "Any questions?" The officers exchanged glances. The briefing was so straightforward that there was little left to ask. While they found it surprising, they also knew they could trust Suho. One last thing. All profits from this gate will belong to Nexus. This was a delicate point, so Suho addressed it directly. Both Bae Dong-hyuk and the other officers looked visibly relieved at his transparency. Then Hunter On, we're counting on you. Of course, I'll do my best. With the preparations complete, the team was ready to enter the gate. Some guilds might perform elaborate rituals before entering a difficult gate, but Su-ho had discouraged any such gestures, so they were now left with only the entry itself. Before stepping through the gate portal, Su-ho exchanged a few words with the head of the mining team and Sung-won. Stay at the very back until we signal. You can start mining once we clear the way. Understood, Hunter On. We're counting on you. With Su-ho at the lead, the entire expedition team entered the square, heading for the portal. As Su-ho approached it, a system message appeared, entering the gate, retrieving gate information, Cobalt Mines. Entry requirement, level 88 or lower max participants. 56. The Cobalt Mines could accommodate up to 56 people, so with the 6 members of the attack team, the remaining 50 slots were filled with miners. As the entire team entered the portal, they found themselves in a new environment. Inside the gate, the first sight beyond the portal was an ordinary forest. Just a bit further lay the entrance to the mines, guarded by kobolds. After ensuring that the entire attack team had entered, Su-ho addressed his members. You know the drill, right? D-Han, stay at the rear and let G1 support you. Everyone else, stick to your positions behind me. Yes, sir, understood. I'll lead the charge and clear the path. It's going to be a long battle, so manage your stamina and prioritize the miners' safety. Yes, sir, stay alert. This isn't a simulation, there's no respawning if you die here. Once everyone nodded in understanding, Su-ho summoned his spirit spear, Gyeongchang, and hurled it at the kobold guarding the entrance. Thud, the spear pierced the kobold's head, and Su-ho quickly summoned a blood spear to finish off a second kobold. After retrieving his weapons and absorbing the kobold's blood with his blood sword, Su-ho strode confidently into the mines without hesitation. Watching him from behind, team leader and Sung-won muttered in amazement, "Wow, he's relentless." Indeed, you sound like you're seeing him for the first time. We are. It's our first time seeing him fight in person. Let's hurry and follow. Right, the rest of the attack team followed Su-ho's lead, gradually making their way deeper into the mines. Chapter 55. You have defeated an Earthkeeper Kobold. You have defeated an Earthkeeper Kobold. You have defeated an Earthkeeper Kobold. The notifications repeated endlessly. Su-ho moved through the mines like a force of nature. With each swing of his sword, at least 2 kobolds fell. His team members were left with only a few kobolds that fled sideways in panic, scarcely able to challenge Su-ho's overpowering presence. Despite this, none of them felt rushed or hopeless. Su-ho had already briefed them on what to expect, and they acted according to the training they'd received. Begin mining as soon as we pass through, said Gu Yeon-hwa, leading the mining team. Upon her cue, and Sung-won, the team leader, instructed his men. Let's get started. Yes, sir. Clang, clang, clang. The mining team began their work. They had only picks and shovels, no modern tools. Modern electronic devices never worked inside gates, so they relied on manual labor. Meanwhile, the collection team carefully gathered materials from the kobold corpses, salvaging whatever could be useful. Within 30 minutes, the operation was well underway, and the mining system was running smoothly. Su-ho pressed forward, showing no signs of fatigue as he bulldozed his way through the mines, his sheer power leaving everyone around him speechless. This is the swordmaster Ahn Su-ho, the man who cleared 2 sealed gates alone. Wow, Hunim is amazing. After over 2 hours of slaying kobolds alone, Su-ho finally came to a halt at a fork in the path. Finishing off the last kobold in the area, he straightened and called his team. Everyone gather up. Yes, sir, the team gathered around. Even Ji-won, who had lower stamina than the others, was a little out of breath. Although Su-ho had handled most of the fighting, he had purposely let a few kobolds slip to the rear so the team could practice under real conditions. Do you see that fork in the path? Su-ho pointed ahead. This is the point I told you about. Yes, we've reached the fork as you mentioned. This is where Nexus gave up, overwhelmed by the swarm of kobolds when they tried to push further. Are we splitting up to advance? One member asked. No, I'll be the only one going in. Pardon? Without further explanation, Su-ho walked up to the entrance of the right passage, raised his sword, and swung it at the wall with all his might. Steel cutter is activated. Boom. The wall crumbled partially under his blow, covering nearly 20% of the entrance. Su-ho struck several more times until 90% of the entrance was blocked. He did the same with the left passage, leaving only narrow gaps in both entrances, just wide enough for a kobold or 2 to squeeze through. His team members watched in awe, swallowing hard. Someone who can collapse an entrance with a sword swing. How strong is he really? Is this even physically possible? With both entrances blocked, Su-ho turned to his team. You'll stay here and guard the right entrance. I'll go through the left. This is the plan, someone asked, skeptical. Yes, this is the plan. I would have blocked the left entirely, but you need some practice. After I go in, no matter what happens, don't come looking for me. Trust me and wait here for 12 hours. I'll come out before then if I don't leave without me. Su-ho's instructions were clear. He needed at least 12 hours inside to gather everything he'd come for. Understood, his team replied. Good, I'll see you soon. Without another word, Su-ho disappeared through the narrow entrance on the left, sealing the opening with one final swing behind him. He didn't want any kobolds following him from that direction. Once he was gone, his team exchanged uneasy glances. Are we really just leaving him in there? He's alone in there. Is this the right decision? Cog1, looking calm, spoke up. I trust the captain. Let's wait and have faith. The rest nodded. None of them doubted Su-ho's skills. Having sealed his path, Su-ho muttered to himself. Well then, time to begin. Though it seemed he was cutting off his own retreat, he didn't block the path out of desperation. Instead, he wanted to ensure his team could focus on their defense with minimal risk. Su-ho was eager for his team to grow stronger. He needed them to be valuable assets in the future. With this in mind, he turned to face the kobolds who had gathered after hearing the entrance collapse. Earthkeeper Kobold LV, 72 Earthkeeper Kobold LV, 74 Earthkeeper Kobold LV. 73 The kobolds, mostly in the low 70s, were no threat to Su-ho. Compared to the level 90+ Ents and golems he'd fought before, they were barely worth his attention. But there was one key challenge with the kobolds: they were incredibly numerous. This mine was given an S rank for a reason. The kobold mines were currently under Nexus's control, but eventually it would fall to the government due to the overwhelming number of casualties in future incursions. On the surface, the gate's level restrictions and large team limit made it appear easy, but the endless swarms of kobolds quickly dispelled that illusion. Plus, being in a mine saps stamina faster than expected. Mines came with countless hazards, and few people had experience fighting in such conditions. The mine's true terror wasn't just the kobold horde but the hidden boss who ruled the entire place. Even Nexus's previous attempts had ended in catastrophe, forcing them to hand the gate over to the government. Su-ho, however, was confident. This gate, despite its S rank, had been conquered by hunters in his past life. He knew all its secrets. He swung his sword at the kobolds rushing him. Slash, you have defeated an Earthkeeper kobold. Su-ho continued his steady advance. 6 hours later, after half a day of mining, and Sung-won finally straightened his back. Let's take a meal break. Lunchtime, food, prepare the kitchen. The exhausted mining team took a well-deserved rest. After checking that his team was ready, and Sung-won walked over to the attack team. You've worked hard, everyone. Oh, head leader, you came just in time, one of them replied. By the way, it's been half a day already. How are you holding up? Oh, we had a bit of a rush earlier, but it's been quieter since. And Sung-won looked in awe at the pile of kobold bodies stacked near the entrance. Even if they come one or two at a time, this number is no joke, as expected from Hunter Ahn's team. Haha, thank you, and Sung-won wasn't exaggerating. After 6 hours, the attack team was managing the kobold flow smoothly, thanks to their training and Su-ho's clever placement of the entrance barriers. Gu Yeon-hwa thought to herself, if they came all at once, we'd have been overrun within the first hour. Despite her confidence in Su-ho's skills, she couldn't help but worry about him. 6 hours had passed since he ventured alone into the depths. I'll trust him, it's all I can do for now. Resolving herself, Gu Yeon-hwa decided to focus on her own duties. Meanwhile, deep in the mine, Su-ho finished his brief rest and stood. Time to meet him. He had spent the last 6 hours inflicting terror on the kobolds. With so many dead, the remaining kobolds now avoided him like the plague. There was no point in hunting any more of them. It was time to confront the gate's true boss. As he moved deeper into the mine, the surviving kobolds retreated, hiding in the shadows. Thanks to them clearing his path, Su-ho strolled forward almost leisurely until he reached the end of the mine. He stopped at a cliff. More accurately, he'd reached the uncharted depths of the mine, where the kobolds hadn't yet excavated. Su-ho took a flare from his inventory, a tool designed to emit a bright light when deployed, perfect for illuminating dark spaces. He aimed it down into the abyss and fired. The flare rocketed downward, its light flickering as it revealed glimpses of the surroundings. Finally, it burst open at the bottom, flooding the area with a blinding glow. In the newfound light, Su-ho saw it, the real master of this mine, slumbering peacefully. The creature was nestled among heaps of magic stones and various ores, breathing heavily. Snore, snore. Its giant form, buried under the minerals, was unmistakable. Su-ho scaled the wall down to the mine floor and landed softly near the sleeping creature. He looked up at the beast, a massive form roughly 4 to 5 meters tall, with a body that combined elements of an elephant and a bear. Above its head floated the ominous title, Bulgazel LV-99 Bulgazel, named the Undying because it was said to be impossible to kill. This monster was one of the primary reasons why the kobold mines had been designated a sealed gate. One of the top 3 monsters below the first star tier. Summoning his spirit spear Gyeongchang, Su-ho enchanted it with divine energy. He took aim at the monster's forehead and hurled the spear with all his strength. Javelin throw is activated. Swish, the spear shot through the air aimed precisely at Bolgazel's forehead, but ping, the spear bounced off harmlessly, failing even to scratch its thick hide. The creature's skin was as hard as steel, but it was enough to disturb its sleep. Rumble, the ground shook as Bolgazel began to wake, a rumbling growl resonating through the cavern. Here we go. Chapter 56 Key. The Bolgazel, woken from its slumber, began to roar. It wasn't crying out in pain but rather in anger. It had been sleeping peacefully, filled and drowsy after a heavy meal, only to be rudely awakened. The deafening sound echoed through the mine, causing it to shake violently as though an earthquake had struck. The first to be alarmed were the nearby Earthkeeper kobolds. Key error, key, to the Earthkeeper kobolds, Bolgazel was a disastrous existence. No matter their numbers, they couldn't hope to confront such a mysterious and terrifying creature. They had long since learned to avoid it at all costs. In the past, they had tried to reclaim ownership of the mine, risking everything for their kin's survival. However, they had suffered massive casualties, with over half of their forces annihilated without even scratching the creature. After that, they had chosen to coexist quietly, abandoning any hope of confrontation. The kobolds avoided outsiders, considering them a threat. If they lost their refuge with Bolgazel already looming over them, they would have nowhere else to go. Isn't this whole place going to collapse? Next to react in panic was Nexus's raid team stationed at the rear. Not knowing of Bolgazel's presence, they had been anxiously waiting for Su-ho, growing more fearful by the second. Gu-yon Hwa in particular was especially worried. Where on earth is he? Is he even alive? But they decided to wait, trusting Su-ho's instructions. Gu-yon Hwa and the raid team resolved to stay for at least 12 hours, holding on to the hope that he would return. Thump, thump, the Bolgazel began to rise. It was larger than any golem or Ahn Su-ho had previously encountered. Its skin was tougher than even those of the twisted forest golems. As it stood, it glared down at Su-ho with a look of utter irritation, enraged that such a lowly creature would dare interrupt its rest. Once more, the Bolgazel let out a furious cry. Kii, the Bolgazel is using boss-level fear. An alert from the system appeared, but Dragon's Blood is activated. Due to the Dragon's mentality effect, the fear is negated. Even a creature as formidable as Bolgazel could not match the potency of dragon fear. Su-ho merely stood still, his hair and clothes slightly ruffled by the wind pressure, showing no reaction. Bolgazel, intrigued by Su-ho's calm demeanor, began to chuckle. This was the first time it had ever encountered such a strange creature. Out of curiosity, it decided to put Su-ho to the test. Whoomp, Bolgazel inflated its cheeks, preparing to unleash something massive. Seeing this, Su-ho promptly summoned his blood sword. Blood weapon is activated. The crimson sword emerged from his hand. Bolgazel smirked, amused that this tiny creature dared to draw a weapon against it. All right, let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance, thought the Bolgazel, as it finally spat out a massive projectile. Bolgazel uses steel spit. The projectile was exactly what it sounded like. Bolgazel had gathered minerals stored within its body, molded them into steel, and spat them out at high speed. The destructive power was immense, the projectile speeding towards Su-ho like a cannonball, yet Su-ho didn't evade. Instead, he raised his arms and stretched his blood sword like a staff, wielding it with ease. Steel Cutter is activated. The extended blood sword, empowered by Steel Cutter, met the projectile with a swift slice. Bolgazel's eyes widened in shock. It wondered if it was seeing things due to its prolonged sleep. But no, this tiny creature had extended its sword, and with a single swing, cut through the steel projectile it had launched with full force, something that no one had ever blocked or destroyed before. With a resounding impact, the split steel projectile embedded itself in the walls on either side, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su-ho retracted the blood sword, thinking to himself, it was worth gathering blood from those kobolds. Unlike Ents and golems, the kobolds had blood he could use, which now served him well. With a quick circular sweep of his sword, Su-ho dispersed the dust, revealing Bolgazel's stunned face. Prrrk, Bolgazel's shock didn't last long, however, as it soon grew enraged. Its massive, bloated cheeks trembled with fury. Then, just like a rhino, it charged at Su-ho with all its might. Crazy beast. It seemed Bolgazel now intended to use its own body as a weapon. Seeing the creature charge, Su-ho prepared himself, his body filling with strength as he focused on his legs, his movement speed reaching blinding levels. Crash! The spot where Su-ho had been standing exploded as Bolgazel's head struck the ground, causing the mine to quake again. But Su-ho, unfazed, had already moved out of its path. He scaled the walls, leaping higher and higher until he was above the creature. Leap is activated. With the skill boosting his jump, Su-ho soared even higher. He raised his sword overhead once more. Blood weapon is activated. His blood sword extended like a staff, consuming all the gathered blood to maximize its reach. Grasping the sword with both hands, he unleashed another skill, pouring his strength into it. Steel Cutter is activated. Slice. The lengthy blade, propelled by the skill's momentum, sliced through the air, carving a clean line. Slice. The impact was heavy and precise. Bwee, the steel cutter-enhanced blood sword successfully severed Bolgazel's tail. Su-ho shortened the sword and landed safely on the ground as the massive tail crashed down beside him. Thud. Su-ho glanced at the severed tail and smiled. As he had expected, the steel cutter skill worked perfectly regardless of the sword's length. There was, of course, a well-known traditional method to defeat Bolgazel: fire. Bolgazel is historically known to be vulnerable to flames. In his previous life, he had heard of Bolgazel being subdued with fire magic, but Su-ho hadn't opted for that approach. He had a simple reason: summoning a fire strong enough to subdue Bolgazel would require an unimaginable scale and heat. And where would I, a swordsman, get such flames? So he made the best choice available to him. To resolve the battle as a swordsman by the sword, just then, Bolgazel initiates regeneration by reducing its body size. The system's notification appeared. Simultaneously, Bolgazel's massive body began to shrink, its tail regenerating in the process. That's its regeneration then. Bolgazel couldn't truly be killed. It would shrink its body to heal any injuries, as was happening before Su-ho's eyes. Bolgazel consumed a vast amount of minerals to store energy for this very purpose. Su-ho steadily approached the creature, which had now shrunk by about 30%. Bolgazel flinched. "Brrrk, what's with all the burbling?" "Brrrrrrr." Though its body had shrunk, Bolgazel's fighting spirit hadn't diminished, and it was still confident in the minerals stored within. However, it no longer underestimated its foe. Now realizing Su-ho's true strength, Bolgazel uses overpower. This was one of Bolgazel's signature techniques, consuming stored minerals to reinforce its exoskeleton. Bolgazel shrank even further, pouring all its energy into the exoskeleton until its size was reduced to match Su-ho's. When the transformation was complete, a dark, matte finish covered its body. Both Bolgazel and Su-ho, now equally sized, wore expressions of confidence. "Now that's more like it," Su-ho muttered, gripping his sword. Without hesitation, Bolgazel sprang into the air, curling into a ball. It spun rapidly like a wheel and charged towards Su-ho. Bolgazel uses hyper spin. This technique was a powerful attack, with Bolgazel's entire body spinning like a rolling boulder to deliver catastrophic damage. But Su-ho wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he smiled. He wasn't even planning to dodge. He was simply curious to see what the power of Bolgazel, known as one of the highest-grade boss monsters, truly was, and whether he could split it with his sword. As Bolgazel's spinning body hurtled toward him, Su-ho raised his sword and swung. Steel Cutter is activated. After the mine had shaken several more times, the Earthkeeper kobolds stopped emerging. The mining team, having completed their work, rested, leaving only Su-ho, who had ventured alone. Although no one voiced it, their faces showed deep concern. Then it happened. The gate has been cleared. The MVP of the gate clearing is Ahn Su-ho. A notification appeared before everyone's eyes, signaling the gate's conquest. Chapter 57. Su-ho also saw the notification appear before him. The gate has been cleared. MVP of the gate clearing, Ahn Su-ho. Additional experience points granted for MVP selection. 1 bonus stat awarded for MVP selection. For achieving a remarkable feat, the system grants you an additional 5 bonus stats. Your level has increased. All stats have increased by 1 bonus stat acquired. Su-ho glanced at the notifications floating before him. His level had increased, which seemed like a typical outcome. However, this time, something was different. There was no notification of Bolgazel being defeated. Yet, there was no trace of Bolgazel around him. Instead, Su-ho shifted his gaze to the marble-sized orb in his hand. It was the Dominion orb he had previously acquired from Malayan. Remarkably, Bolgazel was now curled up and slumbering within this orb, so it really can be tamed. It wasn't exactly capture. Rather, it was a form of taming rooted in domination. Su-ho recalled his last clash with Bolgazel. The creature had charged at him with all its might, and Su-ho had met the charge head-on without dodging, using the steel cutter technique. The result was Su-ho's victory. His blood sword, imbued with Hagongryeo, managed to slice Bolgazel at an angle. However, Su-ho hadn't aimed to kill it. His purpose had been to tame Bolgazel from the start. So he deliberately cut at an angle, not a direct blow, and then poured magic into the Dominion orb, casting it onto the ground. Before the orb even touched the ground, Bolgazel had been sucked into it with a burst and summoned again within the orb. Bolgazel has been summoned. The summoned Bolgazel appeared much smaller. It had used up all the minerals it had consumed in its final assault against Su-ho, and its state wasn't the best, likely due to the capture occurring right after its injury. But Su-ho wasn't worried. After all, Su-ho's current class was not a warrior but a healer. He reached out to Bolgazel and activated a skill. Heal is activated. The healing light, now upgraded and more potent, carried Su-ho's magic and swiftly began to restore Bolgazel. As the warmth of the healing spell enveloped it, Bolgazel's eyelids drooped, and soon it fell into a comfortable sleep. Su-ho continued to pour his magic into the creature until its wounds were fully healed. Finally, when Bolgazel's recovery was complete, Su-ho spoke. Bolgazel, Bulbul. Upon hearing its name, Bolgazel instantly woke, standing to attention. The disciplined stance made it clear that it was now under the spell of domination, a subservient creature to Su-ho. Su-ho issued a command. Begin. Bulbul, Bolgazel responded eagerly, starting to gather and consume the minerals and magic stones it had once lain upon like a makeshift bed. Su-ho watched the spectacle, nodding in approval. Good worker. Bolgazel, a legendary beast who feeds on iron and is vulnerable to fire, could convert consumed minerals into power. When Bolgazel first appeared as a summoned creature rather than a monster, people called it something else. The world's best miner, Bolgazel. It wasn't an exaggeration. Even Earthkeeper kobolds or mining-mad dwarves couldn't compete with a creature like Bolgazel, whose primary diet consisted of minerals. Su-ho checked Bolgazel's information window. Bolgazel, LV, 99 traits Dominion Orb Spirit Beast Dominated Creature. Skills Fear Colorful Steel Iron Consumption Steel Spit Storage Regeneration Overpower Hyper Spin Fire Resistance Earth Affinity. The list of skills filled the screen. As a spirit beast and a dominated creature, Bolgazel was ranked as an S-level summoning creature. That's why I used my one-time Dominion Orb on Bolgazel. Su-ho had chosen the Twisted Forest Gate specifically to use the Dominion Orb, as it was the only way to obtain Bolgazel at this point. Watching Bolgazel work, Su-ho recalled the previous owner of Bolgazel in his past life, a player known as Gaia, nicknamed the Earth's Avatar. Gaia had used Bolgazel extensively for mineral gathering, which Su-ho now commanded Bolgazel to do. With a level 99 Bolgazel, Su-ho's mineral gathering capacity would far surpass that of the Nexus teams. Not long after, Bolgazel, now several times larger with a belly full of minerals, approached Su-ho, proudly patting its stomach. Su-ho took Bolgazel and activated one of his item skills. Entering the subspace house, the item skill transported them to Su-ho's subspace house. Inside, he instructed Bolgazel to release all the minerals it had stored. Its body shrank back down as it emptied its hull, and Su-ho repeated the process. Once we leave, we won't be able to return here. I have to make the most of this while I'm in. He had no intention of breaking his agreement with Bae Dong-hyuk. The Nexus mining team had already reached their maximum collection capacity, so anything gathered after that belonged to Su-ho. Of course, he didn't plan on reporting this to Bae Dong-hyuk, as he had entered as a combatant, not part of the mining team. It's taking a bit too long. Near the fork in the passageways, Banshee's team and the mining group were all waiting for Su-ho. Despite the notification that the gate had been cleared, the MVP Su-ho was nowhere to be seen, making them anxious. Head miner Ahn Su-ho voiced his concern. Maybe something happened to him inside, like he got injured during the raid. From their perspective, it was a reasonable worry. Sung-won felt that they might need to search the interior soon, and Kang Di-han hesitantly expressed his own concern. It's not that I don't trust the team leader, but I can't help but worry. What do you all think? Kang Di-han looked at Gu Yeonhwa and Seo Gi-won. Gu Yeonhwa hesitated, wondering what if, by some slim chance, Su-ho was trapped somewhere without a way out. Seo Gi-won finally spoke up. No, he'll definitely come back. To Seo Gi-won, Su-ho was almost like a religious figure, a leader he trusted implicitly. He believed it was his duty as a team member to wait, trusting in Su-ho's words. Gu Yeonhwa nodded. Let's wait a bit longer, as instructed. After all, the gate has already been cleared. Understood. Though Gu Yeonhwa wasn't following Su-ho out of personal trust, she respected his capability. For the sake of team unity, she felt she should believe in him. After all, as Banshee's leader, it was her role to support their new leader. Thus, despite her own worries, she decided to wait the full 12 hours as Su-ho had requested. Then, with about 30 minutes remaining on the clock, a loud crash resounded through the mine. Boom! One of the blocked tunnels collapsed, and a familiar silhouette emerged through the settling dust. Seo Gi-won shouted out, "Leader!" "Yes, it's me," Su-ho replied. Everyone recognized his silhouette immediately. Dusting off the dirt from his clothes, Su-ho appeared without a scratch. Seo Gi-won rushed over. "What took you so long? Do you know how worried we were? You could have come looking for me if you were so worried. But you told us not to. Do you know how awkward it was, having to keep the mining team from going in to search for you?" Su-ho chuckled at Seo Gi-won's enthusiasm. "Well done, keep it up." "Absolutely," Seo Gi-won beamed with pride, and even Gu Yeonhwa couldn't hide her smile. Su-ho turned to her and remarked, "You were quite patient, weren't you? Who else would we believe if not our leader?" "Exactly. That's the spirit of a good teammate, well done. But why were you so late? The gate was cleared hours ago. Just some business to take care of." "Business, nothing you need to worry about." Gu Yeonhwa gave him a bewildered look, but Su-ho only responded with a knowing smile. Turning to Ahn Su-ho, Su-ho addressed the mining team. "Thank you for waiting, now shall we all head back?" Yes, absolutely. With the raid team following, Suho led them toward the gate's exit. He's taking a bit too long. What's going on? The gate was cleared, but he's still not out. Did something happen in there? Outside the gate, the Nexus Guild members were also growing anxious due to Suho's delay. Initially, they had expected him to finish quickly, but hours had passed since the gate's clearance notification. Could something have gone wrong? Bae Donghyuk was especially nervous. Suho was not only a rising star in the nation but someone marked by the Great Hunter Association. If anything serious had happened to Suho, it could affect his own standing. The moment Bae Donghyuk's worry peaked, someone shouted, "Look, he's coming out!" Emerging from the gate almost like a victorious general was Suho. "Hunter on!" Seeing Suho, Bae Donghyuk hurriedly rushed out of the control room, running towards him. Chapter 58. The Earthkeeper Kobold's mine had indeed been a gold mine. The mining team collected a remarkable amount of magic stones valued in the billions. But that wasn't all. There hadn't been a single injury, not even a minor one, making it a perfect raid. "President, this is incredible." Kim Yagang, the office manager, barely contained his excitement as he reported to Bae Donghyuk. Bae Donghyuk, who had anticipated great results, couldn't hide his joy. "Yes, Hunter On has given us quite a gift." Though Suho's special recruitment meant a shortened contract period, this kind of result was more than enough for Nexus. The reward wasn't just the financial gain from the mined magic stones, it was also about solving a strategic issue. The Earthkeeper Kobold's mine gate had been a problem for Nexus, as they had struggled to determine how to clear it. The gate, left untouched for too long, risked becoming a high-risk sealed gate and could be seized by the government. But thanks to Hunter On's success in clearing the gate, we've made profits and preserved the guild's reputation. The damage to their image from failing to clear a gate and having it seized by the government would have been incalculable. Suho had resolved that problem, and for that Bae Donghyuk was deeply grateful. Upon receiving the full report the next day, he immediately summoned Suho. "Yes, President," Suho replied, meeting Bae Donghyuk in his executive office on the top floor of Nexus headquarters. Bae Donghyuk had arranged a private meeting. As Suho entered, Bae Donghyuk greeted him with a smile. "Hunter On, I just wanted to thank you once again." "No need, I didn't even complete my contract period." "This much was the least I could do." "Haha, nothing is a given. Many people would simply take what they could get for themselves. There aren't many like you who value integrity and loyalty. I appreciate the kind words." On that note, Bae Donghyuk took a few papers and handed them to Suho. "What is this?" "This is an initial valuation of the mining team's collected materials." Suho took the papers and reviewed them. The amount listed was a staggering 7.2 billion won. Bae Donghyuk continued, "The quality of the magic stones was much higher than expected, and their size increased their value even more. After secondary processing through our guild's workshop, the net profit could easily exceed 10 billion. Indeed, even after deducting all expenses, the profit was estimated to be over 10 billion won. Suho could hardly keep a straight face, especially since the minerals he had personally gathered using Bulgazel far outstripped this amount. Even just the raw ore I collected is worth more than 10 billion. Satisfied, Suho reflected on why he had used his Dominion orb on Bulgazel. Financial security was essential for his plans. Until the association underwent reform, his income as a public servant would be modest. Even with reforms, his earnings would be limited compared to other hunters. "My own needs are minimal, but I'll need far more funds to realize my future plans." For Suho, Bulgazel's mining activities were like finding an oasis in the desert. Bae Donghyuk continued, "I've given this a lot of thought and decided to give 10% of this gate's profit to your team, Hunter On." "What? No matter the reason for your assistance, it feels wrong not to share such substantial profits." Suho quickly declined, "No, thank you, President." "Really, I insist." "It's no trouble, please accept it, Hunter On, it's the least I can do." Suho genuinely wanted to refuse, considering the amount of minerals he had already taken. But Bae Donghyuk was equally sincere, offering out of genuine gratitude rather than as a calculated move to curry favor with Suho. After a bit of back and forth, Suho suggested a compromise. "How about this instead?" "Oh. What do you propose?" "I have a favor I was considering asking. Since you insist on a bonus, perhaps you could help me with this instead." "Of course, just name it. You haven't even heard it yet." "Your Hunter On." "Whatever you ask, I trust it's a reasonable request." "Haha, well," Suho smiled. Bae Donghyuk's straightforward personality was why he had chosen Nexus. "Actually, this issue is what I wanted to discuss. As you know, I'm soon to be appointed through a special recruitment to the Great Hunter Association," Suho began. "Yes, and I'd like to set up a covert task force within Nexus to operate under my direction." "A covert task force?" "Yes, it would be my personal team. Since I'll soon be a civil servant, managing an independent strike team will be difficult. That's why I'd like to place my team within Nexus, where they could receive guild support and resources." "You'll need a cover then." But your idea makes sense. Civil servants can't usually take on additional roles. Su-ho elaborated, yes, exactly. I want my team to operate under Nexus, albeit discreetly. It would benefit both of us. Although it's my personal team, as Nexus Guild members, they'll also take on guild assignments. They're all trained by me and I plan to support them regularly. Understanding Su-ho's intentions, Bae Dong-hyuk chuckled. Su-ho hadn't said it outright, but his implication was clear. He intended to continue hunting activities discreetly even after joining the Great Hunter Association. I understand. We'll treat your team with the same care as we treat you. Were those friends from the gate raid your team? Yes, they were. And what about Hunter Kang Di-han? Su-ho paused, then shook his head. Kang Di-han, although temporarily recruited, was still untested in terms of loyalty and alignment with his goals. It's better to keep him as a mercenary for now. He'll develop faster if he gains experience outside my team. Su-ho replied, I'll leave out Kang Di-han for now. Understood. Also, since my team will be taking on missions equivalent to their rank, can we arrange at least A-rank benefits for them? A-rank benefits? Bae Dong-hyuk pondered. Su-ho's team had only recently completed the mine raid. There were no other concrete accomplishments yet. After a brief moment of thought, Bae Dong-hyuk proposed, how about this? While some level of documentation is legally required, once all team members reach level 100, I'll grant them A-rank benefits. Until then, they'll be provisionally B-ranked, but they can continue to use the training rooms. Su-ho smiled in agreement. Bae Dong-hyuk had cleverly addressed his intentions. Su-ho nodded. Yes, that's perfect. I'll ensure everyone meets the minimum level requirement and obtains certification. Thank you for understanding. Then the 10% bonus we mentioned will be allocated to your team. Thank you, and if you could also see that Hunter Kang Di-han receives a little extra separately. Haha, leave that to me. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Their handshake marked the beginning of a solid, ongoing relationship with Nexus. Reflecting on it, Su-ho thought, if I weren't a regressor, I could never have made such a proposal. He believed in reaching out first to build trust, but betrayal in his past life had taught him caution. Bae Dong-hyuk, however, had proven his character, allowing Su-ho to pursue this connection. After their meeting, Su-ho headed to the academy training room. There, his team, minus Kang Di-han, was training through the Infinity Simulation. He logged them out remotely, and the first to emerge was Seo Gi-won, who greeted him warmly. Boss, you're here. Yes, how's the training going? Good, everyone's made noticeable progress since the field experience. Gu-yeon HWA and the rest of Banshee's team nodded in agreement. Su-ho took a seat and addressed them. I'm here to share an important announcement. An announcement? From today on, you're all registered with Nexus. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Since some of you left stable jobs to train here, I arranged for you all to join the guild and receive regular salaries. You're now officially assigned to my personal team with a provisional B-rank status. Once you reach level 100, you'll be promoted to a rank, and your pay will increase accordingly. The team members nodded eagerly, as some of them had even left school to join him. Su-ho turned on his laptop and said, from now on, your sole focus is leveling up. Target level is 100. Seo Gi-won, would you mind helping out? Yes, but does that include me too? Of course you're part of the team. Set up the hunting zones. Seo Gi-won took the laptop with a reluctant expression, while the rest of the team looked on with puzzled faces. Chapter 59. The members of Banshee, who had been summoned into the desktop environment, looked bewildered as they adjusted to their unfamiliar surroundings. Su-ho chuckled, welcome to the desktop screen, first time here. Desktop screen? Gu-yeon HWA asked, confused. Remember the computer screen I showed you earlier? Does it ring a bell now? Oh. Gu-yeon HWA suddenly recalled the image from the laptop, a picture of an unknown reception room with a large table and sofa which looked exactly like where they were now. Seo Gi-won joined the session, and Su-ho began explaining Seo Gi-won's ability to use computer viruses for leveling purposes. After finishing his explanation, the Banshee members were left skeptical. Don't believe me. I didn't at first either, but seeing is believing, try it yourselves. Su-ho had already instructed Seo Gi-won to set up a light virus for training purposes. Su-ho led the team to a virus file on the desktop which he called a dungeon. Inside the dungeon they found LV, virus zombies LV. Distorted virus creatures' names and levels were unlisted for these virus zombies, but the group noticed the number of monsters was intentionally limited. This should be manageable even without my direct involvement, Su-ho thought, then said to the group, these are virus zombies. Their levels match yours, so you just need to defeat them. Think of them as field monsters in a game. There's no loot here, only experience points, and no boss monsters, just head back to the entrance if you feel overwhelmed. What about you, team leader? One of them asked. I'll be hunting in a different dungeon. If I join you, the zombies' levels will adjust to mine, making it harder for you all, so focus on leveling up, you'll make more money that way. Got it. Oh, and you'll be seeing a lot of each other, so start getting along with Gi-won too. Think of him as part of Banshee. In fact, from now on, we're all Banshees. That's our team name. Leaving his team on auto hunt, Su-ho exited the dungeon and headed for a different one. His choice to hunt separately was deliberate, as the virus zombies' levels would adjust to whoever was present. My level is significantly higher, so joining them would just make things harder for them. Although hunting higher-level monsters would yield faster leveling, Su-ho chose a strategy that balanced long-term efficiency. They needed more than just levels, they needed real-world combat experience and instincts. He entered his designated dungeon and checked his stats. Ahn Su-ho. Level 67 class, healer trait, new blood strength. 58 stamina, 29 magic power, 29 perception, 29 bonus stat points. 9 with his bonus points unallocated and a current level of 67, Su-ho thought. After spending nearly 12 hours in the mines, I didn't gain as much experience as expected. He attributed this to the low level of the Earthkeeper kobolds and the fact that experience gains were scaled based on a player's level of danger. He allocated his bonus points to strength and entered the dungeon. This one held virus zombies even larger than the ones his team was facing. Had no idea they'd be this tough, even though I asked for a challenge. Despite their intimidating appearance, these virus zombies shared the same scrambled names and status cards as those in the other dungeon. Summoning his blood sword, Su-ho set a target, reaching level 70. Here we go. Su-ho charged into the virus zombies. Your level has increased. All stats have increased by 1. You have gained 1 bonus stat point. You have reached level 70. The system wishes for you to grow stronger. The system grants you additional power. Reaching level 70, Su-ho was greeted by a string of notifications. He immediately allocated all his bonus points to strength and opened his skill window to view the new changes. A skill now transformed stood out, recovery. Grade F details. Cure a right arrow recovery F. The cure skill has reached its highest grade, evolving into the more powerful recovery. Consumes magic power to rapidly heal the target's ailments and illnesses. The newly acquired recovery skill now extended beyond the system's limitations, able to cure genuine illnesses not related to the system's status effects. This is where healer prices start skyrocketing. With recovery, even illnesses that modern medicine struggled with could potentially be cured, given the right conditions. Having achieved his goal, Su-ho left the dungeon. While more leveling would be beneficial, he was satisfied with acquiring recovery for now. Let's see how the others are doing. Needing Seo Gi-won's help to exit, Su-ho quietly observed his team's progress from a distance. They were handling the virus zombies well, utilizing the synergy they had built up from previous battles. Boss, Seo Gi-won spotted him and greeted him. The rest quickly wrapped up their fights and gathered at the entrance, looking unscathed. Su-ho nodded approvingly. Good work, everyone. With all the practice we had together, these virus zombies were manageable. But why are you here, boss? To let you know I'm done and need your help to exit. Already. Do you know how long we've been in here? Oh, I see. Feel free to step out and grab food if you get hungry. Got it. Gi-won, please take care of it. Yes, boss. Deciding to continue hunting for a while, the team let Su-ho exit alone. Outside, Su-ho noted his exhausted teammates lying on the sofas, completely drained. At least they're in the training room. One of the major vulnerabilities of those with digitalization abilities was that their bodies were defenseless while their minds were in the network, making safe facilities essential. After locking the training room for security, Su-ho headed to the parking lot. Just then his phone buzzed. Seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered, "Yes, senior." "Ah, my dear junior, have you eaten?" It was Pai Seong-yeol. Su-ho laughed. "Yes, I have. How about you, senior?" Of course, I'm calling to tell you the special recruitment application went through." "Really?" "Absolutely, the higher-ups approved it. You'll receive an award soon, followed by the official appointment. Doesn't it all look good on paper?" "Yes, senior, thank you so much for making this possible." "Any other issues?" "Not at all, thanks to your help." "By the way, what happened to those criminals we caught last time?" "Oh, them. They were shipped straight to Chingok, sentenced to the maximum term so they won't see daylight for at least 15 years. As expected from you, senior. Chingok Penitentiary was reserved for the most heinous criminals among regular offenders, notorious for its harsh conditions and remote location. As a deterrent, a correctional facility for player criminals had been established adjacent to it. The result was effective. Gathering player criminals from across the country in one place instilled fear among the regular prisoners, drastically reducing incidents. Only the strong survive there. Let's see how long those thieves last. They wouldn't die. South Korea still lacked a death penalty, and healers were regularly deployed to ensure prisoners remained mentally sound enough to serve their sentences. Seems I'll need to visit Chingok at some point. Certain individuals confined there would be of interest to Su-ho. With the call ending, Su-ho checked his schedule. Since his special recruitment had been confirmed, he had less than a month left to act as a civilian. Looks like I'll have to adjust my plans. Picking up his phone, Su-ho made a call. Seoul, Silim District. Suho parked his car outside a cafe on the outskirts of Silim and waited. A large off-road vehicle soon pulled up, and an old acquaintance stepped out. Choi Yoon, a gate broker affiliated with the union. Choi Yoon greeted him with a bright smile. Suho, her cheerful demeanor hadn't changed as she joined him at the table. "I'll have a strawberry frap," she said. "Can't you pay for it yourself? Aren't you the one asking for favors? I thought you'd be here to return a favor. Come on, just buy me one." "You're loaded, aren't you?" At that moment, a server arrived, placing a strawberry frap in front of her. "Enjoy." Choi Yoon looked at the frap in surprise and then turned to Suho. How did you said you wanted a strawberry frap." "Yes, but how did you know? I figured you'd like it." She was bewildered. She'd only mentioned it when they met, so how could he have timed the order so perfectly? Unknown to her, Suho had information on her preferences from his library of memories, which held details about people he had encountered, including trivial things like her favorite foods and drinks. The timing had just worked out in his favor. She took the frap with an impressed look and took a sip. "Aren't you going to thank me?" he asked. "Thanks, I guess. Anyway, did you bring the files? Here you go." She handed over a file folder, and as Suho reviewed it, she asked, "Why are you looking for a junkie?" "He's not a junkie." "Then who?" "I'm looking for a skilled technician." "A technician?" Suho's gaze fixed on one name in the document, a list of users at a rehab center designed to help addicts quit drugs. Found him? The name he'd been searching for, Nam Hae-won, one of the most renowned blacksmiths from his previous life. Chapter 60. Suho looked down at the name he'd finally located and tucked the documents into his jacket, feeling a sense of relief. "Found him sooner than expected. Now I just need to bring him in." He turned to Choi Yoon. "You know that safe house union has in Cheongdam, right?" She frowned. "How do you even know about that?" Of course, Suho knew. Coming from a later world where gate calamities were nearly wiped out, there was little information he didn't possess. Korea was meticulous about documentation, and he'd once had almost unrestricted access to that information. "Well, I do know, and I'd like to use it," he said casually. She sighed, leaning back in her chair. "Look, the safe houses have different levels, and the one in Cheongdam is high security. Didn't you say you owed me one?" Choi Yoon clicked her tongue in frustration. "Getting those documents wasn't enough. Is my saving your life worth only a few sheets of paper?" he countered. "Come on, it's not like that and you know it, but still, of all places it had to be Cheongdam," she groaned. "I can pay if that's the issue." Does it really have to be Cheongdam?" "It does, or do I need to spell out why?" "Fine," she huffed, pulling out her phone to call her superiors. After a few minutes she returned, looking exasperated. "They agreed. See, I told you they would. Of course they had conditions," she added. "If you accept them, you can use the Cheongdam safe house for half the usual cost." Surprised by the discount, Suho responded cautiously, "I'll need to know what those conditions are first." She sighed, realizing there was no simple answer with him. "They want you to clear a gate for them. Apparently it's a newly discovered gate they haven't posted on the grid yet." "A gate? I thought Union had people for that." "The gate's location is too visible. Normally, securing a gate involves a lot of red tape and attention, and this one's in Namhansen." Namhansen? Suho raised an eyebrow, realizing it'd be nearly impossible to redirect public attention from there. "What's the difficulty in theme?" "We sent in a survey team and only players level 110 and below can enter. The place is called Sky Mountain and it's full of wyverns, extremely agile ones." "Sky Mountain?" Suho echoed, suppressing a grin. He knew exactly which gate this was. "Yes, Sky Mountain, and they don't expect you to clear it alone. Just join the existing team to help them. No one expects a solo clear, even from you." Suho chuckled to himself, his thoughts racing. He asked, "Do the wyverns happen to have a light blue color?" Choi Yoon blinked, taken aback. How did you know?" His smile widened. It was exactly as he remembered. "All right. So just clearing the place is enough?" "Yes, but all loot from the gate must go to Union. According to the scouts, there's a large stone mountain inside with a wyvern nest at the top. The main loot would be the wyvern eggs. If you could collect all of them, that would be ideal." "And how many eggs are there?" 6 last the scouts counted. "Fine, when do they want it done?" "They said right now is fine if you're available." "Then let's go." Right now," she stammered. "Yes, right now, let's add one more condition." "What now?" "Tell them I'll solo the gate. In exchange, I'll use the Cheongdam safe house free of charge and get the largest unit, the 80 Pyong one." Choi Yoon was shocked. "You're serious about going in alone? When have I ever joked with you?" Though she found his tone blunt, she wasn't offended. In fact, she was intrigued by his confidence. After some quick arrangements, Suho and Choi Yoon arrived at Namhansen, where Union personnel managed access to the Sky Mountain Gate, which had yet to be posted publicly. As they stepped out of their cars, they were met by the gate manager, who greeted Suho respectfully. "So you're Ahn Su-ho the hunter. I'm Kim Soo-won, head of this operation." "Pleasure," Suho replied, keeping his attention focused on the gate. Kim Soo-won explained, "We've scouted the interior twice and it's formidable. You'll need to scale a vast spiral mountain under constant attack from wyverns. The winds are fierce too, but you found the nest right?" "Correct, but we had to retreat due to the wyverns' relentless attacks." Su-ho nodded, satisfied. Good thing it's accessible, and yes, I'll be going alone. Are you sure? It's incredibly tough up there? Su-ho's calm reply left Kim Soo-won speechless. After some contemplation, Kim Soo-won finally replied, if that's your decision, then I'll respect it. If you need any support items, we'll provide them. No need. Kim Soo-won was stunned at his casual refusal. Any other hunter would have jumped at the offer, but he reminded himself this was a man who had soloed 2 sealed gates. With nothing more to say, he stepped back, letting Su-ho approach the entrance. As he entered, a series of notifications appeared: entering gate, loading gate information, Sky Mountain, entry level. Level 110 and below max entry. 31 players. This was indeed the gate Su-ho had read about in the memory archives. He confirmed it was the one from his recollections before stepping forward. Watching him disappear into the gate, Kim Soo-won turned to Choi Yoon. Do you think he'll succeed? She shrugged, though her expression held a trace of belief. Knowing him, yes. Just because he's Ahn Su-ho, she smiled knowingly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Su-ho's surroundings shifted. He found himself in a dark cave, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. Exiting the cave, he was met with a vast view of Sky Mountain towering above him. So this is Sky Mountain, he thought, recalling the records in the association's database. This gate was infamous in later years for devouring countless hunters. At the time, only the most carefully crafted party compositions, tanks, archers, and healers had any chance of survival. However, Su-ho had no plans to follow traditional strategies. Instead, he summoned his blood sword, a weapon versatile enough to handle both close and ranged combat. The cold, gusting wind greeted him as he took his first step onto the mountain. Leap activated. Ignoring the winding path that spiraled up the mountain, Su-ho relied on the jagged rocks jutting out from the cliff face to leap in a straight line upward. Keek! The familiar screech of wyverns echoed in the distance as he climbed. A group of blue-scaled wyverns hurtled toward him, their agile bodies slicing through the turbulent winds. Su-ho tightened his grip on the blood sword, ready to carve his way to the top. Chapter 61. The wyverns approaching through the air had a hue close to sky blue. They were sky wyverns. As expected, the mountain's name, Sky Mountain, and the wyvern's color confirmed that Su-ho had come to the right place. Sensing their presence, Su-ho stepped away from the cliff he had been scaling and stood on a winding pathway. He calmly waited for the creatures, his sword at his waist. Sky Wyvern LV-98, Sky Wyvern LV-100, Sky Wyvern LV-99, Sky Wyvern LV-100, and 1. The Sky Wyverns were mostly around level 100. It wasn't just their levels that posed a challenge. They were hybrid offshoots of dragons and flying creatures, giving them immense innate power from birth. As the wyverns finally caught sight of Su-ho, their reactions were instantaneous. CHRRK, for a moment the sky wyverns doubted their eyes. They knew there was an intruder in their territory, but to their surprise, the invader was a lone human. Worse, this person stood brazenly holding a measly sword, as if waiting for them to approach. It was almost laughable. Among all the intruders who had dared to set foot here, this one looked the most reckless and insignificant. Rather than being angry, the wyverns found it amusing. This fool was clearly a novice adventurer, someone who hadn't yet grasped how dangerous the world could be, and so the cunning wyverns decided to play with their prey. Like orcas toying with their meal before devouring it, they plotted to torment this intruder before finishing him off. The first move, knocking him off balance with powerful gusts from their wings. At their leader's signal, the sky wyverns shifted formation from a horizontal line to a vertical one. They approached Su-ho and suddenly shot upward, creating a massive vortex of wind around him. The intense currents shook the area, aiming to dislodge Su-ho, but when they looked back, they saw something they hadn't expected. The intruder hadn't budged. He stood firm, unfazed, and unwavering. Su-ho snorted, "Clever little creatures. Your patterns are so predictable." He anticipated that they'd attempt the same tactic again, angrier this time, but Su-ho had no intention of playing along. As the wyverns moved to generate another gust, Su-ho unsheathed his sword in a wide arc and unleashed a horizontal slash. Quick Draw activates. Shirk. A satisfying sensation of cutting through something tough ran through his blade. The Quick Draw activated, and Su-ho's crimson sword left a glowing red trail as it sliced deeply into the abdomen of one wyvern. It was a clean hit. Proof of this came in the form of blood splattering through the air. Kaiyurk, the leader wyvern, shrieked, both startled and enraged. Despite keeping its distance to avoid Su-ho's reach, the seemingly insignificant swordsman had used some strange sorcery to inflict damage. The leader decided to change tactics. The intruder was immune to their wind attacks, and the wyverns, known for their cunning, never let pride blind their judgment. Kaya, at the leader's command, the sky wyverns scattered and began circling Su-ho from a distance, pressing him with their sheer presence. The leader believed this would cause psychological pressure on their prey. At least that's what the wyvern assumed. Su-ho chuckled. Typical wyvern behavior. He had seen this kind of strategy countless times. Su-ho wasn't just familiar with Sky Mountain Gate information, wyverns in general always behaved this way. This was exactly why he had come alone. If the wyverns believed the intruder was alone, they would underestimate him and make tactical errors. The circling wyverns suddenly charged towards Su-ho all at once. Kaya! When they were almost upon him, all but one suddenly pulled back with powerful wing beats, leaving a single wyvern to lunge forward, a feint. The real attack would come from the final wyvern, but Su-ho wasn't fooled. Calmly waiting, he unleashed his blade the moment the last wyvern came within range. Quick draw activates, shrak. A crimson blade flashed, cutting deeply into the final wyvern. It was a devastating hit. The wyvern's body was left tattered, flesh and blood scattering into the air. However, it wasn't dead, just gravely wounded. It howled in pain. Kaya, the sky wyvern uses fear. Dragon blood activates. The immunity effect of dragon blood negates fear. Being a draconic subspecies, the wyvern's fear skill had no effect on Su-ho thanks to his dragon blood. Frustrated, the leader wyvern screeched, rallying its forces again. Time passed and the sky wyverns began to lose their will to fight. Dozens of attacks, each employing different tactics, had all failed. Even a desperate attempt to hurl massive boulders at Su-ho had been met with failure, as he simply sliced them apart with ease. To make matters worse, the reach of Su-ho's crimson blade seemed to be increasing with every strike. KRRRK, the leader wyvern, heavily injured and disheartened, finally made a decision. It gave the order to retreat, but just as they began to withdraw, Su-ho sprang into action. Leap activates, spear throw activates. With a powerful leap, Su-ho hurled a spear-like weapon with pinpoint accuracy. Crunch, the weapon pierced the leader wyvern's wing, sending it plummeting to the ground. CRRRK, desperately flapping its remaining wing, the wyvern tried to stay aloft but failed. As it shrank into the distance below, Su-ho smirked, "You're not going anywhere." With the leader incapacitated, the remaining wyverns scattered in panic. Su-ho, now alone, took a deep breath and prepared himself, entering the boss room. Crossing the threshold, the wind grew fiercer and the surrounding clouds became visibly thicker. This was the true domain of the skies. KRAAWRR, a thunderous roar shook the heavens. The Sky Wyvern King uses fear. Dragon blood activates. The immunity effect of dragon blood negates fear. The colossal presence of the Sky Wyvern King cast a shadow over Su-ho. Unlike its lesser kin, this wyvern was enormous, nearly dragon-like in size and stature. Sky Wyvern King LV-113, first time seeing one in person, Su-ho murmured, eyeing the massive creature's nameplate. It was the highest-level monster he had encountered so far. "Let's get started," Su-ho said, gripping his crimson blade tightly as he began scaling the cliff toward the king's nest. The Sky Wyvern King's piercing gaze followed his every move. Chapter 62, the Sky Wyvern King was dumbfounded. The invaders who came before had always gathered in large groups, bringing anyone and everyone they could muster. But this time there was only one. At first, the Wyvern King doubted its own eyes. What is this? Was this human underestimating me, or had he entered the wrong place by mistake? But that thought didn't last long. Kaijao, a high-pitched screech resounded from below. It was one of its subordinates. Ah, I see. This intruder hadn't come alone out of recklessness or by mistake. He was strong enough that even the lower-ranking wyverns couldn't deal with him. The proof lay in the fact that this human was unaffected by my fear. Interesting. Perhaps this might finally bring some excitement to the monotonous life of Sky Mountain. With that thought, the Sky Wyvern King began circling around Su-ho, watching him closely. Su-ho let out a quiet laugh at the display. How ridiculous! Even from its slow, deliberate flight, he could sense it. The wyvern was cautious, testing the waters. These were the most annoying kinds of opponents, those who weren't blinded by their power. Those who stayed calm and calculated, like a lion going all out to catch a mere rabbit. That's why Su-ho couldn't help but scoff. So what if you're cautious? You're just a flying lizard after all. Of course, it was true that this one was more troublesome than the others. Su-ho didn't yet have those skills, but so what? He hadn't needed those skills to rise to the top before. Determined, Su-ho began to move swiftly. His goal was the summit of Sky Mountain. He had to reach the nest and disturb it if he wanted to make the Wyvern King lose its composure. As Su-ho scaled the mountain at full speed, the Wyvern King stopped its slow circling and flapped its wings furiously. Kaijao. The Sky Wyvern King charged. It closed the distance to Su-ho in an instant and twisted its massive body, lashing its long tail like a whip. Boom, the tail strike smashed into the mountainside, sending debris flying everywhere. But Su-ho wasn't there. He had jumped away a split second before the tail struck, completely avoiding its trajectory. Heavy. Indeed, the Sky Wyvern King was on a different level from the creatures Su-ho had fought below. At least one fortunate thing was that Sky Mountain was sturdier than he had anticipated. Though debris flew and dust clouded the air, the surface of the mountain showed only minor cracks. So that's why they're comfortable going all out here. If the mountain had been fragile, even the wyvern would have to hold back its attacks. Su-ho resumed his climb without a second thought. Kaya. The Sky Wyvern King continued to attack relentlessly, using its fierce skill and physical strikes. Su-ho dodged what he could and counterattacked whenever the opportunity arose. Steel Cutter activates, Quick Draw activates, Leap activates. However, the Wyvern King's hide was tougher than expected, so tough that even Steel Cutter failed to penetrate deeply. HMPH, is the 40-level gap really that much? And yet Su-ho smiled. A sturdy opponent like this was perfect for honing his techniques. At least it was durable enough to withstand his relentless practice. He hoped it would endure for a while longer. He needed to master a particular skill in this gate. The Wyvern King switched tactics, sweeping its massive wings like claws to scrape the cliffside. But such attacks were futile. Whether the range was large or small, Su-ho could simply leap out of harm's way. Glad I invested in strength stats first. There was a reason Su-ho prioritized his strength stat. While it didn't directly boost his stamina, it greatly enhanced his destructive power, speed, and jump height. That's why he was able to execute such evasive maneuvers that others could only dream of. Eventually, the summit of Sky Mountain came into view. Kaya-uo, the Wyvern King let out a piercing screech and a system notification appeared. The Sky Wyvern King calls its subordinates. As expected, it must have realized it couldn't handle this alone. In response to its howl, silhouettes emerged from the clouds below, a swarm of sky wyverns. But among them, Su-ho noticed a familiar face. Huh, look at that. One of the wyverns had a wounded wing. The leader wyvern Su-ho had thought dead. Somehow it had survived and returned, not that it mattered. Even with its previous status, it was now just another grunt under the king's command. Su-ho wiped the blood off his sword and muttered, "That's quite the crowd you've gathered." There were dozens, far more than the initial group he had faced. And yet Su-ho smiled. These were perfect training dummies, just what he needed to refine his skills further. Instead of climbing the cliff, Su-ho stepped onto a wide ledge and prepared for the onslaught. Surely they wouldn't let him reach the nest unopposed. As if on cue, the Wyvern King roared and the wyverns swarmed towards Su-ho like moths to a flame. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike the cautious strategies of the leader wyvern, these wyverns, driven by fear of their king, threw themselves recklessly at Su-ho. They had no choice. Retreating meant certain death either way. Su-ho knew this and treated it like a game, cutting down each attacker as he dodged their assaults. After some time, a system message appeared. Your understanding of Leap has greatly increased. The system is re-evaluating your abilities. Congratulations, the skill Leap has been upgraded to S rank. Su-ho smiled. Finally, one of the skills he'd been aiming for, Leap. Rank S, mastery of jumping. Jump height increases by 500%. Gain 1 additional mid-air jump. A double jump, huh? Su-ho's grin widened. The upgraded Leap wasn't just helpful, it was game-changing, especially for aerial battles like this. Satisfied, Su-ho continued his ascent. When the wyverns closed in, he used his new skill, jumping once and then again mid-air. Leap activates again. Effortlessly leaping higher, Su-ho closed the distance to the Wyvern King. Its yellow reptilian eyes widened in shock as Su-ho's crimson blade extended toward it. Quick Draw activates. Slash. The blade tore into the Wyvern King's hide, drawing a pained roar from the beast. As Su-ho fell, wyverns swarmed toward him with jaws agape, but he wasn't worried. Blood Weapon activates. The crimson blade extended like a staff, piercing through several wyverns in a single motion. Using their impaled bodies as a platform, Su-ho leaped again, landing on the cliffside. With each strike, the wyverns hesitated more, and even the Wyvern King began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Su-ho dashed toward the summit. Once you hesitate, it's over. Ignoring the remaining wyverns, Su-ho sprinted straight to the peak. Boom, 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 the entire mountain trembled as a deafening roar echoed across the skies. A massive shadow loomed over Su-ho. Far larger than the Wyvern King, a colossal figure emerged. Sky Wyvern Queen LV-120, the Sky Wyvern Queen, the true ruler of Sky Mountain. Su-ho gripped his sword tightly, a grin spreading across his face. Finally, the real challenge awaited. Chapter 63, so the Queen has finally made her entrance. The reason the Union's advanced teams had never managed to conquer Sky Mountain. It wasn't just the mountain's formidable height or the swarming wyverns utilizing aerial tactics. It was because at the peak awaited the true ruler of the mountain, the Sky Wyvern Queen. Ku. The egg-laying Sky Wyvern Queen, due to her female characteristics, was far larger than the Sky Wyvern King. However, unlike the Wyvern King or the other wyverns, the queen could not fly, a small relief. Moreover, her primary instinct was to protect her eggs, which meant she would never leave the summit. As long as no one approached her nest, she wouldn't descend to lower altitudes. But get too close to the peak and the Wyvern King will go berserk. The protective instincts of a family's guardian, this was exactly what Su-ho aimed to exploit. The Wyvern Queen could wait, his immediate target was the Sky Wyvern King. Su-ho carefully calculated the distance at which the queen would not intervene and etched a line into the ground, a clear dead zone. With that, he turned his attention back to the Wyvern King and the remaining wyverns. Crash. The Sky Wyvern King charged aggressively, smashing into the ground where Su-ho had been standing moments before. As expected, the king had grown increasingly agitated and began attacking more recklessly. Su-ho welcomed this development. He continued slashing and leaping atop the wyverns, keeping them off balance. After some time, Su-ho thought they should be switching tactics soon. He had intentionally avoided killing the wyverns outright, inflicting only minor injuries to ensure they could still fight. Eventually, as he predicted, their attack patterns changed. Kyo, at the Wyvern King's command, the wyverns briefly retreated, only to reappear carrying massive boulders. The wyverns flew high before releasing their payloads, intending to crush Su-ho beneath the falling rocks. Su-ho smirked and gripped his sword. Quick draw activates, slash. He didn't use steel cutter. This time, it was all about precision with quick draw. His blade flashed horizontally and diagonally, slicing through the boulders with ease. The peak of Sky Mountain glowed faintly red from the light of Su-ho's strikes. Each swing of his blade left a luminous trail in the air, a mark of his refined skill. Suddenly, another howl echoed. The Sky Wyvern Queen begins rolling rocks. The howl came from the queen herself. Unable to remain passive, the Wyvern Queen had joined the fray. From the summit, she began rolling enormous boulders toward Su-ho, sending them crashing down in rapid succession. Watching the cascading rocks, Su-ho laughed once more. A more challenging environment was always welcome. It only brought him closer to his goal. Even now, he continued to rely solely on quick draw, slicing through the falling rocks with relentless precision. For a long while, the battle continued in a monotonous yet tense rhythm. Then, a shift occurred in the wyverns' behavior. They began dropping rocks from just beyond Su-ho's effective range, retreating quickly after each drop. But Su-ho didn't grow frustrated. He laughed instead. Even when his blade couldn't quite reach them, even when they resorted to hit-and-run tactics, he laughed. And then he swung again. Quick draw activates. The red arc of his blade slashed through the air, striking a retreating wyvern in the nose. The wyvern's snout burned with pain, a fresh wound dripping blood. Its comrades were equally shocked, wide-eyed and trembling. The distance had seemed safe. How had the attack reached? Su-ho's smirk deepened as he watched their confusion. The wyverns, wary of a repeat, moved farther back before attempting another attack. But as they released their boulders and turned to retreat, quick draw activates. Another flash of red and another wyvern's snout was slashed open. Kia, the wyverns began to panic. Why, how? Their calculations had been perfect, so why were they still getting hit? Despite their anger, none dared charge Su-ho directly. Even at a distance, he was terrifying. Just as the wyverns hesitated, another red flash lit the sky. One of the wyverns, maintaining a safe distance, suddenly had its neck cleanly severed. The wyverns froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. How? At this range, even quick draw shouldn't have been able to reach them. But this was no coincidence. Another wyvern fell, cleaved in two, and then another, and another. Every wyvern that remained at a distance met the same fate, cut down by Su-ho's relentless strikes. Kyo. The Sky Wyvern King roared, sensing the dire situation. It ordered its forces to retreat. The wyverns began soaring upward, desperately fleeing the battlefield, but even this was futile. Su-ho's crimson blade extended upward, cutting through the retreating wyverns like a relentless predator. For the first time since entering Sky Mountain, Su-ho's face lit up with genuine joy. Your understanding of swordsmanship is unparalleled. The system acknowledges your mastery of quick draw and grants it a higher rank. Congratulations, the skill quick draw has been upgraded to S rank. Your quick draw can now cut even the clouds in the sky. Swordsmanship awakens. The unnamed spirit within your sword acknowledges your growth and blesses you. You have acquired Hagongryu's second style, Cloud Cleaver S+. As a reward for your extraordinary achievement, you receive 10 bonus stat points. Su-ho grinned as he read the notifications flooding his vision. Finally, he had achieved the breakthrough he had been striving for. With Cloud Cleaver, long-range combat is no longer an issue. For most melee fighters, the inability to attack at range was their greatest weakness, but Su-ho had overcome this limitation by pushing his quick draw to its ultimate form. The ability to extend his blade's reach had become the cornerstone of his combat strategy. This was why he had chosen to conquer Sky Mountain alone. The remaining wyverns cowered, hesitant to approach. Even the Sky Wyvern King paused, its cautious gaze fixed on Su-ho. With his blade at his side, Su-ho took a deep breath. Cloud Cleaver activates. For a brief moment, his sword glowed crimson. The Sky Wyvern King narrowed its eyes, confused. What was this? Why was he swinging his sword at nothing? But then shrrk, the Sky Wyvern King's face split in two. The slash extended down its neck and across its chest, bisecting its massive body. The The wyverns were paralyzed with shock. Even at this impossible height where no sword should have been able to reach, Su-ho's blade had struck. As the Sky Wyvern King's body fell, Su-ho's blade sliced cleanly through the clouds behind it, revealing a patch of clear blue sky. You have slain the leader wyvern. Su-ho lowered his sword, his gaze turning toward the summit where the Sky Wyvern Queen awaited. It was time to face the true ruler of Sky Mountain. Chapter 64. Su-ho's mastery of Cloud Cleaver turned what had been repetitive training into a one-sided massacre. You have slain a Sky Wyvern. 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 With each swing of his blade, wyverns fell no matter how far they were. The only way they could survive was to flee in a completely different direction. When the slaughter finally ended, Su-ho reached the summit. Kai-ho, the enraged Sky Wyvern Queen roars. The queen's anguished cries echoed across the peak. She had lost her mate and all her subordinates before her very eyes. Her fury was inevitable. But Su-ho felt no sympathy for her rage or grief. His focus lay solely on the cave nest behind her. Inside, Su-ho could see freshly laid, unhatched wyvern eggs. Gripping his sword, he muttered, "Let's finish this quickly." Then he charged toward the Sky Wyvern Queen. You have slain the Sky Wyvern Queen. The gate has been cleared. The MVP of the gate conquest is Ahn Su-ho. MVP bonus experience points awarded. MVP bonus stat awarded +1. Level up. All stats increased by 1. Bonus stat awarded +1. The moment the Sky Wyvern Queen's head fell, a cascade of system notifications appeared. Su-ho glanced through them, unsurprised. No additional perks this time, huh? By now, he was used to receiving bonus stats, and without any monumental achievements, the rewards felt a bit underwhelming. Still, it was fine. After all, he had accomplished his primary goal, mastering Cloud Cleaver. Distributing his bonus stat points into strength as always, Su-ho updated his status window. Ahn Su-ho. Level 73 class. Healer trait, New Blood Strength R, 80 Stamina R, 35 Magic R, 35 Perception R, 35 Bonus Stats, 0 Level 73. Gaining 3 levels in Sky Mountain was respectable progress. My strength stats already at 80, not long until the next rank. Closing the status window, Su-ho stepped past the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse and entered the cave nest. The interior was vast and deep. It had to be to accommodate the queen's massive size. Yet the eggs she had laid were relatively ordinary, only slightly larger than ostrich eggs. Counting them, Su-ho noted there were 12 in total. The Union's advanced team had reported seeing 6 eggs. After a brief moment of thought, Su-ho stored 2 of the eggs in his spatial storage and placed the remaining 10 in his inventory. As he approached the portal at the summit's edge, Su-ho abruptly stopped and turned back. Oh, almost forgot about that. He had been so focused on collecting the eggs that he nearly overlooked the queen's corpse. Monster corpses were valuable for their materials, and the Sky Wyvern Queen's body was no exception. At her level, her remains would fetch a high price, but Su-ho wasn't particularly interested in crafting items or earning money. Instead, he summoned Shadow Spear and drove it into the queen's shadow. Shadow Spear reacts to the Sky Wyvern Queen's shadow. Shadow Spear absorbs the Sky Wyvern Queen's shadow. Shadow Spear is enhanced. Su-ho wasn't collecting the queen's corpse for profit, it was all for Shadow Spear. The shadow of a powerful monster provided the perfect nourishment for his weapon. When the spear finished consuming the shadow, another notification appeared. Shadow Spear has fully absorbed the Sky Wyvern Queen's shadow. For a brief moment, Shadow Spear glowed faintly before returning to its normal state. Looks like it just needs one more big meal to evolve, Su-ho noted, having observed the weapon's near transformation. With the queen's corpse fully consumed, nothing remained but to exit the gate. Outside Sky Mountain Gate, what the? No way. Is the gate collapsing? Don't tell me. He cleared it, unbelievable. As the gate trembled, Union members stationed outside began murmuring in disbelief. When the gate line vanished completely, their astonishment turned to awe. Wow, so this is the Sword God. His title isn't just for show. I honestly thought the rumors about him clearing sealed gates were exaggerated. This is insane. Among the onlookers were several hunters who had previously failed to clear Sky Mountain. No one could doubt Su-ho's success now. Kim Soo-won, a Union officer, was especially impressed. To think he actually did it. Kim Soo-won had first-hand experience of how difficult the gate was. Even with a full raid team, success was never guaranteed. Yet Su-ho had cleared it solo, not even level 100 and a healer at that. Next to him, Choi-yoon smirked. He cleared it? Yeah, he did. Impressive, right? Sure is, but why do you look so pleased? Me? Oh, no reason, must be your imagination. It wasn't her imagination. For some reason, Choi-yoon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in Su-ho's accomplishment. Soon, a figure emerged from the gate portal. It was Su-ho. The surrounding hunters quietly murmured in admiration but didn't approach him. Their professionalism kept them from behaving like starstruck fans. Only Kim Soo-won and Choi-yoon stepped forward to greet him. Congratulations, Hunter Ahn Su-ho, you've successfully conquered Sky Mountain Gate on your own. Yeah, congratulations, Su-ho responded with humility. It was just a job anyway here. He retrieved the 10 wyvern eggs from his inventory and handed them to Kim Soo-won. Kim's eyes widened in shock. 10 eggs, there were that many. I took everything I could find. Unfortunately, the king and queen's bodies fell off the mountain during the fight, so I couldn't recover them. No problem at all. We didn't expect to get the bodies anyway, but 10 eggs. That's incredible. Kim Soo-won was genuinely impressed, not just by Suho's ability to clear the gate but also by his honesty. Suho could have kept several eggs for himself, but he brought them all back as promised. After a moment's hesitation, Kim Soo-won asked cautiously, may I ask you one question? What is it? How did you deal with the wyverns? Did you cut them all down with your sword? Kim's curiosity was genuine, stemming from both admiration and professional interest. Suho chuckled softly and replied, yes, I cut them all down. All of them? Yes. Wow, Kim Soo-won was left speechless with awe. After finishing his conversation, Suho walked toward the car with Choi Yoon. Is that enough for you now? Suho asked. Of course, you not only cleared the gate but brought back 10 eggs, that's more than enough. Suho continued, so as agreed, I'll get unrestricted access to the largest property in Qingdam. Of course. Our boss always keeps their word. When do you want to move in? Today? Oh, and one more thing. What is it? Suho handed her a document from his inventory. There's a patient named Nam Hae-won at Yeongjungpo Rehabilitation Center. Find out everything about them. This person, is that the engineer you mentioned earlier? Do I need to explain everything when I make a request? Fine, fine. But don't you think we're close enough for a little chit-chat? No. Despite her grumbling, Choi Yoon agreed to his request. A short while later, Suho received confirmation that both the Qingdam property and Nam Hae-won's information were ready. As he reviewed the data on Nam Hae-won, Suho smirked. Easier to recruit than I expected. With his new plans in mind, Suho turned his car toward Yeongjungpo. Chapter 65. Upon arriving in Yeongjungpo, Suho followed the directions from his phone to an old villa. Another semi-basement, huh? In both the past and present, semi-basement apartments symbolized poverty. Shaking his head, Suho stood before the single semi-basement unit in the building and pressed the doorbell. No sound. Broken? He knocked instead. Thud, 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 still no response. Knocking again, he called out. Nam Hae-won, are you home? Silence. No one's home. No, that wasn't right. According to Nam Hae-won's schedule, he should have left the rehab center and returned home by now. Despite being a drug addict, Nam Hae-won was surprisingly punctual. He was genuinely trying to quit and attended the rehabilitation center regularly. Realizing something was off, Suho activated a skill. Magic detection activated. As the skill took effect, Suho sensed the surrounding mana. Then with a faint smirk, he noticed something. A dense concentration of mana lay beyond the door. I knew it. Nam Hae-won wasn't absent. He was deliberately keeping quiet, hiding inside. Focusing further, Suho discerned the presence of multiple signatures. 1, 2, 3, 4 people total, 3 uninvited guests. Suho gripped the doorknob, an old lock-in key mechanism rather than an electronic one. With a sharp tug, crack, the knob broke off in his hand. With Suho's strength nearing the orange rank, a standard lock posed no challenge. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled Nam Hae-won pinned beneath a burly man while 2 others stood nearby. Sigh, Suho exhaled heavily at the sight. Before he could speak, one of the standing men barked at him. Who the hell are you? What's it to you? What did you say, punk? Shut up. Calmly stepping forward, Suho closed the distance. One of the men moved to block his path only to be met with a slap, smack, thud. The man dropped instantly, sprawling across the floor. His companions' faces froze in shock. Ignoring their reactions, Suho turned to the next man. Your turn. Why, you bastard? Another slap rang out, smack, crash. Suho didn't bother with weapons or fists. Slaps sufficed. Most thugs couldn't stay conscious after just one. With the second man down, Suho shifted his attention to the leader, still sitting on Nam Hae-won. The leader sneered, seemingly unfazed. Dusting himself off, he rose slowly, adjusting his jacket. Where the hell are you from? Smack, crash. This time Suho hit harder. The leader flew back, crashing into the wall. Oops, maybe that was too much. Checking for a pulse, Suho confirmed the man was still breathing. Satisfied, he turned to Nam Hae-won, who remained crouched on the floor. The room was a mess. Scattered trash, pill bottles, and several used syringes lay amidst the chaos. Suho picked up one of the syringes, noting it was still damp, as if it had been used moments ago. This is a drug needle, no doubt about it. Inspecting Nam Hae-won's arm and legs, Suho spotted fresh injection marks. His expression darkened. Bastards. The thugs hadn't just restrained Nam Hae-won, they'd forcibly injected him with drugs. Suho gently laid the man flat and activated a healing skill. Recovery activated. Bright light enveloped Nam Hae-won as mana surged into his body. Recovery was typically localized, but Suho had learned from Isabella that pouring in mana could expand its range. Information is still information. Pouring mana into the spell, Su-ho worked until Nam Haewon stirred. Nam Haewon, can you hear me? Where? Am I? You're at home in your apartment. His eyes widened briefly before panic set in. Those people, where are they? Glancing at the unconscious thug, Su-ho gestured with his chin. Nam Haewon gasped in shock. What happened to them? They weren't cooperative, so I handled it, but about those syringes, looks like someone injected you with drugs. Nam Haewon frantically shook his head, tears welling up. No, it wasn't me. I didn't want this, they forced it on me, I swear, please believe me. Seeing his tearful outburst, Su-ho pitied the man. Nam Haewon's story was true, Su-ho knew it from future records. In a famous interview years later, after gaining renown as a blacksmith, Nam Haewon had revealed how the Changshik gang had forcibly addicted him to drugs. To calm him, Su-ho used the Ring of Emotions. The Ring of Emotions reacts to the target's strongest emotion, black, absorbing the target's emotion. A black mist rose from Nam Haewon, dissipating into the ring. His trembling subsided, his breathing steadied. Su-ho spoke softly. Feeling better now? Nam Haewon nodded weakly. Good, I believe you. Those guys were with the Changshik gang, right? I know them well. They force drugs on people to extort money and abilities. The Changshik gang? Yeah, that's their name. Scum like them always get what's coming. Nam Haewon managed a shaky nod. Su-ho continued, you're attending a rehab center, right? Don't worry, what they did to you is a serious crime. I'll make sure they're dealt with. Really, thank you. Thank you so much, Nam Haewon bowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Su-ho stood and offered him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I'll check back on you soon. For now, take care of yourself, all right. Activating recovery once more, Su-ho ensured no lingering drug effects remained. Nam Haewon gazed at him in awe. You're a healer? That's right. After wrapping up the healing session, Su-ho rose to leave. Wait, who are you? Can I know your name? Su-ho smiled. I'm Ahn Su-ho, just a hunter. As Su-ho left, realization dawned on Nam Haewon. Ahn Su-ho, could it be that Ahn Su-ho? His jaw dropped in disbelief. At the Changshik gang's hideout, Su-ho stood outside a dilapidated building in Mullidong. The gang's HQ doubled as a front for illegal activities. The building's sign read Golden Maiden Hand. Su-ho clicked his tongue. Such a pretentious name for a bunch of thugs. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Su-ho encountered a lone guard lounging near the entrance. The man squinted at him. Who the hell are you? Su-ho replied flatly. Where's Changshik? What? I'm asking where your boss is, idiot. The thug's eyes narrowed. Wait, you're Ahn Su-ho, aren't you? Smack, crash, the guard slumped unconscious. Su-ho stepped over him, heading upstairs. Recognizing me won't save you. Ahn Su-ho advanced toward the heart of the Changshik gang's territory. Chapter 66, nothing changed after that. Slap, crash, slap, crash, slap, crash. Every single thug fell after just one slap. At some point, they recognized Su-ho and avoided approaching him altogether. It was almost laughable. The Changshik gang was a criminal organization where more than 80% of its members were awakened individuals. Despite the severe punishments for organized crime in Korea, the fact that gangs still existed in this era was evidence of the country's deteriorating public security. Moving smoothly through the gang members, Su-ho arrived on the third floor. When he opened the door, I am Changshik, the gang's boss, was already seated, frowning as though he'd been informed of the commotion earlier. Upon seeing him, Su-ho chuckled. What a joke. Despite all the chaos, the man still sat there like that. I am Changshik raised his voice, sensing the absurdity in Su-ho's chuckle. Ahn Su-ho, Hunter, what on earth are you doing all of a sudden? All of a sudden. You started this, remember. What are you talking about? Still playing dumb? What dumb act? You messed with Nam Haewon first, I just met him earlier. Are you seriously going to feign ignorance until the end? Nam Haewon, as I am Changshik, feigned ignorance, one of his subordinates quickly whispered into his ear, briefing him. His frown deepened as he responded. What about him? What about him? You turned my closest friend into that, and you have the nerve to ask what about him? Friend. The word seemed to shock not only I am Changshik but also the surrounding gang members, their eyes widening in disbelief. Finally understanding the gravity of the situation, I am Changshik stood and motioned for his subordinates to leave. When they hesitated, he shouted, Get out, you idiots! Why yes, boss. The thugs scrambled to leave, how pitiful. They couldn't even stand up to him, yet now they pretended to act tough. Once the room cleared, I am Changshik adjusted his tone. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Let's sit and talk this out. Misunderstanding? Yes, a misunderstanding. Do you truly believe that? As Su-ho stepped closer, I am Changshik hastily issued a warning. I'm warning you, if you lay a hand on me, I'll call the police. What nonsense. Slap, crash, I am Changshik flew to the floor. Did he just mention the police? From a gang leader's mouth. More surprising, however, was that I am Changshik didn't pass out from the slap. Blood dripped from his mouth as Su-ho grinned. Not bad, you're the boss after all, didn't faint in one hit. I'll never let this. Never let what? Let's see how long you can keep saying that. Su-ho clenched his fist. As I am Changshik tried to push himself up against the wall, Su-ho's fist came crashing down on his head like a hammer. Thud, a heavy sound, and then thump. I am Changshik finally passed out. Su-ho grabbed the unconscious man by the collar, dragged him across the floor, and opened the dimensional pocket. He tossed him inside and shut the door. You've been on my list for a while. Enjoy. Changshik Gang's true nature. The Changshik Gang wasn't just a small-time organization. They had grown into a pseudo-corporate syndicate, operating like a guild-style mafia. Despite their growth, they had evaded legal consequences through cunning tactics, creating numerous victims until Su-ho stepped in to put an end to it. I Am Changshik was nothing short of a cancerous tumor to society. That's why Su-ho didn't intend to simply slap him around and leave. This time, he wanted to deliver a real punishment. After securing I Am Changshik, Su-ho glanced around and picked up the nameplate on the boss's desk. He flung it out the window. Crash, what's going on? Boss. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, the gang members rushed back. Su-ho smirked as he addressed them. Your boss ran away. What? He bolted. Can't you tell? Pointing to the chaos around the room and the shattered windows, Su-ho's words left the gang confused. They were on the third floor, but I Am Changshik was a near-level 100 hunter. Escaping from this height was entirely plausible. Even so, a few of the gang members peered out the window to check, as if you'd see him. Of course, I Am Changshik wasn't there. Su-ho, seeing their hesitation, added with a threatening tone. What now? What do you mean, what now? Your leader's gone. What are you going to do? I'm dismantling this place, so who wants to get tangled up and end up in Chingoke prison? See Chingoke, you mean. Next to Chingsong, you know your geography. I've mentioned in interviews that my goal is the Great Hunters Association. I'm still in contact with them, so if you don't want to be dragged to prison with your boss, leave everything behind and disappear. Otherwise, I'll personally ensure you all rot in Chingoke. The threat sent chills down their spines. Su-ho was half bluffing, no, about 80% serious. With the help of his senior, Pai Seongyol, it wasn't an impossible feat. As the gang members exchanged nervous glances, they began retreating one by one. Su-ho clicked his tongue. Typical thugs, no loyalty whatsoever, listen up. If even a single document goes missing, I'll hunt each of you down myself. Leave empty-handed if you want to live. The gang members fled, scattering like cockroaches. Good, run far and wide, scatter like the pests you are. The hidden vaults. Once the building was emptied, Su-ho destroyed the CCTV systems and computer storage devices. Activating mana detection, he scoured the building. Mana detection activated. Though the building was supposedly empty, Su-ho sensed mana sources on the second and third floors. Uncovering hidden compartments, he found mana-operated dimensional safes. Predictable, inside were likely records of their shady dealings. Inspecting the third-floor safe first, Su-ho realized it was a top-tier product, operable only by the registered user's mana. Even with Su-ho's current strength, destroying it was impossible, but he wasn't worried. As long as it was metal, Su-ho had a universal cheat key. Bulgasari, Bulbul, a massive mana condensed in the air, and Bulgasari appeared. The creature, now the size of a small dog, was set to this compact form by default. Pointing at the safe, Su-ho asked, "Think you can just take off the door?" Bulbul, confidently, the Bulgasari bit into the safe like it was made of tofu. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The gnawing was loud but effective. Soon, Su-ho was able to access the safe's contents. It was filled with important documents, gold bars, and stacks of cash, assets likely hidden in anticipation of their accounts being frozen. Among the records, one caught Su-ho's attention, a ledger specifically tracking individuals like Nam Haewon. Su-ho's brow furrowed as he read, disgusting. The Changshik Gang's operations were rooted in loan sharking. Initially, they targeted regular citizens, gradually amassing power by recruiting hunters and exploiting awakened individuals. With hunters yielding greater profits, they eventually escalated their operations to include drug addiction schemes, deliberately hooking victims to drain them dry, what they referred to as addiction work. Resistance was futile for their victims. Whether willingly or not, once someone used drugs, they became a criminal under the law. Modern drugs, especially those tailored for players, were far stronger than ordinary narcotics, leaving victims with no choice but to succumb. Thinking back, Nam Haewon was a rare exception. Nam Haewon's escape from their clutches had only been possible due to his unique traits. After tossing the ledger into his inventory, Su-ho headed down to the second floor and opened the other safe. Inside, he found drugs, the gang's operational funds, and illegal weapons. He collected everything before handing the remaining safes to Bulgasari. Have at it. Bulbul. Bulgasari eagerly devoured the safes while Su-ho activated his skill. Entering Dimensional Pocket House, inside the Dimensional Pocket smack, ugh, the sound of a powerful slap snapped I Am Changshik back to consciousness. Where am I? His vision cleared, revealing Su-ho standing before him. I Am Changshik scrambled to his feet in shock. Why you? What's the plan? You just going to lounge around all day? What, you knocked me out, didn't you? And what do you mean? And before I Am Changshik could continue, Su-ho's fist collided with his face. Crunch, the blow was brutal. I Am Changshik clutched his face, groaning as he collapsed to the ground. Ag, just one punch, but it was enough to break his nose and knock out several teeth. It wasn't surprising, Su-ho's strength stat was nearing the red level threshold. Su-ho smiled coldly. You've been kidnapped. What? This place is my domain, no one else can enter. Consider it the perfect environment for you to reflect on your actions. What are you? Without another word, Su-ho grabbed his arm and pulled out a syringe. The contents. The drugs Su-ho had confiscated earlier, the same ones used to addict victims like Nam Hae-won. I am Changshik's eyes widened in terror. Wait, shut up. Arg, Su-ho twisted his arm, immobilizing him as he calmly injected the drug. 2 doses? Given I'm Changshik's nearing 1-star rank as a hunter, 1 injection wouldn't have been enough. The effects were immediate. I am Changshik flailed wildly, his limbs convulsing as the drug coursed through his veins. His body eventually stiffened, his mouth producing guttural sounds. Ugh, the drug called illusion had taken hold. That's right, Su-ho said coldly, the same illusion you distributed. Let's see how you handle it. As the drug's effects intensified, Su-ho laid several more syringes filled with illusion in front of him. You won't resist, will you? After all, this is your product. Leaving I am Changshik to his torment, Su-ho exited the dimensional pocket. I am Changshik would suffer for days, perhaps weeks. He would endure the worst withdrawal symptoms imaginable while simultaneously experiencing the most euphoric highs. As an elite gangster, I am Changshik had prided himself on never using the drugs he peddled, not even cigarettes. But now he would experience firsthand the hell he had inflicted on others. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was the first punishment Su-ho would deliver to I am Changshik. Chapter 67. When Su-ho exited the dimensional pocket house, the Changshik gang's building was completely empty. Naturally, after the chaos he'd caused, no idiot would linger around the area. Instead, Bulgasari sat nearby, patting its bloated belly after finishing its meal. You done eating? Bulbul, go back and rest. Bulbul. Su-ho dismissed Bulgasari and contacted the Banshees, summoning them to Yeondyungpo. He had work for them. After finishing the call, Su-ho headed back to Nam Hae-won's house. Nam Hae-won. When Su-ho knocked, Nam Hae-won opened the door. Oh, you're here, he greeted Su-ho with a forced smile, wrapped tightly in a blanket like someone suffering from chills. It was withdrawal symptoms from illusion. Well, it's not like he only took it once or twice. Recovery may have been excellent for treating illnesses, but drug addiction required long-term care. Even the best healing skills weren't miracle cures capable of fixing everything in one go. Maybe higher-level skills could do it, but only specialized healers like Isabella could achieve such results. You seem to be experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms. Let me help, come in. Ah, thank you. Inside, the gangsters were nowhere to be seen. After learning that the infamous hunter Ahn Su-ho had dealt with them and discovering their headquarters had fallen, they had already fled. Su-ho sat Nam Hae-won down and activated his skills and items. Combined healing, the ring of emotions reacts to the target's strongest emotion. The emotion detected is black, absorbing the target's emotions. Recovery activated. A radiant light enveloped Nam Hae-won. His trembling ceased and his expression relaxed significantly. Using both the ring of emotions and recovery simultaneously, Su-ho couldn't help but marvel at the synergy. The combination of the ring of emotions and recovery is absurdly powerful. Recovery healed physical wounds, but couldn't provide mental stability. Mental stabilizing skills were rare and typically only unlocked at very high levels. Su-ho recalled only a handful of healers ever mastering such skills. Most healers don't specialize in pure healing. For survival, many opted to become hybrids after leveling up. Late-game gates were akin to walking on thin ice, making pure healers like Isabella exceedingly rare. Well, Isabella was a specialized healer trained openly in Russia, so that's a unique case. Once Nam Hae-won was completely calm, Su-ho ended the recovery. Are you feeling better? Yes, much better. Thank you so much, Hunter Ahn Su-ho. You recognize me now? Haha, I was too out of it earlier, I apologize. No need to apologize. Here, Su-ho pulled a document from his inventory and handed it to Nam Hae-won. It was one of the debt contracts he had found in the Changshik gang's headquarters. I just disbanded the Changshik gang. I found this among their records. Disbanded? Yes, disbanded. I can't believe it. Nam Hae-won stared at the document in disbelief, his hands trembling despite the completed treatment. Su-ho continued explaining. The amount you borrowed wasn't much, but the interest rates were insane. No wonder the interest kept consuming the principal and spiraling out of control. Despite that, you were paying it back diligently. That's probably why they resorted to injecting you with drugs to keep you under their thumb. That's right. Because of my personal trait, I could somehow keep paying off the debt. But that only made them keep me around longer, using drugs to trap me. They're truly, truly evil people. As he spoke, Nam Hae-won's voice cracked and tears began streaming down his face. It was only natural. Before Su-ho appeared, his life had been nothing short of hell. Sobbing, Nam Hae-won continued. Hunter, do you know how hard I tried? I went to detox centers and even secretly made antidotes and neutralizers to counteract the drugs. But every time they found me and forced the drugs back into me. His efforts had been immense. He'd used his personal trait to create neutralizers in secret and sought help from detox programs, but the gang's overwhelming numbers made resistance futile. The police and the association offered no help. They're all the same, just as evil as the gangsters. Nam Haewon wasn't naive. He had sought help from both the police and the association, but his cries for help, those of a drug addict with a history of debt, fell on deaf ears. In modern Korea, where areas like Yeongjungpo had turned into slums, pleas from its residents were routinely ignored. Everyone's too busy passing the buck. The police claimed they couldn't handle awakened individuals. The association blamed a lack of manpower. Su-ho resolved once again to join the association and enact internal reforms. You've endured so much, but because you did, I was able to find you and help. Thank you for holding on. Thank you so much. Nam Haewon cried openly, and Su-ho let him release his pent-up anguish. Though Su-ho could have used the ring of emotions to calm him, he refrained. He didn't see Nam Haewon as a task to be completed, but as a fellow human being. Once Nam Haewon had calmed down and wiped his tears, he hesitantly asked, "If I may ask, why did you attack the Changshik gang so suddenly?" Su-ho replied matter-of-factly. "I happened to meet another victim recently, and that's how I learned about the Changshik gang. I couldn't ignore it once I knew. Also, I'll be joining the Great Hunters Association soon. Think of this as me tackling the job a bit early." "I see," Nam Haewon chuckled awkwardly, still embarrassed about his earlier resentment toward the association. Su-ho changed the subject to lighten the mood. "By the way, I have a proposal for you." "A proposal?" Nam Haewon tensed slightly. Even though Su-ho was his savior, the Changshik gang had also targeted him because of his personal trait. Su-ho asked, "Your personal trait? It's synthesis, correct? Synthesis, a rare ability, perhaps even rarer than digitization. While there were two known users of digitization, Nam Haewon was the only one with synthesis. People had dubbed him Mix-Smith, a nickname reflecting his ability to combine materials to create something entirely new. That was why he was known as a blacksmith. Su-ho had no intention of letting him go. Unlike synthesis skills that required precise recipes, Nam Haewon's trait ensured no failures. "Yes, that's correct. I can combine two materials to create a single item with harmonized properties. In that case, I'd like to formally hire you. As I mentioned earlier, I encountered many victims of the Changshik gang. I can't care for them all alone." "What do you mean? You mentioned making antidotes and neutralizers, right? How about using this opportunity to create a proper drug neutralizer? It would help me assist people more effectively. Of course, I'll compensate you fairly. For instance, I'll personally treat your withdrawal symptoms in a safe house far from places like Yeongjungpo." Nam Haewon's mouth dropped open. He understood the value of having a healer like Su-ho, let alone one personally providing treatment. Is this man an angel? Even now, Su-ho wasn't boasting or demanding gratitude. He was offering a fair deal to help others. Overwhelmed, Nam Haewon eventually stammered, I'll do it, please hire me. I'm glad to hear that, let's work together." Thus, Su-ho successfully recruited Nam Haewon, a future member of the Banshees. "I'll start him with neutralizers and gradually train him as Mix-Smith." Nam Haewon wasn't just talented, he was destined to succeed. A year from now, he would develop a powerful neutralizer, cure himself of withdrawal, and completely escape the Changshik gang. Just then, Su-ho's phone buzzed. "Hyung-nim, I've arrived at the address you mentioned," came Seok-won's voice. "I'll be right down." The Banshees had arrived. Su-ho went downstairs with Nam Haewon and began distributing the documents from the Changshik gang to the Banshees. He also explained the situation. "You don't need to worry anymore, you won't have to live in fear. Also, make sure you keep track of their whereabouts. I'll be providing regular deliveries of drug neutralizers for them." "Understood, Hyung?" Seok-won, one of the Banshees, asked. "Hyung, if we're doing this, wouldn't it be simpler to use my abilities and handle this remotely? Why do we need to meet in person?" While it made sense in terms of efficiency, Su-ho shook his head. "It's not just about being a victim. These people are drug addicts and victims of illegal loans. Some of them don't have phones and some are hiding from the Changshik gang. That's why we need to meet them in person and reassure them. If necessary, I'll use Nexus's name to assure them, and I'll make sure the guild knows what's happening." I see now, sorry about that. It's fine, just make sure to get moving." The Banshees quickly scattered to complete their tasks. Su-ho then turned to Nam Haewon. "Let's go, I'll drive you to a safe place." Okay." Su-ho led Nam Haewon to the car, heading toward Cheongdam-gyeok, where they would begin his new life and work. Chapter 68. Wow, Cheongdam-gyeok, the safe house. This place was a luxurious single-family house in Cheongdam-dong, and true to its status as the highest-grade safe house owned by the Union, everything about it was incredible. The three-story house might even surpass the Kaiser Cheongdam in terms of size and quality. and they even have management staff waiting nearby to respond within minutes of a call. Su-ho had only heard about this place, but seeing it in person was beyond his imagination. Everything was beyond expectation, but he couldn't let his astonishment show in front of Nam Haewon, so he acted naturally. You can choose a comfortable room to stay in, and for the laboratory, you'll use the one on the third floor. For materials needed for your research, you can order them through a shopping service. Thank you. Su-ho had already received information about the house on his phone, so he knew its layout well. After sending Nam Haewon a guide for the guest house, Su-ho got ready to head to the Nexus headquarters. Now that he had secured Nam Haewon, it was time to handle some business with Nexus. But just then, his phone rang. It was Jo Jin Hwi. Su-ho couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Jo Jin Hwi's name on the screen. Perfect timing. He had been planning to contact Jo Jin Hwi soon anyway, and here he was calling first. The man really had a knack for timing. Su-ho happily answered the call. Hello, Hunter Ahn, what are you up to? I was just about to head to Nexus. Why Nexus? Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you, and this is a good opportunity. To me? Yes, I had an encounter earlier today. Su-ho briefly explained the situation with Nam Haewon and the Changshik gang. Jo Jin Hwi listened casually at first, but soon adjusted his posture, placing the phone on his shoulder and typing on his laptop. I see. Wow, a pure exclamation of admiration. It was understandable. Su-ho had gone into the heart of a gangster's den, knocked out thugs, and dismantled the entire organization. Who wouldn't be impressed, especially considering it had all taken place in one of Seoul's most notorious slums, Yeongyungpo. After finishing his typing, Jo Jin Hwi leaned back in his chair and spoke. By the way, based on what you're telling me, it seems like you want this incident to be covered in the media. What focus should we take? The incompetence of the police and the Great Hunters Association should be the focus. Nam Haewon kept reaching out for help, but both organizations ignored him. The police, sure, but the Great Hunters Association too, Jo Jin Hwi asked with some surprise. It made sense for him to be confused. The police had no direct connection with Su-ho, but the Great Hunters Association was the very organization Su-ho was about to join. But Su-ho brushed it off, speaking nonchalantly. I have no reason to cover for the organization I'm joining. If something is wrong, it should be criticized. That way they'll learn not to do it again. Haha, well, government organizations won't change just because they're criticized, but it's definitely something we can stir up. If that's your aim, what do you mean? Publishing just 1 or 2 short articles about this incident won't have much impact, so how about we make it a special feature? We'll start by showcasing the reality of Yeongyungpo's slums, highlighting the Changshik gang which has been consuming the area. Then, when we find out that the gang was dismantled, we'll reveal Su-ho's involvement. We'll grab attention that way, Su-ho laughed. Jo Jin Hwi really knew how to read the situation. This was exactly the kind of media coverage Su-ho was aiming for, but asking for it outright would be a bit awkward. Fortunately, Jo Jin Hwi, with his sharp sense, knew exactly what Su-ho wanted. You're making it sound like I planned this from the start, Su-ho said humbly. Oh, you're always so modest. A modest guy like you called me even before tackling the Tower of Challenges. Haha, that's true. Alright, I'll try building up some momentum. A special feature in parts 3 to 4 should get some reactions. I'll contact you once the draft is ready. I'd really appreciate that. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, because of this incident, I plan to assist with the rehabilitation of the drug victims affected by the Changshik gang. Oh, that'll give us even more material. And it'll improve Nexus's image as well. Was this your plan too? Haha, it's just that Nexus is a guild I trust, so I wanted to help. Haha, I got it. But now that I have some free time, I was thinking of having a meal with you, but looks like things are getting busy again. We'll have dinner another time. Actually, I think I'll have a housewarming soon. Huh, so sudden. I'm going to miss the smell of people around here. It was nice having some human presence. Did you really get a chance to enjoy it? You barely even showed your face. Haha, I guess you're right. Alright, where is your new place? Close to your place, actually. It's not far, so feel free to drop by later. Got it, I'll visit. Su-ho ended the call and happily hopped into his car. Vroom. His car headed for the Nexus headquarters. At the Nexus headquarters, the Changshik gang, yes, their name is Golden Maiden Hand, and they are a criminal gang operating in Yeongyungpo. Su-ho explained to Bae Dong-hyuk about Nam Haewon and the Changshik gang. The main reason he was telling Bae Dong-hyuk was to bring Nam Haewon into Nexus and officially recruit him as a Banshee member. The second reason was to involve Nexus in assisting the drug victims of the Changshik gang, thus improving Nexus's public image. Good intentions are useless if no one acknowledges them. In life, working like a bear is fine, but the more successful path is being a fox who knows how to show off their efforts. Su-ho wanted Nexus to be that kind of fox, a trusted and loved one by the public. As he mentioned Jo Jin Hwi's special article, Bae Dong-hyuk chuckled. Haha, seems like you've got it all planned out, Hunter. Of course, if you're laying the groundwork like this, we should definitely support you. It'd be foolish not to. If you give us the list, we'll take care of it. Thanks. But are you really going to make the neutralizers yourself? That's not an easy task. It's fine, Nam Haewon is already working on it and soon he'll have a decent neutralizer, so, of course, as long as the performance is solid we'll buy all of it and use it to help people. Thanks, Bae Dong-hyuk gave his approval. Suho knew that soon Nam Haewon would create an excellent neutralizer. Nam Haewon had already been using his personal trait to create neutralizers and detoxify himself. Suho had requested Nexus to buy those neutralizers so that Nam Haewon could benefit significantly. It's a win-win situation where I don't even need to spend my own money. Bae Dong-hyuk spoke up again. By the way, it seems like Jo Jin Hwi picked the perfect timing. From what you're saying, it sounds like the article will come out after you've joined the Great Hunters Association. That's perfect timing for the spotlight on you. I wasn't planning on that, but it does look like that's how it'll play out. Haha, in that case, once the article comes out, the Great Hunters Association will owe you one. It was true. The article would criticize the police and the association as a whole. And if Suho's accomplishments were highlighted, the association could use that opportunity to improve their image. Suho shook Bae Dong-hyuk's hand with a smile and left the headquarters. Before heading back to Cheongdam-gyeok, he activated his skill, entering Dimensional Pocket House. Inside the Dimensional Pocket, chaos awaited. What a mess! Everywhere there were signs of destruction. Changshik had gone wild, unable to endure his withdrawal symptoms. Bloodstains were smeared on the walls and floors where he had scratched or headbutted in a desperate frenzy. Suho saw Changshik crouched in the corner, a shattered syringe still clenched in his hand. Nice effect. The timing had been perfect. If he had appeared earlier, Changshik might have attacked him. Suho retrieved several illusion syringes from his inventory and placed them before the man. He then used recovery on him. Recovery activated. White light enveloped him. Changshik flinched before slowly lifting his head. Stop pretending, get a grip. Changshik's eyes widened as he recognized Suho. He charged at him. With the effects of recovery neutralizing some of the drug's influence, Changshik's sanity returned quickly. But Suho kicked him hard and pinned him down. Even though he was pinned, Changshik was still furious. You bastard, get me out of here, please let me out, I'll do anything, please, please. Still not sober, huh? It's only been a day, right? You sure have a lot of energy, you've already used up the drug I left for you. You bastard, please let me out. No, Suho kicked him again, breaking his shoulder. The pain made Changshik scream, and when Suho kicked him in the head, he collapsed unconscious. How many victims are there and how much pain did they endure? After just a day, you think you can get off easy. Not a chance. With the life draining out of him like a fresh fish, Suho decided it was time to leave. He exited the Dimensional Pocket and headed back to Cheongdam-gyeok. But as soon as he arrived at Cheongdam-gyeok, he heard footsteps. Hunter, Nam Haewon came rushing downstairs from the upper floor. Suho asked, "What's wrong?" "I did it." "I made it." "Made what?" "The neutralizer." What? Suho couldn't believe it. He had only been gone for 2 hours. How had Nam Haewon already made a neutralizer? Suho stared at the neutralizer with an astonished expression. Chapter 69. It was a transparent liquid inside a glass bottle, and Suho checked its information. Hammer 2. Grade C. Description: a drug neutralizer created by Nam Haewon. Effect: strong neutralizing effect against a drug called fantasy. Is this for real? Suho asked with a surprised look on his face. How did you make this? This is an improved version of the neutralizer I used last. That's why I named it Hammer 2. Since it's an improved version, I was able to make it easily. Still, I can guarantee its effectiveness. Hammer 1 was a D grade, you know. Wait, what? But why name it Hammer? The drug is called Fantasy. I named it Hammer because it crushes all the effects of fantasy. Now that he said that, Suho remembered. Nam Haewon had later mentioned in an interview that what saved him was the A-grade Hammer 4. Even if there was a prototype to already have the second version ready, Suho was truly astonished. Of course he would be. There was no clearer proof of quality than the upgrade of an item's grade. Items created by players are usually vaguely labeled for their effects. Thus, the most undeniable proof of value is the grade marked on the item. Suho sincerely expressed his admiration. That's really impressive. Haha, no, it's all thanks to you, Hunter. I was planning to create Hammer too soon and I was saving up for the materials. But you supported me with the workshop and materials, so I just did the synthesis grind. Actually, with enough time and money, I can make these easily. Since my synthesis trait is unique to me, there's no recipe in the world and it's purely a numbers game. Well, this time I just got lucky and managed to make it quickly. Nam Haewon said almost shyly. He was being humble, but Suho didn't think so at all. On the contrary, he felt excited. If he's showing this much ability now, what would happen if he reached level 100 and his trait evolved further? He would probably experience an insanely rapid growth, far beyond what he was capable of now. Suho smiled and said, This is a great outcome. Should we mass-produce Hammer 2 and distribute it right away? I didn't expect a neutralizer to come out so quickly. I've figured out the formula, so as long as you provide the materials, we can make it anytime. Perfect, I'll prepare it right away. But hey one, what's your current level? I saw you were level 50 on the document. I'm level 51 now. I didn't know, but when you succeed in synthesis, you get a bit of experience. Oh really? Su-ho hadn't known that. He learned a new piece of information and decided to level up Nam Haewon with his synthesis trait for now. He could always go to the digitation dungeon to save the victims later. Just as Jo Jin Hwi had predicted, Where is the Justice in Yeondyungpo? Part 1. Views 512. The article titled Yeondyungpo series had been posted as a special feature. It had been a day since the article was posted, but the views hadn't even surpassed 1,000. This wasn't surprising. After all, there were many areas in society that had become slums. So the story about the police and Daehyunhyup ignoring requests for help wasn't a big topic. However, Jo Jin Hwi, Su-ho, and Nexus weren't disappointed. This was merely the foundation for the bigger picture. That's why Su-ho continued to work hard on helping the victims before moving on to the next step. Here are the neutralizers, food boxes, and water. Don't skip your meals and take them regularly. Thank you, really thank you. I'll eat well. Thank you for helping us. Su-ho successfully tracked down every single creditor and drug victim that Changshik's gang had. It wasn't difficult to find them. With the help of Nexus personnel and Banshee's intelligence network, finding people was a piece of cake. Of course, in between all this, Su-ho didn't forget to check in on I Am Changshik. Recovery. Recovery is activated. Ugh, please help me, not yet, go back. As expected from a high-level player and a warrior class, his life force was surprisingly tough. Su-ho had never intended to kill him, but the recovery and occasional food, water, and a few doses of fantasy were more than enough to keep I Am Changshik alive like a cockroach. While Su-ho was busy with his relief efforts, his phone rang. Su-ho, seeing the caller ID, smirked. Hello, Senior. Hey, Junior, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thanks to you. How are you, Senior? I'm always fine. By the way, I was thinking of holding a thank you ceremony tomorrow. How about it? I'm fine with that. Good, then wear something neat and come to the association around noon. I'll be there waiting after setting everything up. I've called in a lot of journalists, so make sure to put on a face mask before you sleep tonight. All right, thank you. See you tomorrow then. Finally, the thank you ceremony was coming. If everything went as planned, the special recruitment would happen right after the award ceremony. Su-ho immediately called Jo Jin Hwi to let him know about the thank you ceremony tomorrow. Ah, of course, I should attend. I'm sure PBS has contacted you, so I'll go in your place. Thanks, I'll count on you, but are you sure? Even though the view count is low, you still made such a special article. The world doesn't care if the view count is low. It's fine, well, if that's the case, I understand. Haha, it looks like your special recruitment is right around the corner. There hasn't been anyone who joined Daehyunhyup as quickly and as high up as you. Really, congratulations. Thanks, by the way, when do you plan on uploading part 2 of the article? I've been timing it. I'll upload part 2 today and the thank you article tomorrow. But by the way, this is a personal question, but do you not use SNS? SNS? Yeah, if you had stayed with Nexus, they would have asked you to create an official SNS account. Why haven't you done that? No, they never brought it up. It's probably because of my job transition timing, but why SNS? I'm just curious. Someone of your caliber could have an SNS account with significant influence. It would be a waste not to use it, you know. There's even some disappointment in your fan cafe about it. Fan cafe, didn't you know? Su-ho nodded, but the fan cafe he knew was from his past life, not the present. In fact, it was still too early for a fan cafe to exist at this point. Su-ho hadn't expected it. Actually, I didn't know. What's the fan cafe's name? It's called Anshinjian. What? It's a combination of your name, Ahn Su-ho, and your class healer. They even added a bit of a religious joke to it, calling it Anshinjian. By the way, the fan name is Su-ho Priest, and they call each other followers. Wait, Su-ho Priests. In his previous life, Su-ho's fan cafe was called Su-ho Shield. His class was a swordsman, and he only started gaining recognition after defeating the Sword King. But now, the name was completely different. As expected, the history is changing, and the scale of the fan cafe had already surpassed 30,000 members. Su-ho was astounded by the scale. That's impressive. Yes, we've already gathered 30,000 domestic fans, and the post-generation speed is fast. The activity is vibrant. So since you can't engage in entertainment activities after joining Daehyunhyup, how about creating an SNS account? Fans would love it. In other words, Su-ho was being asked to engage in fan service. However, Su-ho had never used SNS in his past life either. He considered it a waste of time and a source of mistakes. Of course, he was aware of the positive aspects of SNS. Since he was a returnee this time, he thought he might give it a different approach. I roughly know the parts I should avoid and the incidents I should stay away from. With the library of memories, the likelihood of making unexpected mistakes was almost non-existent. At that moment, as Su-ho was scrolling through the fan cafe, he noticed something suspicious. It was the fan cafe president's name. Golden Horse? Su-ho had a fleeting thought, and then he asked, "Journalist?" "Yes." "Just in case, is the fan cafe president named Golden Horse by any chance you?" "No." How did you know? Your nickname is Golden." Yes, that's right. You really are sharp, Mr. Ahn. But the fan cafe name and the fandom name were chosen by vote. I didn't come up with it myself." "Ah, I see. Yes, it was all strategically done for you. The guild didn't make the fan cafe, so I, as the designated journalist, had to run it. That way no controversies will arise and the cafe will be easier to manage. Plus, if needed, I can stir up public opinion." That wasn't an inaccurate statement. Jojin HWI was a trusted person whom Su-ho had selected himself, and he wasn't someone who'd run a fan cafe for his own selfish reasons. Su-ho nodded. "That makes sense. If it's you, I understand." "Thank you for understanding. So what do you think about SNS? If you'd like, I can manage it for you." "Do you know how to do that?" "I used to be into it. I also run a blog after all." "Managing your account would just be about posting big updates like on an official account. It's not hard." Su-ho had to admit that made sense. As a public servant, he needed to be more cautious about his words and actions. "I'll make an account, but I'll handle the management. Just send me the photos and the posts and I'll copy-paste them." "Oh, that's more than enough. And for the fans, maybe occasional photo shoots or selfies." "That's a bit difficult since I've never done that before." "Haha, it's hard at first, but after that it gets easier. Of course I won't pressure you. If you ever feel like it, I can help." "Alright then, I'll create the SNS account, and when it's ready, I'll send you the ID. You can spread the word in the fan cafe, and after part 2 of the article goes up, the aggro will definitely get pulled in. After the award ceremony tomorrow, you'll gain followers easily." Once Su-ho gave his approval, Jojin HWI immediately began outlining the plan. It was almost a little scary how ready he was. Su-ho awkwardly chuckled and responded, "Alright, I'll do it. Is there anything else?" "No, not for now. By the way, I just wanted to say an SNS account on Instagram should be enough. It's the biggest and trendiest one." "Got it." After the call ended, Su-ho immediately installed Instagram and signed up. He then sent Jojin HWI the account details. A while later, Zara for 156 started following Ahn Su-ho 107. New Year 88 started following Ahn Su-ho 107. Prime King 0 started following Ahn Su-ho 107. I've Love started following Ahn Su-ho 107. Super Divar started following Ahn Su-ho 107. Qvala9456 started following Ahn Su-ho 107. Su-ho's phone went crazy with notifications. Chapter 70. The next day in the Daehyunhyup Auditorium, Su-ho's thank you awards ceremony was held. However, there was a problem. Originally, the event was planned to be a small and simple gathering with only journalists invited, but a large number of unexpected civilians showed up. As the Daehyunhyup staff moved to the venue, they were in a panic. "Why are so many people suddenly here? I heard they're all fans of Hunter Ahn Su-ho. Was it Su-ho Priest?" "I know, but how did they find out? This event hasn't even been posted on the official website yet." "Well, that's true." The identity of the crowd. They were none other than Su-ho's fan club, Su-ho Priests. Just as the staff had said, today's thank you awards ceremony was not posted on the Daehyunhyup official site yet. Of course, this wasn't a private event, so there was no rule preventing the public from attending. Anyway, the event was to celebrate Su-ho, so it made sense for people to come. However, it was the first time in Daehyunhyup's event history that so many people had shown up for an event that wasn't even officially announced. The people gathered in the auditorium spoke excitedly. "When's the sword god getting here? Doesn't the main character always show up a little late? I'm finally going to meet him in person. I skipped class today just to see the sword god in person. By the way, is the president not coming today? I heard he has some work, so he won't be able to make it. Golden Horse will be pretty disappointed. Let's take a lot of pictures and post them for him." "Yeah, let's do that." At that moment, someone coughed awkwardly. It was Jojin HWI sitting in the press section. It made sense because the president they were talking about and the owner of the fan club Golden Horse was Jojin HWI himself. When Jojin HWI had established the fan club, he had promised never to reveal himself. If he did, things would get complicated in various ways. "But at least I'm fulfilling my duty as the fan club president." It was true. Jojin HWI was the one who had informed the Su-ho priests about the thank you ceremony in the first place. Jojin HWI texted Su-ho, "Hunter Ahn, there are so many fans of yours here at the Daehyunhyup Auditorium." Su-ho quickly replied, "I know, I'm watching." "You're already here." "Yes, I arrived early and have been watching." "Where are you?" "I'm inside the auditorium." It was true, Su-ho had arrived earlier than Jojin HWI and had been watching everything quietly. But why hadn't anyone noticed him? The answer was simple. Monochrome Solitude has been activated. Thanks to the S+ rank item, the first of its kind, Monochrome Solitude. Even though he was right in front of them, no one recognized Su-ho's presence. Soon, he received a message from Pai Seong-yeol asking where he was, and Su-ho quickly went to meet him to start the ceremony preparations. When Pai Seong-yeol saw him, he remarked, "Junior, you're quite popular." "Haha, it's nothing." "No, really, I've never seen so many people at a thank you ceremony before. This is the first time." It's actually a good thing, considering the public opinion was a bit bad because of yesterday's article. Yesterday's article. It was the second part of the Yeondyumpo series written by Jo Jin Hwi. Pai Seong-yeol narrowed his eyes and said, "That journalist Jo Jin Hwi, why did he write such an article to annoy people? Tusk, right? Yes, that's right. Well, anyway, it's about to start, so go ahead and get your award. I have some urgent business, so I'll go ahead." "Thank you, senior, please go ahead." Pai Seong-yeol left the scene. As soon as Pai Seong-yeol was gone, Su-ho wiped the fake smile off his face and thought, some things never change. People around me still aren't interested in anyone else. Even though he knew that PBS reporters would be there, he didn't even try to make contact with them. Their name tags were visible, and it wouldn't have been hard to notice Jo Jin Hwi if he had paid a little attention. But perhaps it was thanks to his lack of interest that Jo Jin Hwi's face wasn't exposed to the public. "But he's definitely paying a lot of attention to me." As evidence, Jo Jin Hwi had personally come to the event, even though he didn't have to. The ceremony began, and Su-ho moved to the front to take his designated seat. At that moment, the fans sitting behind him started to cheer loudly. "Wow, unbelievable, it's the sword god, he's so handsome, look at those eyes, no wonder we're all in love. Just look at that jawline. This is what they mean by class. I just wish I could get a single slash from him." "I agree," people were whispering excitedly. "Sorry, but I can hear all of that, it was quite embarrassing." The event continued, and Su-ho moved to the stage to receive his award. When he stood face to face with the president, Jang Jong-hwan, the host spoke. "And so, we present this thank you plaque to Ahn Su-ho, presented by Daehyun-hyup President Jang Jong-hwan." Click. Click. As the plaque was handed to him, the flashes from the journalists' cameras began to flood the room. Su-ho naturally posed with Jang Jong-hwan, holding the thank you plaque. While posing, Jang Jong-hwan whispered to him, almost as if he was speaking through ventriloquism, "You're used to posing, aren't you? It's all thanks to your guidance. Haha, I heard from Chief Pai that your efforts in Yeondyumpo have been incredible. I just moved to help the victims, that's all. Haha, as expected from Hunter on. I'm looking forward to what you'll do next. Expect some good news soon. I'll send it to you within a few days." "Yes, thank you, good news." Su-ho smiled at the words. The good news was most likely referring to his special recruitment. The photo session ended, and Su-ho stepped up to the mic to give his speech. "Thank you. I believe I'm just doing what I should, but receiving this award makes me feel even more motivated. I'll continue to work hard in the future." A short and conventional acceptance speech. After his speech, the Su-ho priests cheered loudly. "Wow, he's amazing. We love the sword god. The sword god is the best. Haha, thank you." Amid the loud cheers, the host tried to calm the crowd, and it was now time for the journalists to ask questions. The first journalist to speak was from HunterNet. "I'm Kim Sang-un from HunterNet. First of all, congratulations on receiving the thank you plaque, Hunter On. I'd like to ask you, do you still have the desire to join Daehyun-hyup?" The Q&A session had begun. It was the expected procedure, but there were no pre-approved questions prepared. Preparing questions and answers in advance was something done when high-ranking people were involved in a scandal, so that wasn't the case here. Su-ho responded. "Yes, I still do," the second journalist asked. "I noticed you've opened a Instagram account recently. Why did you open one now after not having one before?" "I was encouraged by people around me, so I decided to try it." SNS is a personal choice. You've already surpassed 50,000 followers in just one day. Are you aware of that? 50,000? Has it already reached that number? After turning off notifications all day because the phone was buzzing constantly, Su-ho hadn't realized his follower count had already reached that high. But he didn't think it was surprising. Instagram was much more accessible than the fan cafe. "I just found out because I turned off the notifications." "You haven't posted anything yet, but what will your first post be?" "Well, today I received this thank you plaque, so maybe I'll post that." "I've heard SNS is about sharing daily moments." More routine questions followed. It wasn't surprising that, at an award ceremony like this, no journalist would try to stir up controversy. Then finally, it was time for the last question. Coincidentally, the last person to ask was someone Su-ho knew. It was Jo Jin Hwi. "I'm Jo Jin Hwi from PBS." At the mention of Jo Jin Hwi, the crowd started murmuring. Of course, everyone there had read the Yeondyumpo special article Jo Jin Hwi had written. When Jo Jin Hwi raised his hand, Vice President Park Jae-min glared at the nearby staff. "Jo Jin Hwi, isn't that the guy who wrote the special article recently?" "Yes, that's right. Why the hell did they invite him? Are they out of their minds?" "We were told that. Just get rid of him, haha." I can hear everything. Why are you yelling now? Should have checked things properly. As Su-ho chuckled internally, Jo Jin-hy's question continued. Did you see the Yeondyumpo special article I wrote? Heh, you're asking this question here. This place is a tiger's den for Jo Jin-hwi, but still his boldness was impressive. Su-ho smiled. As expected, this is the aggressive, no-holds-barred reporter style. The so-called blunt, no-nonsense, manly style of Jo Jin-hwi. He was the type to ask whatever he wanted without a care, which was why Su-ho had recruited him. Su-ho smiled and responded, yes, I saw it. Jo Jin-hwi also smiled faintly and continued. I understand that both the police and Lee Hyun-hyup have been criticized for their selective approach toward public safety. Are you aware of this? Yes, I am. As the questions continued, the expression on President Jang Jong-hwan's face became more and more rigid. Seeing Jang Jong-hwan's expression, Park Jae-min urged the staff to end the questioning, but unfortunately Jo Jin-hwi's questions came too fast. Then, if Hunter Ahn joins Lee Hyun-hyup, do you think we can expect Lee Hyun-hyup's stance to change? He didn't ask a difficult question about what Su-ho thought of the current Lee Hyun-hyup, but asked indirectly in a way that would benefit Su-ho. At Jo Jin-hwi's question, all eyes were on Su-ho. Just as Su-ho was about to answer, he saw President Jang Jong-hwan and Vice President Park Jae-min moving toward the back of the auditorium, preparing to leave. Thanks to that, Su-ho was able to give his answer with the most natural smile. Yes, of course. If I join Lee Hyun-hyup, I'll do everything I can to change things so that those kinds of criticisms never arise again. I will make sure to root out every bit of corruption. Thank you for your answer, Hunter Ahn. The ceremony ended. Su-ho quickly left the auditorium and his Su-ho priests followed behind while the journalists hurried to write articles based on his responses. Of course, the Su-ho priests never found him again. As soon as he left the auditorium, he activated the first Mew Mew Mew. After sitting in the car, someone naturally climbed into the passenger seat after a while. It was Jo Jin-hwi. Su-ho smiled and greeted him. You came. The Lee Hyun-hyup staff were staring at me so hard, I thought I was going to die from the tension the whole way here. Didn't you willingly enter the tiger's den? Now you're overacting. Haha, you saw through me. Anyway, my questions were a bit intense, weren't they? Sorry about that. My boss told me not to stir things up at the association, but I had to push the third part of the article and get your followers up, so I took a gamble. It was an excuse. But it didn't matter, because thanks to that he could say what he wanted. Su-ho smiled and replied, it's fine, thanks to you I was able to say what I wanted. You wanted to say something? Yes, that I will change the Lee Hyun-hyup. Wasn't that just a comment? No, I wouldn't lie at an award ceremony. As you asked, I'll work hard. I'll make sure there won't be any more criticisms. Haha, then I'll really be looking forward to it. Of course. Anytime? A few days later, Su-ho's grade 5 special recruitment was confirmed. Chapter 71, Su-ho's special recruitment as a grade 5 civil servant had been in the works for a while, but it happened much faster than anyone expected. And for good reason. After the thank you award ceremony, 3 installments of articles were uploaded, causing the already growing view counts to explode. Where is Justice in Yeondyumpo? Part 1. Views. 7,488,486. Hunter Ahn Su-ho appears in Yeondyumpo. Part 2. Views. 7,345,845. The Changshik Gang and their victims. Part 3. Views. 6,812,877. The numbers were insane. The view count for Part 1, which had barely hit 500,000 initially, was now averaging over 7 million. Jo Jin-hwi looked at the explosive stats with a satisfied smile. This is why I do journalism. View counts are my power, comments are my power. The rise in viewership was due to several factors. For example, articles from other reporters who attended the ceremony played a role. But the biggest driver was undoubtedly the addition of one keyword that had been missing in Part 1, Ahn Su-ho. Jo Jin-hwi scrolled through the comments, checking them one by one. Wow, the only light to appear in the Forsaken Yeondyumpo. I always believed in you, Sword God. Absolutely badass. How can anyone even do that? But isn't it kind of hilarious? Why is a private citizen doing what the police, prosecutors, or hunter association should be doing? Isn't Nexus behind this? Why would a guild waste their time ordering someone to beat up gangsters? Use your brain. I caught a glimpse of him at the ceremony. The man is ridiculously handsome. I'd love to be cut by the Sword God just once. Mom, when I grow up I want to be the Sword God. There was no shortage of praise. Of course, not all the comments were positive. Isn't this just vigilante justice? He's not a cop or a judge. Isn't this going to get him in trouble if someone files a complaint? Why is he acting all high and mighty? Ahn Su-ho seems like a bit of an attention seeker, don't you think? Some raised valid concerns. Others, however, simply disguised their insults as criticisms. Whenever such comments appeared, Su-ho's supporters were quick to retaliate. Isn't this just vigilante justice? And what's your point? At least he's doing something while you're sitting in your room scratching your belly and hammering away on your keyboard. What can you do? So what's your solution? He's not a cop or a judge. Isn't this going to get him in trouble? Are you dumb? Do you really think the gangsters are going to make Su-ho's life hard, or will it be the other way around? Maybe the one with the problem isn't Su-ho's head but yours. Why is he acting all high and mighty? Ahn Su-ho seems like a bit of an attention seeker. Isn't the real attention seeker the person writing this comment? Ignore the trolls. Why is someone as insignificant as you even bothering to act high and mighty? Public education in this country has really gone down the drain. Well, it's true everything's been falling apart since the Great Catastrophe. Oops, Judge, I didn't say anything. With Su-ho supporters stepping up to defend him, Hyun realized they needed to recruit Su-ho as quickly as possible. Doing so would at least allow them to escape some of the criticism being hurled at both the police and Hyun, putting the latter in a better light. As soon as Su-ho's special recruitment was confirmed, Hyun flooded the media with reports. Yeonjungpo's hero Ahn Su-ho joins Hyun. Sword God Ahn Su-ho specially recruited at grade 5. Hunter Ahn Su-ho joins Hyun for real. Interview becomes reality. Ahn Su-ho's Hyun appointment, the reaction to the news was explosive. Jo Jin Hy's Yeonjungpo series quickly faded into the background. People's responses were nothing short of ecstatic at this timing. Absolutely insane. Wait, the interview on the awards ceremony day was real. Ahn Su-ho, Ahn Su-ho, Ahn Su-ho, Ahn Su-ho. Mom, I want to grow up to be the sword god. And as expected, Su-ho's popularity, which was already through the roof, shot even higher. Hyun, now associated with Su-ho, faced far less criticism compared to the police and even started receiving praise. At least Hyun recruited Ahn Su-ho. What did the police do? The police. They're just mold at this point. They probably just stood around saying, oh no, while doing nothing. It went on like this. Before long, the public's attention shifted to none other than the Nexus Guild. So what happens to Nexus now? Yeah, didn't they still have a lot of time left on the contract? Does this mean Ahn Su-ho biolate on Nexus? No way he'd do that. Let's wait and see what they say. In a way, it was an inevitable turn of events. You only notice the side dishes after fully enjoying the main course. Nexus understood this all too well and had prepared for it in advance. It seems like people are starting to talk about us now. Shall we get ready? Yes, I think it's time to start releasing the articles. Following the orders of Chief Secretary Kim I-kang, PR team manager Park Gu-wan began rolling out the pre-prepared articles. They weren't going to miss this opportunity. As the saying goes, you row the boat when the tide comes in. In this case, they weren't just rowing, they were attaching a motor to it. This was the perfect moment to polish their image. The first step was Nexus' official statement. Nexus, blessings on Hunter Ahn Su-ho's path. Nexus, a heartfelt farewell with Ahn Su-ho. Nexus, doing what needed to be done. Nexus. We never even took an advance payment. Accusations of contract breach, baseless. Nexus official statement. Jo Jin Hwi joined in on the article blitz. He didn't fabricate anything, he just dressed up the facts and presented them attractively. He simply packed the details that people wanted to know into a well-rounded narrative, like a heaping bowl of rice pressed tightly together. And as expected, the public went wild over Nexus articles. Wow, Nexus delivers once again. As expected of the best, 5252, I always believed in you. From now on, the industry's #1 is Nexus. Just call them Golden Nexus, pure brilliance. It couldn't have been an easy decision. How did they so coolly terminate the contract? Even if they cared about public opinion, long-term gains usually matter more than short-term image. You don't know much, do you? Companies care more about their image than anything. A good image is something money can't buy. They weren't wrong. Even though public opinion played a role, a contract was still a contract. Of course, the public didn't know the intricate details of the agreement between Nexus and Su-ho. But thanks to this turn of events, Nexus' image had firmly established itself as highly favorable in the hunter industry. Where there is light, there is shadow. The sudden rise of Nexus inevitably cast a dark shadow over their competitors Hexagon and Prime, who held the industry's top 2 positions. Tisk compared to Nexus, Hexagon and Prime are, no need to even mention them, they're just money-hungry exploitative guilds. Aren't they notorious for overworking their hunters and pulling power trips? Don't you remember that incident? They delayed giving potions to a struggling hunter and he ended up dying in a gate. That's not all. How about the mage who collapsed from mana depletion because they forced him to keep pushing? Amazing Hexagon. Just pure garbage. Apologize to literal garbage for comparing it to Hexagon. Trash, I'm sorry, humanity apologizes to you. The officials at Hexagon and Prime quietly fumed as they read these comments. However, they couldn't refute them. Every accusation was based on real incidents, and suing for defamation of character over factual statements wasn't an option. Nexus followed up with an interview with their CEO, Bae Dong-hyuk, strategically releasing it as the next step in their PR campaign. Was the sudden termination of Ahn Su-ho's contract influenced by public opinion? No, not at all. This was something we had discussed with Hunter Ahn Su-ho from the start. His dream was to join Daehyun-hyup. Until the annual recruitment process at the end of the year, he wanted to gain practical experience wherever conditions were right, and our guild happened to fit the bill. Do you have any regrets? It would be a lie to say we don't. But we believe that Hunter Ahn Su-ho can contribute far more to humanity by working at a national institution like Daehyun-hyup than he could with us at Nexus. The interview was standard but exuded humility and selflessness, the type of message the general public loves. People cheered once again, and CEO Bae Dong-hyuk earned nicknames like Father and Light for his inspiring remarks. To seal the deal, Nexus released one final piece, a report on their Yeongjungpo relief efforts. This move cemented their new title as the nation's favorite guild. Watching the flood of comments and soaring follower counts, Jo Jin HWI remarked, "The response over the past few days has been incredible. It's all thanks to you, journalist Joe. Come on now, all I did was add some seasoning. The foundation was all provided by you, Pro-on. Your amazing team leader." At Su-ho's safe house in Cheongdam-dong, the atmosphere was cozy. The next day, Su-ho would officially start his first day at Daehyun-hyup. To celebrate, he invited Jo Jin HWI over for a small after-party. The Banshees had already met earlier to reconnect, but this gathering had a special purpose: to formally announce Nam Haewon's induction into the team. Nam Haewon's joining was a natural outcome of their relief efforts and aligned perfectly with Su-ho's goals. From now on, Su-ho wasn't just Mr. Su-ho or Hunter Ahn Su-ho. He was team leader Su-ho. Jo Jin HWI asked, "So does this mean the victims' treatments will soon be completed?" "Yes, according to the latest data from Nexus, it looks that way. And it's all thanks to Haewon's hammer too," Su-ho replied. "Haha, thank you," Haewon said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment at the praise. Nam Haewon was still living in the Cheongdam safe house and planned to stay there indefinitely. He wasn't the only one. Other Banshees were welcome to live there, but only Seo Gi-won accepted the offer. Seo Gi-won, meanwhile, was busy leveling up and undergoing rigorous training at Nexus Academy. "Looks like we can wrap up the special report with Part 4, focusing on the victim's recovery," Jo Jin HWI said with a smile. "You've done an incredible job. Let's toast to that. Sounds good to me. Here's to your first day tomorrow. Don't forget about us when you're there." "Haha, of course not. We're partners for life." Clink, the sound of their glasses meeting rang clearly in the room. The next day, as planned, Su-ho officially started his first day at Daehyun-hyup. Chapter 72, Su-ho's first day at work. As expected, reporters were swarming the entrance on Su-ho's first day. Click, click. The flashes of cameras went off relentlessly. And along with them, Sword God, Hunter Ahn Su-ho, "You're amazing, you're so handsome." The entrance to Daehyun-hyup was packed, not only with reporters but also with Su-ho's fan club, the Su-ho priests, who had gathered to catch a glimpse of his first day. Su-ho recalled Jo Jin HY's advice from the previous day. "I noticed you tend to use skills or items to mask your presence when you're out and about, but tomorrow, make sure to show your face on the way in." "Why?" "Because people are coming specifically to see you. If you don't show up, they'll be pretty disappointed." "Sure, something like this won't turn die-hard fans against you, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious, especially since some folks are already using you for their own PR stunts." It made sense. This was the kind of advice only someone like Jo Jin HWI could give. Being too enigmatic isn't always a good thing. Even in his previous life, Su-ho hadn't deliberately cultivated a rough or mysterious image. He simply let things flow naturally. If someone requested an interview, he gave one. If there was a broadcast opportunity, he took it. As a result, unlike other star players, he had no major controversies. People just assumed he's only doing this because someone higher up told him to. Once inside Daehyun-hyup, Su-ho witnessed an amusing sight. Association President Jang Jong-hwan and Vice President Park Jae-min were there to greet him personally. "Ah, our dear Hunter Ahn," the two greeted him warmly. It was obvious why they were playing to the cameras trailing behind Su-ho. Of course, politicians can't resist putting on a show in front of cameras. Su-ho returned the courtesy with a polite bow. "Good morning, President Jang." "Ho-ho, good morning, Hunter Ahn. Of course I had to be here to welcome you on your first day. Shall we?" "Didn't ask, but sure." Jang Jong-hwan eagerly emphasized his personal presence as if to ensure the reporters captured every angle of his involvement. The flashes went off again in rapid succession. Snap, snap, snap. Even as they entered the elevator, Jang Jong-hwan stuck close to Su-ho, his smile unwavering until the elevator doors closed completely. Once they were out of public view, Jang's demeanor shifted. He stepped back slightly, adjusted his voice, and asked, "So did you have a chance to unwind?" Dropping formalities already, Moments ago he'd been all polite for the cameras, but now he was speaking casually. Not that Su-ho minded, after all, Jang Jong-hwan was now his top boss. "Yes, thanks to you I was able to spend time with good people and relax." "Ho-ho, that's great to hear." By the way, has anyone briefed you on your upcoming schedule? Not yet. Ah, well, the vice president will go over everything with you. Make sure to give it your best, and if you run into any issues, come to me anytime. Yes, sir. The elevator soon stopped, and Su-ho got off on the fifth floor with Vice President Park Jae-min. President Jang continued up to the top floor, where his office was located. Meanwhile, Park Jae-min led Su-ho into a conference room on the fifth floor. Inside, Su-ho found two unexpected faces: Pai Seong-yeol and Jiang Cheol-min. As Park Jae-min entered, the two men stood up from their seats. Park patted Su-ho on the shoulder and said with a smile, "These two will guide you through the details. Good luck today, of course." Should have known, it made sense that Park Jae-min wouldn't personally handle this. After Park left, Pai Seong-yeol grinned and said, "Ah, our junior has finally arrived. Hello. It's been a while since the thank you award ceremony, right? Well, sit down first. Team leader Jiang, can you grab some drinks?" "Yes, sir." At Pai's request, Jiang Cheol-min hurried to prepare beverages. I knew Park Jae-min would dump this on someone else, but I didn't expect it to be Pai Seong-yeol and Jiang Cheol-min. The pairing was unusual. Pai had a clear reason: he was here to recruit Su-ho into the special forces. But Jiang Cheol-min, their departments are completely different. Why is he here? Though curious, Su-ho decided to set aside his questions for now. Pai Seong-yeol spoke again. "Junior, yes sir. Ho-ho already calling me sir. No need for that between us. Once a senior and junior, always a senior and junior. Just call me senior in casual settings. Save the formalities for official occasions." Hearing that, Su-ho couldn't help but chuckle internally. This guy's got a thing for titles. Pai Seong-yeol was notoriously picky about how people addressed him. "Looks like he's taken a liking to me. And why wouldn't he?" Su-ho wasn't just any skilled hunter, he was one of the rare talents who had single-handedly sealed multiple gates. He responded, "Yes, senior." "Good. Now here's a question for you, junior. What do you think your responsibilities at the company will be now?" In the association, people didn't call it an association, they referred to it as the company. The reason, no one knew. It was just how everyone referred to it. Su-ho replied, "Since I've just joined, I understand that I'll need to complete a probationary period first." "Correct. Normally, grade 5 officers go through a 4-month managerial training program at the Talent Development Center, followed by several months at a local government office as probationary administrators. This is the same for anyone who's promoted from grade 6 to grade 5. But that's for ordinary civil servants. We're part of the association dealing with awakened-related tasks, so our system is a bit different." "Yes, that makes sense," Su-ho agreed. "In our case, instead of the Talent Development Center, we have our own in-house training program. It involves rotating through all departments for about 2 to 3 months each." As Jiang Cheol-min brought over drinks, Pai Seong-yeol picked one up and added, "But don't worry too much. I'll make sure to handle the promises we made earlier. However, you still need to go through the proper procedures. After all, you're quite the public figure now." In other words, Su-ho had to follow formal processes because there were too many eyes on him. This wasn't unexpected for Su-ho. After all, in his past life, he had also gone through the grade 5 ranks. With the explanation over, Pai Seong-yeol introduced Jiang Cheol-min properly. "By the way, you're already acquainted, right? I specifically assigned team leader Jiang as your overall manager. Sure, every department has its own evaluation officer, but you need someone to handle your comprehensive evaluations and questions. So rely on him from now on," Su-ho bowed politely. "I look forward to working with you." "Same here," Jiang replied. "Well, now that I've seen our junior's face, I think my job here is done. Take good care of him, team leader Jiang." With that, Pai Seong-yeol stood up to leave. It made sense. There was no real reason for someone of Pai Seong-yeol's rank to come all the way here, but Su-ho knew the real reason. He's here to send a silent message that the Gate Division shouldn't even think about taking Jiang Cheol-min. He wants to emphasize the bond between himself and Jiang. Not that Pai needed to bother with such warnings. His position as head of the Special Division was powerful enough to make such things unnecessary. Still, this kind of petty maneuvering was typical of Pai Seong-yeol, such a prickly personality. After Pai left, Jiang finally relaxed and smiled awkwardly. "It's been a while." "Yes, it has. How have you been?" "Haha, same as usual. I never expected to be assigned as your overall manager." "Neither did I, but I think it's for the best. I look forward to working with you." "Oh, please, I should be the one saying that. Let me explain the training process." Jiang pulled a set of printed materials from his bag and handed them to Su-ho. "Do you know which departments are in Daehyunhyup?" "Yes, there are 5 in total. The Special Division, Management Division, Awakening Division, Gate Division, and Resource Division. Do you know what they do?" "Yes. The Management Division handles HR, public relations, and general support. The Awakening Division manages human resources, both awakened and non-awakened. The Gate Division handles gate-related tasks, while the Resource Division manages items and skill books." And the special division oversees everything else, such as apprehending and judging player criminals or handling unique tasks other divisions can't. Jiang smiled, clearly impressed. You've done your homework. As Director Pai mentioned, you'll rotate through all 5 departments during your training. By the way, even though you've joined as a special grade 5 recruit, you're still officially on probation, so be careful how you speak to others. Su-ho nodded as if hearing it for the first time. Understood. Which department will I start with? You'll begin with the Awakening Division. Based on the schedule, it makes the most sense to start there. As Director Pai mentioned, each department has an evaluation officer who will assess you. You'll need to pass all their assignments and tests to complete your training. Let's head to the Awakening Division now. The two left their seats and headed to the Awakening Division on the 2nd floor. The Awakening Division. It had been a while since Su-ho had dealt with them. Although Su-ho had never worked in the Awakening Division, he was familiar with its key figures and major incidents. If I'm right, that person should be here now. Stepping into the Awakening Division and entering the department head's office, they were greeted by the head himself, Lee Wanik. "Welcome, I'm Lee Wanik," he said, standing to greet them. Lee Wanik, the head of the Awakening Division, was part of Association President Jang Jong-hwan's inner circle. Like Jang, he was a non-awakened civilian. Su-ho recognized him immediately. I only met him briefly before his retirement, but he looks exactly the same. His slick-back hair streaked with black and white, and a mustache that could make him look like either a bureaucrat or a dictator, left a strong impression. Su-ho hadn't interacted with Lee Wanik much in his past life. After all, Lee retired a few years later to work elsewhere. But Su-ho knew him better than most. After his retirement, it came to light that he was secretly involved in human trafficking while working at the association. Everyone knew about it once it was exposed. Of course, that scandal never reached the public. The case was buried because of its potential to threaten Jang Jong-hwan's position. In short, Jang covered it up. But this time, things would be different. Much had changed from the past. Looking at Lee Wanik, Su-ho's lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 73. Lee Wanik smiled warmly. A national superstar has graced our department first. Oh, by the way, I'll be your evaluation officer, Su-ho. So I'll be counting on you. Lee extended his hand with a grin, and Su-ho shook it with a polite smile. Of course, I'll be counting on you as well. Team leader Jiang, you can head out now. I've received the president's instructions, and if we need anything, we'll contact you. Yes, sir, I'll take my leave. With that, Jiang Qiaomin exited. This didn't mean Su-ho was left without guidance. Jiang's role was as a general overseer, managing Su-ho's overall progression. For each department, however, there were specific trainers responsible for his onboarding. After Jiang's departure, Lee picked up the phone and called someone. A few moments later, the door to his office opened. Ah, Officer Eam. Yes, Director, I heard Su-ho was here, so I came right away. Officer Eam Junseong, he would be Su-ho's direct supervisor in the Awakening Division. Lee introduced him with a gesture. Allow me to introduce you. This is Officer Eam Junseong, who will be overseeing your time here in the Awakening Division. I'm Ahn Su-ho, nice to meet you. I'm Eam Junseong. Pleased to meet you. The two exchanged greetings before Lee continued. I'll leave the specifics to Officer Eam. I'll see you again later. With that, Lee offered a casual goodbye. Well, that's expected. As the evaluation officer, Lee wouldn't personally handle Su-ho's daily activities. In bureaucratic circles, such positions were typically reserved for higher-ups, while the actual work was delegated to subordinates. Eam led Su-ho to a small meeting room. Sitting down, Eam spoke, I've heard a lot about you. It's a bit surreal to be working with someone so high-profile. Haha, I'm not sure about that. Eam Junseong, like other officers below the rank of team leader, was addressed simply as officer in Daehyunhyup. This might explain why Su-ho had no clear memory of Eam. Different departments, no direct overlap. No wonder. Eam chuckled at Su-ho's modesty. Come now, someone like you is definitely a big deal. Anyway, don't worry too much about the details. Just get a sense of what the Awakening Division does. Everyone already knows where you'll end up, right? Where I'll end up. Haha, no need to play coy. The rumors are all over the place. If even a departmental supervisor like Eam knew about this, Pai Seong-yeol must have been rather blatant in spreading it around. Not that Su-ho minded. In fact, it worked in his favor. Having someone as influential as Pai build his reputation within the association would only make things smoother. Never thought I'd get the royal treatment. In bureaucratic slang, royal referred to those who had strong connections with influential figures. Currently, Su-ho was undeniably royalty. Smiling at the thought, Su-ho nodded. Well, I'll leave myself in your capable hands. Haha, likewise, to start, here are the condensed manuals for our Awakening Division. Normally, there would be several thick volumes, but we trimmed it down for you. It was true. Manuals in departments like this were usually lengthy enough to fill entire bookshelves. However, Su-ho's royal status had earned him a neatly summarized version. As Su-ho flipped through the materials, Eom continued, "You probably know that our Awakening division is divided into two main sections. Awakening resources and non-awakening resources. Beneath those, there are multiple teams. For your training, you'll take a theory test based on the condensed manual, then complete one field training session in both sections. That's all you need to pass your evaluation, so don't stress too much. Here." Eom handed Su-ho additional printouts. "These outline the teams you'll be working with in each section. Review these before your fieldwork. As for the theory test, you can take it whenever you feel ready. For now, spend the morning reviewing these materials and deciding which section you'd like to start with." Eom's explanation was thorough and helpful. Su-ho skimmed through the printouts before asking, "Is the theory test really based entirely on this manual?" "Yes, just memorize that and you'll be fine. The test is graded on an absolute scale, so as long as you meet the passing score, you're good. The cutoff is 70 points. Can I take it in 30 minutes? Pardon so soon. Yes, 30 minutes should be enough to review everything once." Eom seemed momentarily surprised but quickly checked his watch and nodded. "All right, if that's what you'd like, we can finish the theory test before lunch. Do you want to prepare here? I'll come back in about 40 minutes to give you some extra time just in case." "That works. Here are a pen and some paper. If anything comes up, you can contact me at this number." Eom handed Su-ho his business card before leaving. As the door closed, Su-ho glanced at the card and thought, "At least he trusts me to handle this." The upcoming test wasn't about showing off. For someone with Su-ho's library of memories, a theory test based on memorization was a trivial task. It's practically like taking a test with the answer sheet in front of me. Most of the material was already familiar to him. Reviewing it in the condensed manual only solidified what he knew. Su-ho smiled faintly, confident that this would be over in no time. 40 minutes later, Eom Junseong returned as promised, bringing the theory test with him. Su-ho breezed through the 50 questions in less than 10 minutes and handed it back without a single hitch. As Su-ho submitted the test so quickly, Eom shook his head in amazement. "Wow, you really went through that without hesitation. I'll let you know the results by tomorrow at the latest. In the meantime, take a break before lunch, and this afternoon you can start your field training in either the Awakening Resources or Non-Awakening Resources section. You can choose which one you'd like to start with, so take your time deciding." "Understood. Oh, do you know where the cafeteria is?" "Yes, I do, and you don't need to worry about me. I already have lunch plans." "Ah, I see." Eom wasn't surprised or offended by Su-ho's response. Someone like Su-ho having prearranged plans for lunch was expected. Eom smiled and stood up. "All right then. I'll see you this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch." "You too, Officer Eom, have a good meal." After Eom left, Su-ho waited briefly before pulling out his phone to call Jiang Qiaolmin. The call was answered almost immediately. "Yes, Su-ho, are you busy?" "No, not really. What's up?" "I just finished the theory test and I thought I'd ask if you'd like to have lunch together if you're free." "Oh, I'd love to. Wait, theory test already?" "Yes, that's surprising. Even though it's graded on an absolute scale, it's not an easy test. There are 50 questions and the manual is pretty dense." "Yes, but the condensed manual helps streamline the preparation, so where should we meet?" "I'll go with your recommendation." "Ah, in that case, how about we grab a beekban? There's a place nearby called Maijang that serves different side dishes every day. It's pretty good." "Sounds great. I'll head over and reserve us a table." "Let's meet there at noon." "Thanks, I'll see you then." After ending the call, Su-ho calmly put his phone away. On the other hand, Jiang Qiaolmin was left staring at his phone, dumbfounded. He finished the theory test today, right after being assigned to the department. Even with a condensed manual, passing the test in such a short time seemed almost impossible unless someone had an extraordinary memory. Just then, Eom Junseong walked into Jiang's office. "Team Leader Jiang." "Oh, Officer Eom, what brings you here?" "Well, I brought Su-ho's theory test. I thought you might want to grade it and compile the results." "Ah, yes, that's my responsibility. I know this might sound strange, but Su-ho just took our department's theory test. I wanted to make sure it's graded properly." "I see." Jiang had already heard from Su-ho about the test, but seeing the physical test paper in front of him made the situation feel surreal. As Jiang looked at Eom in mild disbelief, Eom scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I was pretty shocked too, but I don't think he's bluffing. Look, he's answered everything." Eom raised his eyebrows as he handed over the test. It was Su-ho after all. There was no way someone like him would lie about something so trivial. Jiang nodded and took the OMR sheet to the grading machine. Eom stayed behind, not out of formality but out of sheer curiosity to see the results. When the machine finished grading, both men's eyes widened in shock. Huh! The reason for their surprise, Su-ho had scored a perfect 100%. Thinking there might have been an error, Jiang ran the sheet through the machine again. The result was the same. For good measure, he manually checked the answers against the answer key. The result, still perfect. After triple-checking, Eom muttered in genuine awe, "Wow, how is this even possible?" Jiang let out a dry chuckle. Even with a condensed manual, a perfect score was almost unheard of. Eom gave a thumbs up. Now I see why Director Pai has his eye on him. Royals are really in a league of their own. Haha. I suppose so. Unlike Eom's pure admiration, Jiang's smile was tinged with bitterness. Once upon a time, no, originally I wanted to recruit Su-ho first, I wanted to work with him, but reality was cruel. Compared to Pai Xiangyol, Jiang lacked both the rank and influence to hold on to someone like Su-ho. There was no way he could compete. Jiang sighed inwardly and resolved to move on. When lunchtime rolled around, Jiang headed to the Beekman restaurant where Su-ho was waiting for him. Su-ho greeted him warmly. Chapter 74, you're here. Su-ho had arrived at the Beekman restaurant early, choosing a quiet corner table and even pouring water in advance, setting everything up. Seeing this, Jiang Qiaomin chuckled lightly. You're early. Well, I had free time after finishing my test. I've already placed the order, so the food should be out soon. Sure enough, the timing was perfect. The food began arriving and the two enjoyed a hot and fresh meal together. As they ate, Jiang asked, "But why did you suddenly ask me to lunch?" "No particular reason." "Excuse me, I don't know anyone here and eating alone felt dull." "You're the only person I know well here." If Director Pai hears that he might feel hurt. Let him, eating comfortably is more important to me." Comfortably, Jiang couldn't help but smile at the remark. "You're right, a meal's best enjoyed when you're at ease. In that case, let me cover this first meal of yours on your first day at work." "Oh, then I'll get the coffee." Sounds good, I know just the place." "Let's head there after this." "Perfect." The two finished their meal in a relaxed atmosphere, and Jiang led Su-ho to what he called his go-to cafe, located behind the Daehyunhyup building. When Su-ho saw the familiar spot, old memories surfaced, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. Of course, the place was nicknamed Backyard, not its real name, but the term Su-ho and Jiang had used to refer to it. It had been their regular hangout. Well, technically, Jiang introduced me to it first. Although they sometimes visited actual cafes, the two had always preferred the quiet seclusion of the backyard. Its remote location meant few people ever ventured there. Feigning ignorance, Su-ho asked, "Is this the cafe you mentioned?" Yeah, a bit embarrassing, but this is the one. They don't have iced Americanos or cakes, but it's a quiet spot to escape prying eyes. So what will you have? Black coffee for me. All right, I'll get barley tea. You like barley tea? Yeah, whenever I come here, it's always barley tea for me. That's right. Jiang had always claimed he drank enough coffee at work, so he exclusively chose barley tea here. Taking the paper cup Jiang handed him, Su-ho casually sat on the edge of the flower bed. Jiang joined him with his own cup, sitting nearby. "Congratulations," Jiang said suddenly. "Pardon, the theory test you took this morning, you got a perfect score. You already graded it." "Yes. Officer Eom brought it over, so I checked it before lunch." "How is that even possible?" "What do you mean?" "You're young, you're skilled in combat, you got a special recruitment into a grade -5 position, and now you have a brain like this. People call this a cheat character, you know." No, not really. The questions were straightforward and the condensed manual made it easier. It's all thanks to the help I've received from others. Come on, don't be too modest. When talented people are overly humble, it just makes them look even more annoying, you know. Is that so? Then I'll admit it, I'm just great. But the way you accept it so easily makes you even more annoying. Jiang's playful jab made Su-ho laugh. How long has it been since I've laughed this freely? While Su-ho hadn't felt particularly rushed since his regression, it always seemed like his life was a series of tasks to complete, rather than truly living it. But now, sitting with an old friend at a spot filled with nostalgia sipping coffee, it felt like a return to those simpler times. Back when I was poisoned and thought I'd never return to the backyard. This moment solidified Su-ho's resolve. This time I won't let history repeat itself. I'll defeat every calamity and reclaim the peace of ordinary life. Su-ho broke the silence. By the way, I'll need to choose between working in the Awakening Resources or Non-Awakening Resources section. Any tips you can share? That's why you invited me here, Come on, it's not like that, I'm just asking. I was just kidding, tips you say? Jiang leaned back, genuinely pondering the question. Not that Su-ho needed advice, he already knew what to expect from the departments and their evaluations. But this small talk was a pleasant way to rebuild their camaraderie. After a moment, Jiang spoke. "Well, since you bought coffee, I'll give you a special tip. You know what the Awakening Division does, right?" "Yes, they manage both awakened and non-awakened personnel." "Exactly, but there's not much direct management involved. What the division prioritizes most is keeping information up to date. Updating information, you know that awakened status windows can't be checked externally, right?" "Yes, I'm aware. That's why awakened individuals need to manually register their data. If they don't update it within the designated timeframes, they face warnings, fines, or even jail time. That's the core of what the Awakening Resources section handles." It was as straightforward as that. Awakened individuals, by their very nature, were not ordinary humans but superhumans wielding extraordinary powers. If such people chose to hide their abilities while living among the general populace, there was no telling how their powers might eventually harm humanity. There are awakened at level 50 who are impervious to bullets and others who can erase their very existence from records. Because of this, governments worldwide work tirelessly to keep their registries of awakened individuals as up-to-date as possible. This approach might have seemed like treating the awakened as potential ticking time bombs, but for now it was a necessary precaution. Su-ho asked, "So my role in the Awakening Division will involve updating these records?" "Exactly. Specifically, you'll deal with those who have refused to update their information. You won't be stuck handling data entry." And the Non-Awakening Resources Division, their work is similar in principle but focused on unregistered players. Have you heard of them? Yes, players who have awakened but conceal that fact, choosing to live as ordinary people. Correct. Unregistered players were those who had undergone awakening but deliberately hid their status, blending into society as normal civilians. Because they still benefited from system-provided power enhancements, they were monitored as potential risks for criminal behavior. Su-ho nodded, reflecting inwardly. As expected, it's going just as I thought. This wasn't his first time experiencing a grade-5 orientation or similar training sessions. In fact, Su-ho had previously been an evaluator for such programs. This meant the Awakening Division orientation wasn't likely to pose much of a challenge for him. Jiang Qiaomin smiled, saying, "I can't reveal too much more since it's part of the evaluation process, but I don't think you'll have much trouble with the fieldwork." "Neither do I," Su-ho replied confidently. "Haha, you were so humble in the interview, but now you're brimming with confidence. All right, it's almost the end of lunch. Shall we head back?" "Yes, let's. Good luck with the rest of your day, and don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. And once again, congratulations on acing the theory exam." "Thank you." The two drained the last of their coffee before parting ways, each returning to their respective floors to resume work. Back at the Awakening Division, Eam Junseong was waiting for Su-ho. "Did you enjoy your lunch?" "Yes, did you?" "Oh, I always enjoy my meals. So as I mentioned earlier, you need to choose between the Awakening Resources and Non-Awakening Resources divisions for your first assignment. Have you decided?" "Yes, I'd like to start with the Awakening Division." "Any particular reason?" "No, not really, just a gut feeling." "Got it. All right, let's get started." "Oh, by the way, congratulations on your perfect score on the theory exam this morning." "Yes, I heard from team leader Jiang earlier." "Wow, you're quick. I expected you to do well, but a perfect score." "Even Director Lee will be thrilled." With Eam Junseong guiding him, Su-ho arrived at the Awakening Division. There he was greeted by Lee Mun-ho, the section chief. "Welcome. I'm Lee Mun-ho, the section chief of the Awakening Division." As a section chief, Lee held a rank higher than team leaders, representing the division as a whole. Extending a firm handshake, he greeted Su-ho with his usual affable demeanor. Su-ho shook his hand and introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you, I'm Ahn Su-ho. I've heard about you. They say you already took the theory exam and scored a perfect mark. Truly impressive talent, haha." The rumor had already spread. Su-ho wasn't surprised. Word traveled fast in any organization. Lee Mun-ho retrieved a file from his drawer and handed it to Eam Junseong. "You're Su-ho's supervisor for this rotation, right? This is the manual for the field training. You can start immediately." "Understood, sir." "All right then, good luck." After receiving the manual, Eam Junseong led Su-ho to an adjacent room. Sitting down, he skimmed through the contents of the file, nodding to himself. After thoroughly reviewing the material, he looked up and asked, "Su-ho, you're already familiar with what the Awakening Division does, right?" "Yes, I understand that keeping the Awaken's information up to date is a top priority." "Great, that makes things easier. Field training isn't complicated. You'll mostly be dealing with delinquent players who have delayed updating their information. These individuals are referred to as non-compliant renewers, and your primary task will be to ensure they update their data." Just as Su-ho had anticipated, the most crucial responsibility of the division had been assigned as fieldwork. "Do you have a list of the non-compliant renewers I'll be handling?" "Yes, here it is." Eam handed him a file, which Su-ho began reviewing slowly. Watching him, Eam chuckled awkwardly. "There aren't too many names on the list, so it shouldn't be too challenging." "Ah, I see." Su-ho replied curtly, not because he believed Eam's words, but because he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Not challenging my ass." The names on the list. Su-ho recognized most of them. They were notorious troublemakers within the Awakening Division, known for being some of the most difficult cases. "They assigned me to deal with these guys despite knowing I'm part of the Royal Circle." What was the reasoning? Were they trying to use this opportunity to deal with problem individuals through him? If so, was this Lee Mun-ho's decision? It could be, but there was also the possibility that it was Pai Sung-yeol's way of testing him. Pai had a habit of constantly testing his people. "Fine, whatever the reason, I'll handle it." Su-ho handed the file back and asked, "Can I start immediately?" Eam smiled widely, clearly impressed by Su-ho's confidence. Of course, first let me show you how to use the stat measuring device. Eom hurried off to the equipment room. Chapter 75, the afternoon shift had begun, and Su-ho officially became a record renewal agent in the Awakening Division. A renewal agent, it's been a while. A renewal agent was in essence a collector of overdue responsibilities. Much like how the tax office sends collection teams after delinquent taxpayers or the military dispatches deserter squads to capture runaways, the Awakening Division deployed renewal agents to update overdue records. Naturally, all renewal agents were field operatives, exclusively players. Ordinary civilians need not apply. Eom Junseong handed Su-ho a temporary renewal agent ID and encouraged him with a smile. Well then, Su-ho, good luck. Yes, Su-ho replied nonchalantly to Eom's enthusiasm. The reason Eom wasn't accompanying him, simple, Eom wasn't a player nor a field operative but a desk worker. Thus, someone else was assigned to act as Su-ho's guide, someone who was both a field agent and an active player. Han Ho-seong, a current renewal agent and Su-ho's assigned field mentor, greeted him. Nice to meet you, I'm Han Ho-seong. Han Ho-seong. As a Grademan S7 field agent and a seasoned veteran with a reputation for excellence, he had been specifically chosen to oversee Su-ho's training. But Han wasn't thrilled about this assignment. Damn it, being good at my job feels like a punishment sometimes. Han knew exactly who Su-ho was, in fact, who in this country didn't. That was why Han couldn't be pleased about becoming Su-ho's trainer. Rumors about Su-ho were already widespread within the association. He's part of the royal circle, so everyone is expected to cater to him. Great, just great. Like I don't have enough to deal with already. As part of his role, Han had reviewed the list of non-compliant renewals assigned to Su-ho for training. That list alone was enough to annoy him. The individuals on it weren't just troublesome, they were legendary for being untraceable or impossible to catch. They were, as Han thought of them, legends of legends. And yet these cases had been dumped on Su-ho, a mere trainee. The intent was obvious. Others would catch the targets and hand them to Su-ho on a silver platter. Why? Because Su-ho was a royal destined for the special division. From Han's perspective, it was impossible not to harbor some resentment. Despite this, Su-ho greeted him with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Ahn Su-ho, I'll be relying on you for a while. Sure, shall we start with some basic instructions? Oh wait, Eom briefed you on the stat measuring device and other tools, right? Yes, he did. Great, then we can skip the basics. Let's see. Han sighed heavily as he scowled at the file he held, reviewing the list of targets. He muttered under his breath, this is insane, seriously. It felt almost inhumane to include nothing but troublemakers on the list. How could they assign a trainee only the worst cases? Han continued grumbling, unaware that Su-ho was watching him with a faint smile. Are you having trouble deciding where to start? Su-ho asked politely. Yeah, you could say that. Then how about this person? Su-ho pointed to one of the names in the file. Han glanced between the photo and Su-ho, letting out another sigh. Look, Su-ho, are you sure you know who this guy is before suggesting we go after him? He's a non-compliant renewal case, isn't he? Sure, but let me be blunt. Everyone assigned to you is a legend in the Awakening Division for being utterly unmanageable. And this guy you just pointed to, we don't even know where he is. He's been off the grid for years. I know. What? I said I know. If he's listed as a non-compliant case despite being untraceable, it means the division knows he's still active somewhere. Isn't that why he's on the list? Well, that's true, but how do you know that? I've done my research, anyway I'll handle him. The target Su-ho had pointed out was Kim Gung-won. As Han had mentioned, Kim was an infamous non-compliant renewal case who had eluded capture for years. Under normal circumstances, his prolonged absence would warrant a declaration of missing or deceased. However, his continued presence on the list indicated that he was still actively operating within society, and the Awakening Division was well aware of it. Han frowned even deeper at Su-ho's confident attitude. Look, Su-ho, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but how exactly are you planning to catch him? The guy is supposedly overseas. Do you really think he's abroad? What? Kim Gung-won. Profession, illegal pharmacologist. Nicknamed the doping designer, he supplies performance-enhancing drugs to athletes, including non-awakened individuals. The issue is that these drugs mimic skill effects. He denies the allegations, but multiple reports have been filed against him. The Awakening Division requested an update to his status window to verify the charges, but he's refused for years, evading capture. His current location is supposedly overseas. It was as expected. Kim Gung-won had initially worked as a doping designer while still an ordinary person. However, when he unexpectedly awakened as a player, his case was transferred to the jurisdiction of the Great Awakening Association, GAA. While his doping activities had little direct connection to the GAA, the issue was that his illegal drugs started producing skill-like effects rather than just traditional doping enhancements. This development made him a target of the GAA's investigations. Interestingly, despite this being a clear case of player-related crime, it wasn't the Special Division that was pursuing him, but the Awakening Division. The reason was simple: they need concrete evidence before the Special Division gets involved. Ideally, the Special Division would handle this from the start. However, being chronically understaffed, they didn't act unless there was undeniable proof. And of course, P. Sung-yeol finds cases like this bothersome. Naturally, Sung-yeol prioritized cases that were directly beneficial to him. Even so, the Awakening Division couldn't just let cases like these pile up indefinitely. Just as the police face criticism for a growing backlog of unresolved cases, so did the GAA when overdue tasks began accumulating. Su-ho continued, his voice calm but assured, Kim Gung-won is definitely in the country. His drugs are still circulating domestically, so how could he be overseas? Smuggling drugs into Korea from abroad would require an extremely complex process. Even this file mentions that, according to a recent anonymous tip, Kim's drugs are being used by well-known athletes here in Korea. His logic was airtight, and Han Ho-seong found himself nodding along despite himself. That's a good point, but a tip is just a tip. We don't even have proof that those athletes are actually using the drugs. Then let's verify it. And how do you propose we do that? Skill-enhancing drugs leave no physical traces, unlike traditional doping substances. That's my problem to solve. Are you serious? This isn't a formal investigation, it's just an anonymous tip. There's no way we'll get a warrant. I have a method in mind. Let me handle this on my own first. If I fail, I'll follow your approach. Ha, Han let out a dry laugh, shaking his head at Su-ho's unyielding determination. But Su-ho's resolve was genuine. After staring at him for a moment, Han finally relented with a resigned nod. Fine, do it your way, I'll be watching, so go ahead. Thank you for trusting me. Han's decision wasn't reckless, it was deliberate. He had no real power to stop Su-ho's persistence, and part of him was genuinely curious to see how this would play out. After all, Su-ho wasn't just any trainee, he was a royal. Even if he made a mistake, the higher-ups would undoubtedly cover for him. And most importantly, let him figure it out the hard way. He needs to learn that even being a sword god doesn't make tracking non-compliant individuals any easier. This is a completely different game. Su-ho collected the phone numbers of the athletes implicated in the tips, then left the room. Watching him go, Han reclined in his chair, deciding to treat this as an unexpected paid vacation. With the phone numbers in hand, Su-ho headed to the Nexus Academy in Paju. There, he summoned Seo Gi-won, who was in the middle of leveling up, and explained the situation. After hearing everything, Seo nodded confidently. This is easy. The goal is just to find Kim Gung-won's location, right? Exactly. Then we just follow the phone numbers provided in the tips. Once we identify Kim Gung-won's phone, we'll have his location. Then it's just a matter of catching him. Hearing this, Su-ho grinned, as expected. If it were anyone else, this plan might seem far-fetched, but Seo Gi-won's abilities as a digitization specialist made this task seem trivial. I knew coming to you was the right choice. You always make it sound simple. Of course, for problems like this, I'm your guy. Shall we get started? Not yet. Bring Hyun-min along. Hyun-min. Why do we need him? He's crucial for this operation. Kim Hyun-min, a founding member of Banshee and the team's mobility specialist, was essential for their plan. While Seo didn't immediately understand Su-ho's reasoning, Kim Hyun-min grasped his role quickly after the situation was explained. All right, Hyun-min's on board. Let's get started, Su-ho said. Their first step was to contact one of the implicated athletes, a famous baseball player named Ham Di-ho. Seo handled the call. The phone rang and was soon answered. Hello, yes, is this Ham Di-ho? Yeah, who's this? This is Kwon Sung-min from the telecom base station. We have an excellent internet package I'd like to, not interested. Click. Ham hung up immediately at the mention of an internet package. Still, the brief interaction confirmed that the number belonged to him. Seo grinned and gave Su-ho a thumbs up, to which Su-ho responded with his own amused thumbs up. Nice acting. This is basic stuff. Shall we move on? Let's. With the number confirmed, Seo configured his phone and activated his digitization ability, pulling himself and the team into the phone's digital space. The operation to locate Kim Gung-won had officially begun. Chapter 76 Digitalization activated. The trio soon found themselves inside Seo Gi-won's phone. The interface was far simpler than a typical computer desktop, designed intentionally for any unexpected scenarios. Seo Gi-won approached one of the numerous virtual doors on his home screen, selecting the one marked with a phone icon. Opening it revealed 3 more labeled doors: keypad, recent calls, and contacts. He chose the recent calls door, which displayed the number of Ham Di-ho, the last person they had called. Let's move, Seo Gi-won said. Without hesitation, the 3 dove into the network. The transition was instantaneous, like traveling along an open phone network rather than trudging barefoot across a scorching desert. Within moments, they opened their eyes in a foreign space. The transition was a success. Behind them stood a prominent door labeled with Seo Gi-won's number confirming their arrival. Seo Gi-won surveyed their surroundings and nodded. Looks like we're in the right place. Yeah. Now we just need to find traces of his communications with the drug supplier or any transaction records. Focusing on texts or messaging apps should be the quickest way, Su-ho suggested. I heard they used Pelagram for transactions. Let's start with that app, Seo Gi-won replied. Understood. Pelagram, a foreign-made messaging app, was notorious for refusing to share user data even with law enforcement. It had long been a tool for various criminal activities. According to their informant, Ahn Su-ho used Pelagram for his drug deals. After a brief search, they found the app, but it was locked behind a password. Seo Gi-won frowned, his brows furrowing in disappointment. As expected, it's locked. No problem, Hyun-min will crack it, Su-ho said confidently. Hyun-min, what's his special ability? Seo Gi-won asked. Gate creation, Su-ho replied with a smirk. Hyun-min, you're up. Yes, sir, Hyun-min replied, stepping forward. Hyun-min's unique ability, gate creation, allowed him to craft portals that could bypass any barrier no matter how secure. Su-ho had relied on this ability in his past life, particularly during the Banshee team's precise operations. It was why Hyun-min had been selected for this mission. Apps like Pelagram were designed to alert users if there was a sudden breach attempt. While it was possible to circumvent such protections slowly, Su-ho wasn't interested in wasting time. Responding to Su-ho's signal, Hyun-min placed his hand against the app's digital wall and activated his ability. Gate creation activated. A rectangular door formed where Hyun-min's hand touched the wall. Seo Gi-won watched in awe. Wow, do you know how many hours I've spent brute-forcing firewalls? I've tried everything from spamming skills to manual data mining. His frustration was genuine. Seo Gi-won had resorted to every tedious method imaginable in the past. Watching Hyun-min create a portal with such ease left him feeling both impressed and hollow. Why so down? Without you, we wouldn't even be here, Su-ho said, trying to console him. That's true, but still, thinking about all that effort is depressing. Hey, at least you don't have to do it anymore. Look on the bright side, Su-ho added. You're right about that. Through the portal, the trio safely entered the Pelagram app. Inside, they found 3 simple doors labeled Friends List, Chat List, and Settings. Su-ho approached the door labeled Chat List and opened it. Inside, there was only one chatroom. There it is. Yeah, that's the one, no doubt about it. The chatroom title, Drugs, left little room for ambiguity. Seo Gi-won opened the chatroom door, revealing a sparse virtual room with a table, 2 chairs, and a stack of papers piled on the table. More striking, however, were the faint silhouettes seated in the chairs, human-like figures resembling holographic avatars. Seo Gi-won gestured toward the figures. Those avatars represent Ahn Su-ho and the supplier. Luckily, they haven't left the chatroom yet. Pointing to the stack of papers, he added, and those are the chat logs. He was right. The table was covered with documents, each filled with written records of conversations between Ahn Su-ho and the supplier. Su-ho skimmed through the logs, confirming the supplier's identity. So we follow this trail next. See that door behind the supplier's avatar? Going through it will take us to their Pelagram account. Let's go. Understood. Following the same process, the trio transitioned into the supplier's phone. This new space revealed multiple chatrooms, each representing the supplier's clients. Damn, they've been busy, Su-ho remarked. No kidding. If all these people are using drugs from Kim Gung-won, there's no way he avoids a conviction, Seo Gi-won added. He's bound for Blue Jade Prison. He'll rot there for years. Now let's trace this further up the chain. On it. They began systematically extracting data, contact lists, text histories, and call logs. It was a tedious process, but it yielded valuable information. Eventually, they uncovered a key connection to Kim Gung-won. This number shows up frequently, Su-ho noted. Looks like this is their supplier. Following this should lead us to their primary distributor. Let's move. The trio repeated the process, climbing further up the network. Each step revealed more about Kim Gung-won's careful planning and extensive operations. How many layers of middlemen does this guy use? Su-ho asked, exasperated. Well, given his business, he's probably trying to be as cautious as possible, Hyun-min replied. Still, we're close now. Based on the data, this should be Kim Gung-won's contact information, Seo Gi-won confirmed. Finally, they breached Kim Gung-won's phone. It was undoubtedly his. The device was filled with incriminating evidence, including photos and records. Yep, this is Gung-won's phone, Su-ho said, satisfied. Seo Gi-won flipped through the photo gallery, chuckling. Wow, this guy loves himself, so many selfies. Maybe he's prepping for an obituary photo, Su-ho quipped. Is the GPS on? Yep, let me grab the location. Moments later, Seo Gi-won pinpointed Kim Gung-won's current location. Judging by the geotags in these photos, this is his home. Perfect timing, Seo Gi-won said. Where is it? Su-ho asked. Gangnam Seoul, right under our noses, Su-ho muttered. Good work, let's head back. Yes, Seo Gi-won replied. After confirming the location, the three quickly returned to the real world. Su-ho turned to his companions and issued instructions. Gi-won, great job. Hyun-min, go and bring Yeonhwa. You'll be coming with me, so get ready. Understood, Hyun-min replied. Hey boss, Seo Gi-won called out just as they were about to head out to apprehend Kim Gung-won. Yeah, Su-ho responded. I was wondering. I noticed earlier that Kim Gung-won made a decent amount of money selling doping drugs. When he's caught, will all that money be confiscated too? It'll go to the state treasury. Why, if they can't locate his hidden assets, let me know. I think I can dig them up. Oh, that's a good point, Su-ho mused, realizing the practicality of the suggestion. Hidden assets usually boiled down to two options: liquid cash buried somewhere or cryptocurrency. Either way, Seo Gi-won's skills were perfectly suited for the job. Su-ho chuckled. All right, while I'm busy bringing in Kim Gung-won, you can focus on stripping his hidden funds clean. Understood, Seo Gi-won replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The reason behind Seo Gi-won's amusement was simple. If he returned now, he'd just spend the entire day dealing with Su-ho's avatar back in Gonryeon, a tedious and exhausting task. Digging up Kim Gung-won's hidden assets was a far more appealing alternative. I'll squeeze every last penny out of him, he thought gleefully. Seo Gi-won was genuinely excited. Finally, he had a productive and satisfying outlet for his pent-up stress. Acro Tower, located in Gangnam, Seoul. A premium residential area synonymous with Gangnam, it was not only equipped with safe zone protocols but also housed numerous skilled hunters, making it a place that ordinary people wouldn't dare approach. Kim Gung-won's residence was located here. Haha, thanks to you, Mr. Gung, our profits have been through the roof again this time. Mr. Gung, the nickname referred to Kim Gung-won. At that moment, he was hosting a guest in his home. The guest was none other than Sun Baek-jeum, leader of the Platinum Gang, a major gang organization in Gangnam. Despite starting with no notable reputation, Sun had quickly risen to prominence in Gangnam's criminal underworld, all thanks to his partnership with Kim Gung-won, who supplied him with specialized doping drugs. At Sun Baek-jeum's praise, Kim Gung-won reclined smugly on the sofa, his expression filled with arrogance. Haha, my skills didn't just appear overnight, you know, but more importantly, you've made sure the police are fully under control, right? Of course. We've got the police, prosecutors, and even the GAA covered. There's no way they'll ever catch us. It was at that moment, crackle, crackle, a sharp electrical buzzing sound came from somewhere, and the room momentarily plunged into darkness before the lights flickered back on. Kim Gung-won furrowed his brow. A blackout? Looks like it. How does a place this expensive have a blackout? And it's not like there's been a gate rupture. Tusk tusk. They charge hundreds in management fees, and this is the kind of service we get. Someone needs to have a word with them. Not to mention how slow the food delivery has been lately. Chairman's son, you should really say something. I'll handle it. Hey, yes, Chairman, you heard him. Go give them a piece of our mind. Yes, sir. At Sun Baek-jeum's command, two subordinates bowed respectfully before hurrying out of the living room. But then it happened. Boom, boom, loud, heavy crashes echoed through the space. Startled, Sun Baek-jeum and Kim Gung-won jumped to their feet. From the corner of the living room, a figure emerged. It was Su-ho. Found you, Gung-won. What? Who are you? You don't recognize me? That's disappointing, Su-ho said, grinning. He punctuated his words by tossing the two men who had just left the room onto the floor, unconscious. They were the very subordinates sent by Sun Baek-jeum. Dusting his hands, Su-ho smiled brightly. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ahn Su-ho, records officer from the Awakening Division of the Great Awakening Association. Mr. Kim Gung-won, you've been deliberately avoiding records updates for the past few years. That alone warrants an on-the-spot arrest, so I suggest you cooperate. Ahn Su-ho. You mean the sword god Ahn Su-ho? Yeah, that Ahn Su-ho, but who gave you permission to talk so casually to me? Do you want to die? Despite the cold threat, Su-ho's smile never wavered as he began walking toward them. Chapter 77 Rumble, Rumble. Sun Baek-jeum and Kim Gung-won trembled uncontrollably, kneeling on the floor. Their clothes were torn to shreds and traces of their blood were splattered everywhere. And yet there wasn't a single visible wound on their bodies. Why? Because Su-ho had healed them completely. Dragging a chair in front of the two trembling men, Su-ho sat down casually. Man, I gotta say, the stat meter works like a charm. The stat meter. It was an essential tool for records officers, taken straight from the Awakening Division's supply room. Designed by the government, it allowed officers to gauge the stats of individuals without violating the system's restriction against viewing others' status windows. Though its accuracy was typically around 70%, Su-ho had managed to achieve a 100% success rate. His method was simple. He had beaten Kim Gung-won with the stat meter until the man told the truth. Pointing the now dented stat meter at Kim Gung-won, Su-ho spoke with a grin. Just so you know, if the numbers change the next time I check, it's going to hurt even more. Got it? Why, yes, I understand. Good, you're all set now. Next. With Kim Gung-won's status updated, Su-ho had no further business with him. Turning his gaze, he focused on Sun Baek-jeum, who was still kneeling. Sun Baek-jeom, in his late 30s, had risen to prominence in Gangnam with Kim Gung-won's help. Their encounter today had been purely coincidental. Talk about good timing, Su-ho mused. It was indeed fortunate timing. Sun Baek-jeom was one of those people who needed to be apprehended sooner or later. However, arresting him now was a bit tricky. Su-ho was here as a records officer conducting an on-site evaluation. Still, how could he ignore a criminal kneeling right in front of him? Mr. Sun Baek-jeom, Su-ho called out. Why yes, you said something interesting earlier. What do you mean? Something about bribing both the police and the Awakening Association. So who exactly did you bribe in the association to bribe someone to grease palms in advance, ensuring silence or manipulating official duties to suit one's interests? While the exact interpretation varied, it was clear the bribes had been for Kim Gung-won's benefit, and Su-ho couldn't overlook that. Here he was, living his second life as a civil servant for the sake of world peace, only to find someone spreading chaos like this. Sun Baek-jeom quivered at the question, then tightly closed his eyes. Su-ho let out a dry laugh. Oh, closing your eyes? Are you seriously closing your eyes when I'm asking you a question? And no, it's not that, I wasn't doing that. I was just about to answer. Good, because if you pull any more stunts like that, it's not going to be fun for you. You're not an awakened, so you don't need the stat meter. I'll just use my bare hands. Answer. Why yes, sir. I understand. As Sun Baek-jeom stammered his response, shaking like a leaf, Gu Yeonhwa, watching the scene unfold from a distance, clicked her tongue. Wow, I knew he wasn't an ordinary guy, but seeing him like this is terrifying. Don't you think, Hyun-min? I wouldn't say terrifying, he's just capable. Gu Yeonhwa tilted her head, not fully understanding Kim Hyun-min's response. But he meant it sincerely. He had first-hand experience with Su-ho's competence. The reason Su-ho had brought Gu Yeonhwa and Kim Hyun-min with him to Acro Tower was to ensure a quiet infiltration. Even with his unparalleled skills, Su-ho couldn't navigate the tightly controlled environment of Acro Tower alone. To bypass the security, he needed Gu Yeonhwa's EMP ability, which could disable electronic devices, and Kim Hyun-min's mobility skills. The earlier blackout, that had been Gu Yeonhwa's handiwork. Returning his attention to Sun Baek-jeom, Su-ho repeated his question. So who did you bribe? Well, it was Vice President Park Kyu-min. What? Now that was unexpected. Park Kyu-min was involved. This revelation caught Su-ho off guard. Nodding, he pressed further. And, that's it. Yes, just him, only him. Are you sure? Yes, I swear it's the truth. Please believe me. Sun Baek-jeom frantically waved his hands, trying to prove his sincerity. Judging by his reaction, he probably wasn't lying, but Park Kyu-min. So does that mean Park Kyu-min has no idea about the upcoming evaluation and awakening event? It seemed likely. If Park Kyu-min had known, he wouldn't have allowed something that could jeopardize himself to be included in the assessment. Still, this raised another question. Then whose idea was it to include this task in the evaluation? Park Kyu-min's personality would have ensured he made good on his bribe. Whoever included it must have deliberately targeted him. One name popped into Su-ho's mind. Could it be Pai Seong-yeol? It didn't make sense for Section Chief Lee Moon-ho to include this in the evaluation just to deal with routine tasks. Park Kyu-min would have indirectly or directly influenced him. If Lee Moon-ho still assigned this task, it must have been under pressure from someone else. Whoever pressured Lee Moon-ho must either outrank Park Kyu-min or hold equal power. This narrowed the suspects down to two people. Chairman Jang Kyung-hwan or Special Division Head Pai Seong-yeol. While Pai Seong-yeol didn't officially outrank Park Kyu-min, his influence within the organization was widely regarded as stronger. And considering Jang Kyung-hwan values Park Kyu-min as a trusted subordinate, he wouldn't deliberately harm him. That left Pai Seong-yeol, but even then it didn't add up. Were those two on bad terms? Su-ho couldn't recall any such friction. Then why? After pondering for a while, Su-ho reached a conclusion. I'll just wait and see. If news of Kim Gung-won's capture reached either Pai Seong-yeol or Park Kyu-min, one of them would react. There was no need to shake the Platinum Gang unnecessarily in the meantime. Whatever happens, it won't take long. Standing up, Su-ho turned to Sun Baek-jeom and spoke. See you around, maybe. Excuse me, take care. With that, Su-ho left Acro Tower with Kim Gung-won in tow, accompanied by his team of banshees. Left alone, Sun Baek-jeom stared after them in disbelief. He's just leaving like that, senior. Oh, Su-ho, you're here, the Great Awakening Association headquarters. Su-ho returned to the Awakening Division and went to find Han Ho-seong, who was relaxing on a break. Han Ho-seong was napping in the lounge, his face radiating ease and comfort. He sat up straight and yawned. Yeah, Han. So did you find Kim Gung-won? Yes, I found him. See, I told you this job might look easy at first, but it's actually harder than it. Wait, what did you just say? I found Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and just in case, I left him in the investigation room. Han Ho-seong furrowed his brows and tilted his head, his expression one of disbelief. He seemed to be questioning whether he'd heard Su-ho correctly, but his ears were working just fine and Su-ho wasn't one to lie. Su-ho gestured toward the door. Let's go. Ah yeah right of course let's go, Han Ho-seong stammered, snapping back to reality. He hurriedly followed Su-ho, making a beeline for the investigation room. Unbelievable. Han Ho-seong let out a hollow laugh as he stared at Kim Gung-won, seated in the investigation room chair. His expression was one of disbelief. How could this be possible? Kim Gung-won was a notorious unregistered player, a menace to the system, and ranked among the most troublesome S-class offenders. For years, no one had even seen a trace of him, and yet Su-ho had managed to capture him. In just a single day, no, within a matter of hours, but that wasn't all. Looking over the status window data that Su-ho had handed him, Han Ho-seong could only marvel further. Even the stat results are nearly perfect. It was almost inconceivable. The stat meter had an accuracy of only 70%. To get even close to reliable numbers, you'd typically have to engage in an exhausting battle of wills with an unregistered player. Yet somehow Su-ho had done it. Effortlessly. As though it was the simplest thing in the world. And what's more, Kim Gung-won was being remarkably cooperative. While Han Ho-seong sat there slack-jawed, Su-ho spoke casually, as if none of this was a big deal. Now that we've confirmed his charges, you can hand him over to the special division. Ah yeah of course, absolutely, but Su-ho, Han Ho-seong stammered. Yes, Su-ho replied. How? How on earth did you catch him? Oh, I just asked around here and there and got lucky. Speaking of which, can I handle the rest of the unregistered players on my own? This is part of my on-site evaluation after all. Oh. Sure of course. Actually wait no, how about I come along to help, Han Ho-seong offered. No, what? I want to catch them all myself and get the highest evaluation possible. If I need help, I'll let you know. For now, I'd just appreciate it if you could handle the handoff to the special division. Ah, yeah, sure. Han Ho-seong found himself unable to object to Su-ho's firm yet polite request. No, he didn't even feel like he had the right to object. What is this? To him, Su-ho was simply on another level, a completely different kind of person. From that point on, everything proceeded smoothly. These weren't violent criminals, they were just unregistered players. How difficult could they be? Over 2 days, Su-ho managed to apprehend every single person on the list. Each time, Han Ho-seong could only gape in amazement, utterly speechless. As a result, Su-ho naturally became the hottest topic within the association, with his name on everyone's lips once again. Have you heard, Hunter Ahn? I mean probationary officer Ahn. You mean the one who caught all those unregistered players? Yeah, I heard he wrapped up everything in just 2 days. Even professional records officers couldn't do that. He really is a sword god, isn't he? The way he works is just on another level. But doesn't this make the other records officers look bad? I guess so. It was a reasonable concern. After all, a probationary officer accomplishing what seasoned professionals couldn't was bound to invite comparisons. But reality turned out to be very different. Probationary on, probationary on, probationary on. Ahn Su-ho, Ahn Su-ho, Ahn Su-ho. Sword god, sword god, sword god. We love you, we love you. We love you. The reception wasn't jealousy or resentment, it was pure, unfiltered admiration. Su-ho had become nothing short of the Awakening Division's biggest idol. Su-ho, can't you just stay with us forever and never transfer anywhere else? I don't usually say things like this, but I've never seen someone as talented as you. I even joined Su-ho's fan club. From now on, call me a Su-ho disciple. Ahn men, swordmen. Why were the people in the Awakening Division so thrilled? The answer was obvious. For years, they had borne the brunt of endless criticism due to the unregistered S-class players. Now Su-ho had resolved the issue entirely, sparing them further scolding and scrutiny. If we're going to be criticized regardless, I'd rather suffer once and be done with it, was the collective sentiment. Thanks to this, Su-ho achieved a perfect score on his on-site evaluation as expected and smoothly transitioned to the next stage, working with the non-awakened division as part of his training. Just as Su-ho was wrapping up his work with the Awakening Division, his phone buzzed. VRRR, VRRR, a call. Seeing the caller ID, Su-ho grinned. That was fast. Answering the call, he greeted with a polite tone. Yes, Senior. Ahn, are you busy? If not, come see me for a moment. The caller was none other than Pai Seong-yeol. Chapter 78. At Pai Seong-yeol's summons, Su-ho made his way to the Special Division Chief's office. Upon his arrival, Pai Seong-yeol greeted him with a sly smile, rising from his seat. You're here, Junior. Yes, Senior. Have a seat. The room was much larger and more sophisticated than Lee Wannick's office, an unmistakable testament to the disparity in power. As Su-ho sat down, Pai Seong-yeol opened the mini-fridge beside him, pulled out a can of soda and placed it in front of Su-ho. I hear you had some fun in the Awakening Division. Not at all. Not at all. Word is your performance there was extraordinary. That's the Su-ho I know, always exceeding expectations. Thank you, drink up. Yes, sir. At Pai Seong-yeol's encouragement, Su-ho opened the can and took a sip. Only then did Pai Seong-yeol begin to speak. The first one you caught was Kim Goong-won, right? Yes, that's correct. I heard you went to Acro Tower. Yes, I did. Did you see anyone else there besides Kim Goong-won? A subtle expression crossed Pai Seong-yeol's face. Clearly, he already knew the answer. This would make things easier. Without hesitation or change in expression, Su-ho answered, I also saw Sun Baek-jeom. Then why did you leave him there? I didn't think he was someone I could handle. At that, a spark lit in Pai Seong-yeol's eyes and a faint grin tugged at his lips. Interesting, what makes you think you know what I was going to say about that? Weren't you going to talk about Sun Baek-jeom's connections? Pahaha. Pai Seong-yeol burst out laughing at Su-ho's response. He took a sip from his own can, still grinning, and set it back down. Exactly, I was going to talk about his connections, so you left him because you thought you couldn't handle it. To be honest, yes. Then why didn't you report it to me? I was waiting for the right justification. Justification, yes. Even though I'm expected to join the special division, I'm not officially a member yet. Plus, your name didn't come up in this situation. I thought it would be presumptuous to bring up Sun Baek-jeom without proper justification, so I waited. I figured either you or the vice president would call me eventually. Pai Seong-yeol narrowed his eyes, clearly impressed. The response was exactly what he had hoped for. With both corners of his mouth now lifted in a pleased smile, he said, Su-ho, yes, senior, well done, thank you, senior. From now on, if there's anything you can't handle, report it all to me. I'll tell you how to deal with it. Yes, sir, you're not even asking why. You must have a reason for it, so why should I question it? You crazy bastard. Now fully laughing, shoulders shaking, Pai Seong-yeol looked entirely pleased with Su-ho. Reaching into his wallet, he pulled out a card and handed it to Su-ho. You've worked hard. When you're done for the day, take your close friends out and eat something good. None of that cheap pork belly nonsense. Go for Korean beef or seafood. If you want to drink, drink. I won't care how much it costs. No, really, I haven't done anything to deserve this. Hey, when an elder gives you something, just take it and say thank you. Thank you. Good, take care. See you next time. Su-ho stood, bowed lightly, and left the office, tucking the card into his pocket as he walked away. As he exited, he thought to himself, there's definitely something going on between the vice president and Pai Seong-yeol. Still, he hadn't expected Pai Seong-yeol to let the matter slide without saying anything. At the very least, Su-ho had thought he'd be instructed to bring in Sun Baek-jeom. The lack of any such directive struck him as suspicious. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su-ho pulled out his phone and dialed Seo Gi-won. Yes, boss. Hey, I'm about to send you some numbers. Gather all the photos, text messages, call logs, and messenger conversations tied to them. Bring Hyun Min if you need help. Got it. You're not even asking whose numbers these are. If you're asking me to do it, it must be important. Su-ho laughed at that. He realized this must have been how Pai Seong-yeol had felt earlier when he'd laughed at Su-ho's responses. Good, put in the work and let's grab dinner after you're done. Talk to Haewon about what you want to eat. I'll cover something expensive. Hell yeah. Got it? Great. Ending the call, Su-ho sent Seo Gi-won the contact information for Pai Seong-yeol and a few other individuals. After meeting with Pai Seong-yeol, Su-ho headed to the non-awakening division with Ahn Su-ho. Their first stop was to meet Lee Si-hyun, the head of the division. The moment Lee saw Su-ho, he greeted him enthusiastically. Oh my Su-ho, you're here. Nice to meet you. I'm Ahn Su-ho. Haha, sit down, sit down. I'm Lee Si-hyun, head of the non-awakening division. I've heard so much about you. They say you performed spectacularly in the awakening division. From the moment they met, Lee unleashed a flood of praise. Su-ho responded with a modest smile. It's nothing. Nothing, I heard you even scored perfectly on the theory exam. Being too humble can be a bit off-putting, you know, haha, just kidding. So do you know what you'll be doing in the non-awakening division? Yes, I heard briefly that the focus is on locating unregistered players. Correct, but finding unregistered players is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless we have specific tips, we don't actively investigate. So for this evaluation, just find one person, that's all. Find one and your field assessment here is done. As expected. Su-ho had anticipated that the non-awakening division would assign him to locate unregistered players. He had already prepared a short list of candidates for registration. With confidence, Su-ho replied, understood. As expected of Hunter Ahn Su-ho, so full of energy, here these are all the reports we've received so far. Ahn Su-ho will guide you through the details. Best of luck, Hunter Ahn. Thank you, I'll do my best. Haha, great, good luck then. It felt like night and day compared to before. Su-ho was now treated with immense respect. Su-ho couldn't help but feel good. Being welcomed wherever he went was undeniably satisfying. In the division's meeting room, Ahn handed Su-ho the materials from Lee Si-hyun and began explaining. As the head mentioned earlier, this evaluation focuses on locating unregistered players. But unlike unupdated players, unregistered players are like needles in a desert. Finding even one can be a daunting task. That's okay. We still have to try. I knew you'd say that. I'll arrange for the relevant officer to assist you. Thank you. After finishing his explanation, Eom left to fetch the designated officer. While waiting, Su-ho began reviewing the provided materials. These are all just tip-based reports. It was inevitable. Unregistered players were virtually impossible to identify unless they came forward themselves. Unless they've leveled up significantly, most low-level players have very few options. To level up, one had to enter gates, but to do that, they needed to register as a player and pass the hunter exam. Although the hunter exam wasn't mandatory, player registration was. It was a safeguard against potential disasters. Still, some people avoided registration entirely. They despised the idea of being classified as an awakened or had jobs that only non-players could do. Athletes are a prime example. Others avoided registration due to societal perceptions or personal reasons. Finding and registering such individuals was the primary role of the non-awakening division. That's why Su-ho had already prepared a list of potential candidates for his field evaluation. Just then the meeting room door opened and someone entered. It was Cho Seong-gil, the unregistered investigator assigned to oversee Su-ho's evaluation. "Hello, probationary officer Ahn." "Hello, Cho Seong-gil." Another unfamiliar face from Su-ho's past. Sitting across from Su-ho with his characteristic cheerful demeanor, Cho spoke. "I've heard a lot about you. They say you achieved record-breaking results in the Awakening Division." "It's nothing. I just followed the evaluation requirements." "Haha, then I guess you'll do the same here in the non-Awakening Division. By the way, Han Ho-seong from the Awakening Division is my colleague from training. He couldn't stop praising you so much that it's raised my expectations." A critic-turned-fan is always the loudest, Su-ho thought. It made sense. Han Ho-seong had once been one of Su-ho's harshest critics. As Su-ho responded with an awkward smile, Cho leaned forward with a subtle expression. "So, are you planning to work solo on this one as well?" So that's what he was aiming for, fine. Su-ho had been planning to request the same thing anyway, so there was no reason to refuse. Su-ho nodded. "Yes, I'll handle this one on my own." "Haha, understood. If you run into any issues, don't hesitate to reach out." "Thank you, I will." Having completed his meeting with the non-awakening division's officer, Su-ho stood and prepared to leave. It was time to visit the candidates he had earmarked for registration. Swoosh, an arrow flew through the air, and then thud, the arrow landed squarely in the bullseye. It was Park Goong's shot. The coach immediately shouted, "First place goes to Park Goong. That means Park Goong will be representing us in tomorrow's competition." Woo! The coach's declaration drew cheers from the group. At the same time, though, everyone reacted as if it were a foregone conclusion. As expected of Goong, Park Goong never disappoints. With this level of skill, Goong's definitely going to win the tournament tomorrow. Yeah, no doubt about it, Park Goong. The pride of Ahn Su-ho's archery team and one of Korea's brightest archery prospects. Everyone believed it without question, and Park Goong himself had no doubts about it either. After practice, one of his teammates approached him and asked, "Goong, what are you doing after this? We're planning to hit up karaoke, come with us." "Now you guys go ahead, I have to help out at my mom's shop today." "Seriously. We finished early today because of the tournament tomorrow and you're still helping at your mom's shop." "Sorry, but I'll feel better if I do." "Man, you're the only one around here who's such a good son." "True that. Goong's the golden child and you're the delinquent." "Hey, come on, but okay, I'll admit it." "Alright, see you tomorrow." "Yeah, sorry about this, see you." Park Goong was well known for his filial devotion. Living alone with his single mother, Park Goong always helped out at her shop on days when practice ended early, just like today. He had never thought of it as a burden. No, he believed it was only natural. He knew that it was thanks to his mother, who supported his dreams despite their tough circumstances, that he was able to be where he was now. With that thought, Park Goong headed to his mother's shop to lend a hand as usual. But then, he froze the moment he arrived. Park Goong couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in his mother's shop was none other than the famous Ahn Su-ho, the hunter. Blink. Park Goong blinked as he stared at Su-ho. Chapter 79. Wah 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 wah. Park Goong was still just a teenager. Caught off guard, his voice instinctively rose in shock, but before he could let it out fully, his mother appeared and clamped a hand over his mouth. "Shhh, Mom." Wearing her rubber gloves, she pressed a finger to her lips in a gesture to keep quiet. Only when Park Goong nodded did she finally let go of him. She whispered softly, "Don't go bothering our guest while he's eating." It was only then that Park Goong noticed Su-ho sitting at a table eating 2 kimbap rolls and a bowl of ramen. Since it was a quiet time of day, Su-ho was the only customer. Realizing he had almost interrupted such a peaceful moment, Park Goong nodded apologetically. "Got it, sorry Mom." "Good, now why are you here? Shouldn't you still be at practice? They let us off early since the competition is tomorrow. Then you should be resting or hanging out with your friends. Why are you here at the shop?" "Mom, I know you're working here alone. How could I not come help?" Well, it's fine, I've never taken time off just because of a competition. Speaking of which, Mom, yes, you haven't taken that guest payment yet, right? No, not yet. Then can I handle it? At his request, his mother chuckled. Sure, go ahead. Awesome. Grinning from ear to ear, Park Goong eagerly hovered near the counter, waiting. Not long after, Suho finished his meal and approached the register. Time to pay? Yes, that'll be 10,000 won. Here you go. Would you like a receipt? No, that's fine, by the way. Yes, are you by any chance Park Goong? Huh, wah, what? If not, forget I said anything. And no. That's me, I'm Park Goong. Just as Suho finished paying, he suddenly recognized Park Goong and addressed him, leaving the boy utterly stunned. It was a natural reaction. After all, this wasn't just anyone, this was Ahn Su-ho, the sword god, and he knew his name. Suho smiled and asked, "Do you have a moment to talk? I'm Ahn Su-ho from the Great Awakening Association and I'd like to speak with you privately for a bit." Ah, sure, of course. Wait, what, from where? The Great Awakening Association. In that instant, Park Goong's eyes shook as if an earthquake had hit. He began to back away awkwardly, mumbling excuses. Haha. I'm sorry, but I'm really busy right now. It'll only take a moment, are you sure? I'm sorry. With that, Park Goong turned and bolted. His mother noticed the scene, but by the time she approached Suho, her son was already far from the shop. Panting heavily, Park Goong finally stopped after running as far as he could. Once he felt safely distanced from the shop, he hid and tried to catch his breath. Huff. Huff, as his breathing slowed, he crouched down, burying his face in his knees. Why now of all times? The reason for his escape was simple: guilt. The boy couldn't outrun his own conscience. Slowly, he lifted his head and stared at the empty air in front of him. Choose the power you wish to pursue. Warrior, mage, archer, healer. What appeared before him was none other than the job selection screen. Park Goong was an awakened. Specifically, an unclassed awakened who had deferred selecting a job. He had awakened only a few days prior, but he had kept it a secret from everyone, even from his beloved mother. Why? For one reason alone. If anyone finds out I'm an awakened, I'll have to quit archery. And it was true. The law prohibited awakened individuals from participating in professional sports for non-awakened people. Why? Because the stats of awakened players would ruin the fairness of competition. Of course, Park Goong's level was 1 and he hadn't even chosen a job yet. In simple terms, all his stats were still at 1, and he hadn't received any bonus stats, making him no different from an average person. In the future, the law would be revised to allow level 1 awakened individuals to participate in professional sports as long as their level and stats were verified. But that wasn't the case now, which was why Park Goong had kept it a secret. If he registered as an awakened, he would have to give up archery, the thing he loved most. That was why he had run. Meeting the sword god Ahn Su-ho was thrilling, but realizing Su-ho worked for the Great Awakening Association had sent him into a panic. VRRR. Just then his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed it was his mother. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. Hello. Hey Goong, where are you? I'm nearby. Why? Well, Hunter Ahn Su-ho said he wanted to talk to you, but you just ran off. Is something wrong? That's all he said. That's really all he said, nothing else. Of course, why? Is there something else I should know? And no, nothing. Mom, I'm not feeling great today. I think I'll head back to the dorm and rest early. I need to prepare for the competition tomorrow. What about dinner? I'll handle it myself. All right, if you say so. But are you sure everything's okay? Yes, nothing's wrong. Geez, no need to yell. Fine, I get it. The call ended. Fortunately, his mother didn't sound suspicious or worried. If Suho had said anything, she would have picked up on it immediately. Park Goong knew his mother better than anyone. The fact that she seemed unconcerned meant that Suho must not have said anything to her. His heart pounded. Did he intentionally stay silent? Why? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Should he continue pretending? Should he keep running away? But they say there's no salvation in a life spent running. The questions weighed heavily on his mind. Yet no matter how troubled he felt, there was one thing he knew he couldn't give up: tomorrow's competition. I can quit archery, but the competition tomorrow. I can't let that go. The reason for his obsession with tomorrow's event was simple. It was the prize money. The competition was the largest high school archery tournament in the country. Winning would earn him 50 million won. And Park Goong desperately needed that money for the hospital bills of his grandmother, who was currently hospitalized. I've worked so hard, all for tomorrow's competition, just one more day. After the tournament, I'll register officially. That'll be fine. Determined, a sharp glint of resolve shone in Park Goong's eyes. The next day, Park Goong cautiously arrived at school to participate in the competition. Thankfully, Suho was nowhere to be seen. Relieved, he waited nervously for his coach. Then out of nowhere, "Goong, what are you up to?" "Oh, Wonsuk." The person sitting beside him was Hong Wonsuk, Park Goong's closest friend and the runner-up in yesterday's selection round. Unfortunately, Wonsuk couldn't join the competition. The future automobile archery competition only allowed one participant per school. Wonsuk asked, "Are you nervous?" "Why? You don't look so great." "No, it's not that." observant as always, but Won-suk wasn't wrong. Park Gung wasn't feeling his best. He'd been up all night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Still, he was doing his best to pull himself together. He'd worked too hard for this competition to let it all fall apart now. Won-suk grinned. So what if you're not feeling your best, you'll still take first place? That's not a given. What do you mean? Have you ever not taken first place since you joined this school? You've beaten even the seniors to claim the top spot every time. If that's not talent, I don't know what is. Won-suk sighed in resignation, and who could blame him? Despite his own remarkable skills, Won-suk had always been stuck in second place, earning him the nickname Eternal Runner-Up. Trying to console him, Park Gung replied, "Come on, that's not fair. Look at you, you're always second, even ahead of the seniors. Isn't that talent too? Idiot, the world only remembers first place. Plus, with how much money my family's spent on me, I'd better at least get second. You know how my dad is. If the seniors or other students heard you say that, they'd give you hell. Haha, maybe anyway, make sure you win this competition. You've got a good reason to." "Yeah. I have to win." Won-suk, being his best friend, understood better than anyone why this competition meant so much to Park Gung. The two bumped fists, easing some of the tension building inside Gung. "But then Gung, the coach wants to see you." The coach's summons, time to head out. Hearing the call, Park Gung quickly made his way to where the coach was waiting. But what? Behind the building where the coach stood waiting, there was someone else. Someone he had absolutely no desire to see, Su-ho. Why is he here? Gung's chest tightened, his heart pounding violently. Why now? Even as he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Why? The coach noticed Gung and gestured for him to come over. "Hey Gung, come here for a second." His limbs trembled, his jaw quivered, his stomach churned, his head spun. The world before him blurred and tilted, but his feet wouldn't move. He had nowhere left to run. Like a lamb being led to slaughter, Gung slowly shuffled toward the coach and Su-ho, trembling all the way. When he finally stood before them, the coach gave Su-ho a slight nod before stepping aside. Su-ho spoke calmly, "Park Gung. Yes, were you very busy yesterday? That's you've awakened, haven't you? Awakened." That one word made Gung's vision go black, his lips trembled. He was so shaken he couldn't speak. But he had to answer. Should he tell the truth or should he lie? In a few moments the competition would begin. If he could just compete, he was confident he'd win. With the prize money, he could pay for his grandmother's hospital bills. At least that's what he believed. Su-ho, his voice calm and firm, spoke again. "Be honest, this is a very important matter. An important matter." Having someone from the association would have been nerve-wracking enough, but having the sword god himself standing before him was overwhelming. Gung shrank even further. The courage to lie convincingly vanished. After a long, agonizing silence, Gung finally admitted it. "Yes, I've awakened. Thank you for being honest. I recommend you file your awakening report now and withdraw from this competition. If you'd like, I can ensure the coach and others won't hear about this." "Excuse me? Yes, can't I compete just this once? I haven't even chosen a class yet and I'm still level 1. You know as well as anyone, level 1 players are no different from regular people. If I don't compete, I'll..." "No. What? I understand your situation and what you're trying to tell me, but the law is clear. And even if I overlooked this now, reporting your awakening after the competition would invalidate all your results from the past 2 months. What, really? Yes, so reporting now is the better option. How is that even? Let's head to the association now." Defeated, Gung hung his head. Su-ho quietly escorted him to his car. This was, in Su-ho's view, the best course of action, because in his previous life after this competition, Gung had indeed won just as he'd hoped. But shortly after, his supposed friend and teammate Hong Won-suk reported him, leading to his disqualification and the revocation of his award, a disgrace that haunted him. And that's when he spiraled, turning into a full-fledged villain, not just any villain but the notorious Bow Demon. Better one wound now than 2 later. Su-ho climbed into the car with Gung. Chapter 80. Su-ho drove Park Gung to the Daehyun Association headquarters. Throughout the journey, Park Gung sat slumped in his seat, his head hanging low as if he were a criminal. Seeing this, Su-ho kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead and spoke. "Why are you acting like a criminal? Aren't I one? Why would you be? I hid the fact that I awakened. So what? Think about it simply. All you have to do is go to the association and file your awakening report yourself. That's it, nothing else happens." "Wait, what? Why not? What? Did hiding your awakening cause any harm to anyone?" "No. I don't think so, but..." "Then that's all that matters. Look, I may be in charge of this because of my current position, but I have no interest in treating you like a criminal over something that hasn't hurt anyone. Just go in, say you've awakened suddenly, and file the report." Hearing this, Park Gung lowered his head even further. Su-ho continued. "When we get to the association, go to the reporting center on the 1st floor and make the report yourself. After that, well, it's possible, no, it's likely that you won't be able to do archery again. But that's just how the law is right now. Even so, you'll find a way forward. You're an excellent archer after all." He wasn't saying this as a platitude. Su-ho meant every word. Before long, Su-ho's car pulled up at the association. He personally escorted Park Goong to the reporting center before stepping outside. At that moment, Su-ho ran into Joe Sung-gil, who was standing near the building's entrance smoking a cigarette. Joe spotted Su-ho and approached him. "Ah, intern Ahn. Ah, investigator Joe. How's the job going?" "Doing everything alone must be tough, huh?" Joe spoke with a smile, though half-jokingly. After all, finding unregistered players wasn't exactly an easy task, but Su-ho answered honestly. "Not really. It's not tough at all." "What? I've only just started." "Just started, so you don't need any help?" "No, I'm good." Ignoring Joe's surprised expression, Su-ho gave a brief nod and walked away, already dialing a number on his phone. "Here you go, Mr. Park Goong. Your player registration certificate is ready." "Thank you." The player registration process was complete. Holding the certificate in his hand, Park Goong stepped out of the registration center with a heavy heart. His name, carved in neat letters on the certificate, seemed to mock him. There was no turning back now, no return to the ordinary life of a civilian. Even so, he felt a strange sense of relief. The constant anxiety of hiding his awakening, lying to everyone, had taken its toll. "I should probably tell Mom first." With that thought, Park Goong took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. "But the person you are trying to reach cannot take your call right now. Please leave a message after the beep." No matter how many times he called, she didn't answer. "What's going on?" Worried, he rushed to her shop. But as he approached, he couldn't believe his eyes. "What is this?" The scene before him was surreal. A line of customers stretched absurdly far outside his mother's small snack shop. Some of the customers noticed him and began murmuring among themselves. "Hey, isn't that Park Goong? That's him, right? The archer from Ahn Su-ho. It's definitely him." He hadn't misheard. Several people recognized him and a few even approached. "Excuse me, you're Park Goong, right? The rising star from Ahn Su-ho. Could I take a picture with you?" "And nanny," he was stunned, "pictures with me?" Sure, he was a promising archer, but athletes only started gaining real popularity after winning gold medals at events like the Olympics or Asian Games. "I haven't even participated in such competitions, let alone won anything." Still bewildered, he awkwardly posed for a few pictures. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask one of the customers a question. Excuse me. Yes, how did you all find out about our shop? This place, it's famous. Didn't you know it's a Sword Saint approved restaurant?" "Sword Saint approved restaurant? Yeah, didn't you see the post? Sword Saint himself posted about this place on Stargram, saying the food was great. That's why we're here." "What? Here, take a look." The customer pulled out their phone and showed him the post. There it was, a picture of a bowl of ramen and 2 rolls of gimbap, captioned with "Park Goong's Snack Shop. Delicious," that was it. But 87,153 likes, 47,546 comments. The engagement numbers were absurd. How? There wasn't even a long description, just a single hashtag. Tasty spot, and yet the post had gone viral. The customer explained further. "People have been curious about when Sword Saint would finally make his first post, and then bam, out of nowhere, a restaurant review. Isn't that just adorable?" Why yeah, I guess so, but how did you all know I was Park Goong?" "Oh, doing some research before a pilgrimage is basic etiquette." Oh, the reasoning was surprisingly simple, leaving Park Goong feeling both relieved and deflated. Another customer asked, "So Mr. Park Goong, did you meet Sword Saint?" Yeah, I even handled his bill myself." "Nice, feels like we've come to the right place then, but shouldn't you be helping your mom? She looked like she was swamped earlier." Only then did he remember his mother, likely struggling alone inside the shop. Rushing inside, he found her bustling around, managing the kitchen and serving customers all by herself. "Mom, oh Goong, what are you doing here? What about the competition?" That, I'll explain later. Let's focus on helping out first. Where should I start?" "Take care of those orders over there." "Got it." Thrown into an unexpected situation, Park Goong rolled up his sleeves and dove into helping his mother. It wasn't until hours later, when they'd completely run out of ingredients, that they were able to rest. For the first time ever, his mother hung up a sold-out sign. She collapsed into a chair, exhausted but amazed. "Oh my. What on earth just happened? Seriously, what kind of chaos was that?" It had been an overwhelming few hours. The most popular items were just 2 simple dishes, tuna kimbap and ramen. Dubbed the Sword Saint set, the combination had gone viral, breaking the shop's all-time sales record in a single day. Sipping a glass of water, his mother finally turned to him. "But really, why are you here? What happened to the competition?" Well, it was time to tell her the truth, but before he could begin, click, the door opened and a man walked in. "Excuse me." His mother quickly addressed the visitor. "Sorry, we're out of ingredients and have closed for the day." "Oh, I saw the sign. I'm not a customer, though." The man handed over a business card, which Park Goong accepted and read aloud. "Cho Jin Hwi. Journalist." The man smiled and introduced himself. "Yes, that's me. I'm a reporter with PBS. I was hoping to interview you, Mr. Park Goong." "Me? Yes, I received a tip." Apparently, you voluntarily withdrew from a major competition to file a conscientious awakening report. Is that true? What? Hearing this, Park Goong blinked in shock, and then, awakening report. Goong, what's going on? His mother, finally realizing the truth, looked equally bewildered. The future Auto Cup High School Archery Tournament. This tournament, the largest high school competition in the country, spanned 4 days. Following Park Goong's sudden withdrawal, Hong Won-seok was chosen to represent Anseong High in his stead. The coach patted Won-seok on the shoulder and said, "Won-seok, you'll do great, right?" "Yes, coach. I'll give it my all for both myself and Goong," Won-seok replied with a confident smile. But inwardly, he was ecstatic. He had never expected Park Goong to withdraw from the competition before he could even make his planned report. "Well, now I get to make my debut." Originally, Won-seok had planned to report Goong after the competition. His goal was to let Goong rise to the peak, win the future Auto Cup before dragging him down to rock bottom. Why? The reasons were simple: betrayal and rage. How dare that nobody with a family like his shoot so well? Won-seok seethed with anger. He had respected Goong wholeheartedly, but learning that his talent might have been aided by the player system left him furious. He didn't know when Goong had awakened or how far along his stats or abilities were. He only knew about Goong's awakening because he had overheard him muttering to himself in the locker room one day. Regardless, Won-seok felt a burning sense of betrayal. He had to have cheated. That's the only way I can make sense of why I was always second to him. And now this tournament was his chance. If I win this, my family will finally acknowledge me. The tournament began, progressing through 4 days of intense matches starting with the round of 64. Won-seok dominated each round, soaring like a bird with newfound wings. Wow, Won-seok's on fire. Looks like he's finally breaking free from Goong's shadow. Won-seok was always talented, though. This was bound to happen. The attention thrilled him. It felt like the world was finally his. By the end of the semifinals, he had secured his spot in the finals. But on the night before the finals, an unexpected visitor appeared at Won-seok's lodging. Ahn Su-ho, the sword saint, why is he here? Whispers of curiosity spread among the students and staff. Won-seok stepped forward, staring at the unexpected guest, none other than Su-ho. Su-ho addressed him calmly. "Mr. Hong Won-seok, yes, I'll need you to come with me to the association." "What, me?" "Why? It's not something I can explain here, but an investigation is underway and we'll need you to cooperate. It may take about a day." "A day? What are you talking about? My finals are tomorrow." "What kind of investigation is this?" Won-seok's protests were fierce. And rightfully so, being asked to leave the night before his big match was akin to being forced to forfeit. But Su-ho remained firm. "I'll explain everything on the way. For now, I suggest you comply." "I'm not going anywhere. Hell no. Would you go if you were in my shoes? Tomorrow's the finals. How can you expect me to leave? Do you know Hong Dong-seok?" "What? Your brother, Mr. Hong Dong-seok. He's currently under investigation for draft dodging through fraudulent awakening claims. As per standard procedure, all immediate family members are subject to a mandatory awakening verification process. That includes you." That can't be. This case involves not only Mr. Dong-seok but also others implicated in similar fraudulent activities. It's a high-priority investigation. Your cooperation is mandatory. Won-seok's face turned pale. "Now let's go," Su-ho said curtly, grabbing Won-seok by the arm. With no room for argument, Su-ho led the stunned archer out of the building. Chapter 81. After the Great Cataclysm, many countries reinstated conscription. While most gates couldn't be subdued by the military, they could still be monitored and managed. South Korea was no exception. The country already had mandatory conscription, so not much changed in that regard, but new exemption clauses were added to the existing system. One such clause pertained to awakened individuals, effectively exempting them from military service. Awakened players might be deployed to gates at any time. Of course, it wasn't an unconditional exemption. The procedure was complex. They had to obtain a hunter's license, raise their level by at least 2 tiers, undergo a stats evaluation, and pass a final examination to qualify for complete exemption. This exemption wasn't an act of goodwill. It was about utilizing them as hunter resources rather than regular soldiers. The problem is, this complex procedure was only introduced later. Currently, players were exempted from conscription as soon as they awakened and received their player certification. It was a loophole that existed because society hadn't stabilized long after the cataclysm, leaving the system full of holes. Hong Dong-seok, the elder brother of Hong Won-seok, exploited this loophole to commit draft-dodging fraud. Upon hearing the full story, Hong Won-seok was too overwhelmed to say anything during their ride to the association. He's probably dealing with a whirlwind of emotions. It was only natural. Hong Won-seok had no idea his brother was a draft dodger. Why? There wasn't a complicated reason. It was simply the result of poor communication between two brothers who didn't get along. When they arrived at the association, chaos reigned. The department was in an uproar because of the draft dodgers Su-ho had apprehended, along with their families. This is bullshit. I really did awaken. Who the hell reported me? You're the ones who issued my player ID. Why are you harassing me now? The audacity was unreal. The uproar was like nothing anyone had ever seen. The department staff and clerks were sweating bullets, trying to handle the unprecedented mess. Meanwhile, Su-ho leisurely observed the chaos. As a mere trainee, he wasn't obligated to take on active duties. It'd be overstepping to make a trainee handle frontline work. At that moment, you bastard. Suddenly, Hong Won-seok, who had been standing beside Su-ho, lunged at someone. The target was none other than his brother, Hong Dong-seok. Bam! A punch landed squarely, sending Dong-seok sprawling to the floor. Won-seok climbed on top of him, grabbing him by the collar. You son of a BTCH, because of you. Because of you, overwhelmed by rage and sorrow, he shook his brother violently. Eventually, the clerks intervened and separated the two. Watching the scene unfold, Su-ho shook his head and turned away. But just as he was leaving, Jo Sung-gil, who had spotted him, called out urgently, Su-ho, yes, where are you going? Help us out here. Me help, who else is going to help? Can't you see how busy we are? I can see that, but as a trainee, I'm not permitted to perform active duties. I'm also still under field evaluation. What field evaluation? But you're the one who caught all these people. What does some field evaluation even matter at this point? Jo Sung-gil trailed off, realizing that Su-ho wasn't technically wrong. As Sung-gil fell silent, Su-ho offered him a polite nod and left the department. Trying to boss me around, huh? Haven't I done enough? What more do they want? Su-ho left the department, got into his car, and drove off. Now it was time to properly deal with the field evaluation. Su-ho's destination was a PC cafe in Incheon. The cafe was located on the second floor, and as soon as he entered, a thick cloud of cigarette smoke greeted him. They still allow indoor smoking here. Well, it made sense. In such a remote area, it wasn't a safe zone, so the rules were lax. Plus, who even uses PC cafes these days? After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, PC cafes and online gaming industries had rapidly declined. It was inevitable. PC games, limited to monitor screens, couldn't compete with the immersive experience of VR games. Su-ho looked around the cafe. There weren't many customers, mostly middle-aged men playing old games they were familiar with. Then, a young man sitting at a corner station caught Su-ho's attention. Quietly, Su-ho approached and observed the game he was playing. The young man was engrossed in a game called Overstrike, often abbreviated as OPS, a legendary FPS that had captivated the world before the cataclysm. Su-ho had played it back in the day as well. After watching the young man play for a while, Su-ho sat at a nearby station, logged into OPS, and entered the basic training mode to reacquaint himself with the game mechanics. After some time, the young man glanced at Su-ho's screen and struck up a conversation. You play OPS? Yes. Did you sit here on purpose? Yes. The young man chuckled at Su-ho's straightforward answer. It's been a while since I've seen anyone play this game. Let's play together. It's rare to find someone else online. Sure, if that's okay with you. Of course, add me as a friend. My ID is Railgun. Railgun. Wait, are you the Railgun? You've heard of me. Who hasn't? You were ranked #1 for years before OPS shut down. That's embarrassing. It's an honor. I never thought I'd get to play with the legendary Railgun. Railgun smiled sheepishly, clearly unused to being recognized. The two of them played OPS together for a while. Their skill gap was significant, but in a game with so few players, skill didn't really matter. Just having someone to play with was meaningful. As they played, Su-ho struck up casual conversation. Do you work here? Yeah, the owner lets me play games when there aren't many customers. Sounds like a good boss. He's great. Hey, are you hungry? Let me treat you to some instant ramen. No, I should be the one treating you. Playing with Railgun is already a privilege. Don't be ridiculous. Railgun smiled warmly and got up to head to the counter. Su-ho followed him. As Railgun prepared the ramen, Su-ho leaned against the counter and asked casually, By the way, Railgun, yes, your real name is Kim Gwon, isn't it? What? I'm from the APA Non-Awakened Division. My name isn't Su-ho. I'm here to see you. May I check your ID? Kim Gwon froze, the ramen seasoning packet still in his hand. The two locked eyes for a moment before Kim Gwon finally spoke. How did you find out? I can't disclose that. Please show me your ID. Without a word, Kim Gwon nodded and moved toward the back storage room. However, instead of retrieving his ID, he bolted out the rear exit, running as fast as he could. Watching him flee, Su-ho sighed. Knew it, he gave chase. Kim Gwon sprinted through alleys, zigzagging through the maze-like streets, his heart pounding in his chest. Finally, he collapsed against a wall, gasping for breath. Damn it. How did they find me? Just as he was catching his breath, a calm voice rang out behind him. Done running? Ah, Su-ho appeared out of nowhere and flicked Kim Gwon on the forehead with enough force to knock him flat. Arg, as Kim Gwon groaned in pain, Su-ho crouched down, meeting his eye level. Why run? You know that makes this an immediate arrest, right? You bastard. Ignoring the insult, Su-ho smiled faintly. Let's go. We need to sort this out. Su-ho and Kim Jin arrived at a villa situated on a steep hill, not far from the PC cafe. Kim Jin's residence was located in the semi-basement of the building. Kim Jin unlocked the door and entered first, with Su-ho following close behind. Inside, Su-ho's eyes immediately landed on the figure lying on a bed in the living room. This was the real Kim Jin. Approaching the bed, Su-ho bent down and placed a finger under Kim Jin's nose. There was breath. His pulse was steady. He wasn't dead. He was in a catatonic state. Su-ho nodded slightly and spoke. Let me see your ID. At Su-ho's request, Kim Jin glared at him momentarily before reluctantly retrieving 2 IDs and handing them over. One was Kim Jin's ID and the other belonged to his younger brother, Kim Gwon. After confirming both IDs, Su-ho addressed him. Mr. Kim Jin, when did your brother awaken? Yesterday. Let's not lie, you were working at the PC cafe earlier. A quick look at the work records will tell me exactly when you started. Your possession ability only works on other players, doesn't it? Kim Jin's eyes widened in shock at the mention of possession. It was just as Su-ho suspected. Kim Jin's special trait was possession. He was one of the rare possession players in the country, and individual Su-ho had specifically been tasked to track down as part of this field evaluation. Chapter 82. Kim Jin's widened eyes trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. For a moment he was speechless. Then, glaring at Su-ho with venomous intensity, he growled. So what now? Pardon. Are you going to report my brother as an unregistered player now? Fine, go ahead. You think I wanted to do this. You think I had a choice. My legs are paralyzed from an accident, my brother is a vegetable, and we have no parents or money. This was the only way for us to survive. What else could I do? Hell, maybe it's for the best now, just report us both. At least in prison we'd get some care. His voice was filled with bitter despair as he poured out his frustrations, but everything he said was the truth. Kim Jin had once been a decent hunter, reaching level 50 and obtaining a personal trait. However, a gate raid left him severely injured and paralyzed from the waist down. To make matters worse, his younger brother, an ordinary person, was hit by a car in a hit-and-run accident, leaving him in a vegetative state. The brothers' lives had spiraled rapidly downward. Having lost their parents in a gate-related incident years earlier, their savings quickly evaporated under the weight of hospital bills and daily expenses. Eventually, they were forced to move to the outskirts of the city, barely scraping by with irregular meals. Then, when it seemed like all hope was lost, his brother awakened as a player, a miracle, but also their last and only chance. For someone like Kim Jin, whose possession trait only worked on players with lower overall stats, his brother's awakening was a lifeline. After that, he kept his brother's awakening a secret, using his brother's body to work part-time jobs and manage both his own incapacitated body and his brother's vegetative state during the periods of possession. Why keep it a secret? There was no choice. His brother, still technically a vegetative patient, was receiving disability benefits. If they reported the awakening, those benefits would be cut off. Furthermore, only he with his possession trait could confirm the awakening. So as long as he kept his mouth shut, no one would know. They hadn't done anything illegal apart from this. Kim Jin had done everything in his power just to ensure the survival of both brothers. As Kim Jin glared at Su-ho with eyes full of resentment, Su-ho responded calmly. Who said anything? What? I told you, didn't I? I'm here to help you too, so calm down and hear me out, I don't lie. Kim Jin was momentarily stunned by Su-ho's composed tone. Then his brows furrowed again in suspicion as he asked cautiously. And why should I trust you? I'll stake my name on it. Your name? Are you kidding me? Who the hell are you to think your name means anything? It's natural to think that, but if I lie, you're free to report me to the press. That would hurt me too, wouldn't it? By the way, my name is Ahn Su-ho. Ahn Su-ho? Yes, haven't heard of me, the Sword Saint Ahn Su-ho. The Sword Saint Ahn Su-ho. Although Su-ho felt slightly embarrassed, he used his title as proof of identity. It was the clearest way to establish trust. Moments later, recognition dawned on Kim Jin. The Sword Saint Ahn Su-ho. His eyes widened in shock once more. There's no better tool for proving one's identity and gaining someone's trust than fame. Su-ho didn't bother hiding his renown and openly revealed everything to Kim Jin. Eventually, Kim Jin accepted Su-ho's sincerity and canceled his possession. As the possession was released, Kim Gwon's body slumped forward while the real Kim Jin, lying on the bed, let out a groan. Slowly regaining consciousness, Kim Jin strained to push himself into a seated position. Finally upright, he addressed Su-ho. Are you satisfied now? Yes, that's all I needed to confirm. At Su-ho's words, Kim Jin let out a deep sigh before using his arms to maneuver himself into a wheelchair parked beside the bed. Watching him move with practiced ease, Su-ho remarked, You're quite adept at this. I've been living like this for years. Now, what exactly do you mean when you say you'll help us? What's your plan? Kim Jin's voice was desperate. Even if the offer seemed too good to be true, his situation left him with no choice but to cling to any hope. Su-ho nodded and said with a faint smile, "There's an old saying. If you want to help a homeless person, don't give them money, give them a job. Are you calling me homeless? No, Mr. Kim-jin, I'm saying I want to help you find a job. A job, yes. How about resuming your work as a hunter?" What? Frowning, Kim-jin stared at Su-ho in disbelief. "Excuse me, yes, do you see my legs? I do. But your hunter license is still valid, isn't it? Don't tell me. Are you suggesting I use my brother's body to raid gates? Of course not, I'm suggesting you personally enter gates and resume hunter activities. That's absurd. Are you joking? If I could do that, I would have done it already. Besides, I'm over level 50. I can't even access low-level gates anymore. How is that even possible?" He wasn't wrong. Even if he could enter lower-level gates, using long-range weapons to hunt rabbits or farm resources wasn't an option due to the system's restrictions on entry levels, commonly referred to as farming caps. Su-ho, however, remained unperturbed. "Are you familiar with the concept of a partner item?" A partner item. Yes, every player has an item that perfectly complements their abilities. That's what we call a partner item. I've heard of it, but isn't that basically like winning the lottery? Only a handful of players in the world have ever found one. Partner items, also known as life items or companion gear, were rare items perfectly suited to a player's unique traits. However, finding one was akin to winning the lottery. No one could predict which item would be their match. "But I know," Su-ho said confidently, "exactly what partner item suits someone with the possession trait. And how do you know that? Because in my previous life, Mr. Kim-jin, you used that very item to make a name for yourself." While it was true that his fame had been built on infamy, this time Su-ho intended to rewrite that story. He added with a reassuring smile, "I'd like to use this opportunity to give both of you a new lease on life." Kim-jin was speechless, a mix of emotion and disbelief crossing his face. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why what? Why now? After leaving us to fend for ourselves, why are you suddenly offering help? What's in it for you?" His skepticism was understandable. In the past, every time he'd sought help from welfare centers to local organizations, he'd been met with cold indifference. Society had turned its back on a former hunter reduced to a cripple. Su-ho shook his head and replied softly, "It's not neglect." "What? I wasn't neglecting you, I just hadn't found a way to help you until now." "But I'm here now, aren't I?" With a warm smile, Su-ho bowed his head slightly. "I'm sorry for being late, I should have helped you sooner, please let me make it up to you." It wasn't just words, Su-ho's apology was heartfelt. While Su-ho wasn't personally responsible for the systemic failures that had led to their suffering, as a civil servant of the state, he felt a deep sense of accountability. Moved by Su-ho's sincerity, Kim-jin eventually apologized for his earlier hostility, and Su-ho graciously accepted it. "It's all right, if I were in your shoes I'd feel just as angry and overwhelmed. Thank you for understanding. I'll assist you with reporting your brother's awakening," Su-ho said reassuringly. "And of course I'll make sure that his disability benefits remain intact." "Really? Are you serious?" Kim-jin asked, his voice filled with cautious hope. "Absolutely. I'll handle it as a field-confirmed case so you won't even need to be involved. However, for your future hunter activities, it might be a good idea to start wrapping up your current job at the PC cafe. But, have you ever had issues with unpaid wages at the cafe?" Su-ho asked, just to be sure. It wasn't uncommon for businesses like these to exploit their employees. Kim-jin immediately waved his hands, strongly denying the suggestion. "Oh no, not at all. The owner has been so kind to me. Thanks to them, we've been able to survive up to this point. Actually, I was wondering if it's all right, could I continue working there in my brother's body until they find a replacement?" That was unexpected. Most places like that would have at least some history of wage theft, but it seemed this wasn't the case. Su-ho nodded in agreement. "That's fine. Suddenly quitting would be an inconvenience for the owner, so you can keep working there until they hire someone new. Oh, and for your hunter activities, I'll be introducing you to a guild. You should hear from them soon. The guild's name is Nexus." "Nexus?" Kim-jin repeated, shocked. "Yes, it's the only guild I'm personally connected to, but Nexus. I'm not qualified to join such a place. Don't worry about that. Once you've started using the partner item I'll be arranging for you, you'll fit right in with Nexus. What kind of partner item could possibly? I'll show you when it's ready. For now, take a few days to rest. We'll meet again soon." With that, Su-ho gave a polite bow and left Kim-jin's home. "This wraps up both the field evaluation and the non-awakened division case," Su-ho thought to himself as he stepped outside. Filing the paperwork would be a simple task for him. In practical terms, the case was already closed. Instead of heading back to the APA headquarters, Su-ho set his navigation system to the Nexus Guild's main office. "No one but me knows how much potential Kim-jin truly has," he mused. While Nexus would undoubtedly take care of Kim-jin out of respect for Su-ho's influence, Su-ho felt that wouldn't be enough. True redemption comes from rebuilding your life with your own strength. As Su-ho drove toward Nexus's headquarters, he picked up his phone and called Kim I-gang, the guild's secretary general. Chapter 83 the next day. As usual, Su-ho reported to work. The paperwork for Nexus and the Kim brothers had already been handled the day before. Today, he was set to receive the results of his comprehensive evaluation from the Awakening Department and proceed with his departmental transfer. Feeling relaxed, Su-ho strolled toward the APA headquarters only to encounter an unexpected visitor at the entrance. Hunter, it was Park Gung. Caught off guard but pleasantly surprised, Su-ho greeted him warmly. Park Gung, hello. Yes, well this. Park Gung hesitated before handing Su-ho a black plastic bag. A savory aroma wafted from it. It was tuna kimbap. Blushing slightly, Park Gung explained. My mom packed this for you. Thank you, Hunter, for everything. The social media post, the journalist, all of it, thanks to you. The article by Jojin Hwi had made Park Gung's snack bar even more famous. Long lines now formed before the store opened, and they'd had to hastily hire more help. Despite the busyness, Park Gung had come to the APA early in the morning purely to thank Su-ho in person. To him, Su-ho was nothing less than a benefactor. He continued. I wanted to call you, but I didn't have your number, so I thought I'd just wait here. I figured if I stayed long enough, I'd see you. Su-ho chuckled. If I'd known, I would have given you my number. Thanks for the kimbap. Please tell your mom I said thank you as well. Of course, but may I ask you something? Go ahead. Why? Why are you being so kind to me? At this, Su-ho smiled faintly. I haven't done anything special. Pardon, I posted on social media because your mom's food was genuinely delicious. It's my personal account, I can post what I like, can't I? Well, yes, but the journalist, did the journalist say I tipped them off? No, but I just thought it might have been you. Then you don't actually know who it was. Awkwardly, Park Gung scratched the back of his head. It was true, Su-ho chuckled again. Anyway, I'll enjoy the kimbap. It's unfortunate you can't continue archery, but I think this might open up better opportunities. You're incredibly talented after all. By the way, have you changed your class? Oh yes, I switched to archer. Good, do you have any plans for hunter work? I'm still considering it. I only switched classes because the notification window wouldn't stop popping up. That happens. But here's my take, soon scouts from various guilds will be lining up to recruit you. The journalist said something similar. Do you have any guilds you'd recommend? At this, Su-ho smiled knowingly. The timing was perfect. Well, of course, Nexus. I'm from Nexus after all. Oh, then Nexus it is. Isn't that a bit hasty? No, not at all. I'd been considering becoming a hunter. After all, I awakened as a player, and with archery off the table, my options are limited. Becoming a hunter seems like the best choice. Then meet with Nexus. I'll ask them to send someone to your mom's snack bar. Really? Of course. You won't be starting hunter work immediately, and you'll need training, so it's best to go somewhere that can accommodate you. I came to thank you, but now you're helping me again. It's nothing. Honestly, I'm just glad you'll still be able to shoot arrows. Oh, and here's my personal number. Call me if you need anything. Thank you, Hunter. After exchanging contact information, Park Gung bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Su-ho waved him off with a smile and entered the building, carrying the tuna kimbap, which smelled delicious. They packed quite a lot. The bundle looked like it contained at least 10 rolls. As Su-ho scanned his employee ID and stepped into the APA building, his phone buzzed. The caller ID surprised him. Vice President, what could this be about? Su-ho answered. Yes, Vice President, where are you? I just arrived at the office. Come see me in the Vice President's office. Click. Park Jae-min ended the call abruptly after giving his instructions. Su-ho smirked and made his way to the Vice President's office, already having an idea of why he'd been summoned. The Vice President's office, located on one of the top floors, was grand and imposing. Inside, Park Jae-min was waiting alone. Come in, Hunter, and please have a seat. Thank you, Vice President. Su-ho sat down, but it seemed there was no time for refreshments. The moment he was seated, Park Jae-min launched into his questioning. I hear you've been doing remarkable work in the Awakening Department. It's nothing, I was simply doing my job. No. From what I've seen, you've gone above and beyond, especially with the non-awakened division and the recent evaluations. You've handled some truly challenging tasks, it's impressive, but I called you because I'm curious. Curious? Yes. In both the awakening and non-awakened divisions, you've achieved results that are extraordinary. Particularly with the non-awakened evaluation, you handled tasks that weren't even part of the criteria. That's correct. What's your secret? At this, Su-ho smiled inwardly. So it's you, the man behind Lee Wanik. The specificity of Park Jae-min's question, especially regarding the non-awakened division, suggested he was connected to the recent draft-dodging scandal. Why else would he be so interested in the source of my information? The vice president, notorious for delegating his responsibilities, wouldn't suddenly be curious about Su-ho's methods without a vested interest. Su-ho decided to dangle some bait. I simply followed up on some tips and conducted field investigations. Field investigations? Yes. But the tips didn't seem directly connected to the draft-dodging cases you handled. Oh. You've already reviewed the tips. Su-ho's suspicions were confirmed. Park Jae-min was deeply tied to this mess. Feigning modesty, Su-ho nodded. Of course, I didn't rely solely on the tips. I also gathered additional intel through my network. Your network? Yes, I have connections from my time as a hunter. They provided some assistance when they heard I was undergoing evaluation. Connections. Who exactly? Just people in the information trade. They have ties everywhere and offered help as a service. Ties where? Well, you know, here and there. Here and there, where exactly? As Su-ho continued to dodge the question, Park Jae-min's patience snapped. He was clearly agitated, which only confirmed his guilt. Feigning reluctance, Su-ho finally admitted, I'm sorry, it's a government agency, I'm not at liberty to say. A government agency. Does our association have ties to them? I wouldn't know. Hunter and we're on the same side, aren't we? Oh, we are, since when? Su-ho thought, but he maintained his facade, acting conflicted. As Park Jae-min's frustration grew, Su-ho decided to throw him a bone. I've heard rumors that our association has some connections, but I don't know any details. Satisfied for the moment, Park Jae-min leaned back, stroking his chin in thought. After a pause, he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, Hunter An, yes, could you arrange for me to meet these information people? That might be difficult, they value their anonymity. What if I approach them as a client? Well, come on, don't be like this. I'll ask. Good. Let me know by today. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, I called you here to praise you. You've been doing excellent work. I'm keeping an eye on you. Thank you. All right, you can go now. Praise my ass. Su-ho left the vice president's office with a faint smile. The conversation had gone even better than he'd hoped. Heading toward the non-awakened division, Su-ho noticed that the investigation into the draft-dodging scandal was still underway. Familiar faces from the day before were still lingering, including Hong Won-seok, who looked utterly drained. It was no surprise. The archery finals had already started, but he was stuck at the association, powerless to do anything. His brother Hong Dong-seok still hadn't apologized. They brought this on themselves, Su-ho thought. His actions weren't motivated by personal vendetta but by adherence to the law. Justice was being served, plain and simple. As Su-ho waited in a nearby meeting room, Jun-sung, who had just arrived, greeted him. Ah, Su-ho, you're early. Yes, by the way, is my evaluation finished? Ah, haha. About that, Jun-sung hesitated, nervously scratching his head. Well, the awakening department is a bit backlogged right now. It might take a few days. Could you wait just a bit longer? What the hell is this now? Su-ho's brow furrowed. Chapter 84. It was just as it appeared. The non-awakened division, and in fact the entire awakening department, was in chaos because of the draft dodgers Su-ho had apprehended. After assessing the situation, Su-ho began to speak but stopped, nodding instead. Understood. Where should I wait in the meantime? Wait, oh right, waiting, that's, an issue, isn't it? You don't have an assigned desk yet. What should we do? No plan at all. Even with all the work piling up, they didn't even have a desk for him. As Jun-sung pondered, Su-ho cut in. If it's an issue, I'll stay with the general manager. My training at the awakening department is already finished. Oh, would you? That works. I'll let you know as soon as the evaluation is completed. Understood. It could take a few days or maybe even longer. The awakening department was in a full-blown emergency. This might actually work out well. The longer he waited, the more free time he'd have. Pulling out his phone, Su-ho called Jiang Qiao-min. Ah, Su-ho, Jiang answered promptly. Hello, sir, are you in the office today? Yes, I'm in the gate division right now. Why? I completed my training with the awakening department as of yesterday. But according to everyone handling evaluations is too busy, so they've asked me to wait. I don't have a desk though. Is there anywhere I could wait? Wait, you finished your training already? That's fast. I heard there was some incident at the awakening department yesterday. I'll come down to see you. Meet me by the elevator. All right. Seems like news travels slowly around here. Su-ho waited at the elevator and soon Jiang arrived. Want to grab a coffee? Let's head to our usual spot. Sounds good. The two headed to the courtyard where they got 2 cups of coffee from the vending machine. Handing a cup to Su-ho, Jiang spoke. But how did you finish training so quickly? Theory exams are one thing, you're smart, so I get that, but field training isn't exactly a breeze. Well, somehow I managed to get through everything. Geez. You might be the only person who can talk about field training so casually. But I heard something on the way down. Apparently, the chaos in the awakening department is all because of you. Is that true? I wouldn't say it's because of me, but the non-awakened division is busy dealing with draft dodgers. I caught over 20 of them yesterday. Draft dodgers? Yes. Su-ho briefly explained how these individuals had exploited the awakening laws to dodge military service. As he spoke, Jiang nearly dropped his cup of barley tea. What the? No wonder everyone's been so tight-lipped. Tight-lipped? Yeah, no one from the awakening department would say a word about what's going on. Everyone's just watching the situation unfold in silence. Ah, that makes sense. It wasn't exactly good news, and departments don't usually advertise their failures. The less noise about it, the better for their reputation. Changing the subject, Su-ho asked, "By the way, sir, do you know much about office politics?" "Office politics? Why do you ask?" At the mention of politics, Jiang's expression stiffened slightly, but Su-ho remained nonchalant. "Well, I figured it's about time I learned. Wherever you go, there are factions and alliances, right? I'm not looking to join any, but I'd like to know enough to avoid stepping on the wrong toes." "Ah, that makes sense." Jiang visibly relaxed, his expression softening. What an open book, Su-ho thought. This is why I asked him. Despite appearances, Jiang was sharp and cautious, someone who survived by walking a tightrope in office politics. Jiang finally replied, "On the surface there are two main factions, the vice president's faction and the special division head's faction." What? Su-ho was taken aback. He hadn't known that Park Jae-min and Pai Seong-yeol were faction leaders. By the time Su-ho had started paying attention to politics in his previous life, the two were on the same side. So it wasn't an alliance, they were absorbed into one faction. In the past, it seemed like Pai Seong-yeol had more power, which likely meant he had absorbed Park Jae-min's faction. He must have slowly gathered information and tightened his grip, like with the recent scandals. It all started to make sense now. Even in his previous life, Pai Seong-yeol had been secretive, rarely sharing information with anyone outside his closest circle. Jiang continued, "It's actually pretty simple. Each department's senior managers stick together. The Awakening and Administration divisions are aligned with the Vice President, while the Gate and Resource divisions are with Pai Seong-yeol. And the Association President, the President doesn't need a faction, he's at the top. He just has to focus on finishing his term smoothly, he's more concerned with external relations." "That makes sense. Anything else you want to know?" "No, that's all, I just wanted to be cautious. I'll keep this in mind and be careful with my words and actions." "Good. By the way, what are you going to do about not having a desk? If you want, I can set up a spot in the Gate division for you." "That's kind of you, but if it's all right, could I study in the cafe or the underground library instead?" "If I'm in the Gate division, people might keep asking me about the Awakening department." "True, okay, I'll get you some materials, head to the library and I'll bring them over." "Thank you," Jiang chuckled. "You might want to start with administration, it's all desk work, no field training, you'll probably just have to sit through a lot of exams." "Got it." True to his word, Jiang brought study materials from various departments. Su-ho reviewed them thoroughly in the underground library before storing them in his inventory. This should cover the theory exams. Now, it was time to prepare for the task given by the vice president. Su-ho left the association building and made a call. "Team leader." "Oh, Yon HWA, are you in Paju?" "Yes, I am. Why? I'll be there in 30 minutes. "Gather the team." "Understood." Hanging up, Su-ho drove to the Nexus Academy in Paju. Despite arriving early, the Banshees were already there waiting for him. "Boss, you're here." "Yeah." "Take a seat, aren't you on duty?" "This is legitimate leave. Anyway, it's time to get started." "Started with what?" "The promise I made to you." "Oh, the promise to the Banshees, revenge against the APA." Though a heavy subject, the mood was serious as Seo Gi-won leaned in, fully focused. He now knew the Banshees' backstory. Kuyon HWA, her face grim, asked, "Aren't you still in training? You said revenge would start once you joined the special division." "That was the plan, but during training I learned something interesting. If things go well, we might stir things up before then." Su-ho shared everything he'd discovered during his training and the information he'd gotten from Jiang. When he finished, Yon HWA asked cautiously, "So you're planning to sow discord through the vice president's request?" "No, the opposite. The opposite, we're going to take him down." "Take him down?" Su-ho outlined his plan. The Banshees were stunned as they listened. "Is this really okay? Why not? Sowing discord isn't as easy as it sounds. Let's keep things simple. But don't worry. I'll take full responsibility." Seeing the determination in Su-ho's eyes, the Banshees exchanged glances before nodding. "Understood. Good, let's move." "Yes, you'll meet them." "Yes." "Come with me." Su-ho deliberately timed his visit to the vice president's office for the end of the workday. Convincing him that he'd arranged a meeting with the information brokers, Su-ho personally drove him to a remote location outside Seoul. After a long drive, they arrived at an isolated roadside area. As Su-ho parked the car, Park Jae-min looked around annoyed. "What kind of people insist on meeting in a place like this? They're very security conscious. The meeting locations always change, please understand." "Tusk, so where are they?" In the distance, figures began to approach. Clad in black suits and wearing eerie masks, they were the Banshees. Seeing them, Park Jae-min visibly tensed. The darkness and the eerie silence of the area didn't help. Still, he trusted one thing: he was with the Sword Saint and Su-ho. That was when Su-ho turned to face him directly. "Vice President." "Huh. What? Apologies for deceiving you. What are you talking about? It's simple, you've been kidnapped." "Wah, go to sleep." Bam! With one swift punch, Su-ho knocked Park Jae-min unconscious. The vice president collapsed sideways onto the ground. Chapter 85. How much time had passed. As his senses returned, Park Jae-min groaned. Then, like someone waking from a nightmare, he gasped and opened his eyes wide. For a moment, panic overtook him, but he quickly regained his composure, controlling his breathing. A kidnapping? That bastard Ahn Su-ho said I was kidnapped. He remembered it vividly. It wasn't a dream, it was all real. Slowly, he raised his head to take in his surroundings. Where am I? He tried to survey the area, but his view was obstructed by wooden boards, making it hard to discern his location. I'll have to get up, won't I? Reluctantly, he decided to lift himself. At least the place wasn't completely dark, there was light, indicating he was indoors. He cautiously raised his body, peeking over the boards. The moment he looked beyond, he froze. His breath caught in his throat, his head dropped back down, and he curled into a ball on the floor. Thud, 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 his heart raced uncontrollably. What was that? What did I just see? His mind reeled, trying to process what his eyes had glimpsed. The scene beyond the boards looked like something out of a horror movie, smeared with blood and gore. The most terrifying sight was a figure crouched at the center of it all. That was a person. It had to be a person. Clenching his teeth, Park Jae-min stifled the scream, threatening to escape. But fear crept through his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Where the hell am I? What did I do to deserve this? Why are they doing this to me? In moments of crisis, the human mind works at lightning speed. Yet no matter how he spun his thoughts, he couldn't think of a way out. He could do nothing but lie there, paralyzed with terror. After all, he wasn't an awakened player or a hunter, just a powerless civilian. And then, grrrrrrrrr. A guttural growl reached him from beyond the boards like the wail of some monstrous beast. Shshshsh, the sound of something scraping across the floor. It was moving, and the noise was growing louder. Why is it getting louder? A chilling realization struck him. It was coming closer. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. What do I do? What can I do? What choice do I have? The sound was now mere inches away. Finally, when he couldn't bear it any longer, Park Jae-min's fear erupted. Unable to hold back, he scrambled up, bursting out of the boards. The wooden planks shattered as he fled like a madman, but he didn't get far. In the stark white room, he ran straight into a wall, slamming into it with a sickening thud. Pain barely registered in his mind, his terror drowned out everything else. Help me, please, somebody, anybody, please save me. He was on the brink of losing his sanity. And then, clink, clink. The sound of chains rattling brought the movement to a halt. Park Jae-min blinked through his tears, trying to understand. He could see now that the figure was chained around the neck. Grrrr, the creature tugged at its chains but lacked the strength to break free. After several futile attempts, it collapsed in place. Finally, Park Jae-min's screams subsided. Still trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face, he began to examine the figure. It's a person. In disbelief, he whispered, a person. That's right, it's a person. The voice startled him, coming from just beside him. He turned his head and there stood Su-ho. You, Su-ho repeated with a raised brow. With that single word, Su-ho summoned a weapon into his hand, a blood-red club crafted through his blood weapon skill. Without hesitation, he swung it down, shattering Park Jae-min's wrist. Crack, aagh. The gruesome sound of bones breaking was followed by a howl of agony. Park Jae-min collapsed, clutching his wrist and writhing in pain. Coldly, Su-ho stared down at him. Vice President, get a grip. You knew you were kidnapped, and yet you're still acting recklessly. Are you stupid, or are you doing this on purpose? Ugh, Park Jae-min could only sob, clutching his mangled wrist. But Su-ho didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Reaching out his hand, Su-ho cast a skill, heal activated. As the healing magic took effect, Park Jae-min's wrist slowly began to mend. Stop whining. It's annoying. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do to deserve this? You really don't get it, do you? Still speaking in casual tones, Su-ho raised his blood-red club once again. Before he could bring it down, Park Jae-min dropped to his knees, grabbing at Su-ho's pants. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, please don't hit me again. You should have said that earlier. Su-ho dragged a nearby chair over and sat down, speaking with a calm smile. Now that you've come to your senses, let's have a serious talk. I'd rather not have to hit you again. Yes, I understand, but just to make sure you're paying attention. You see that thing over there? Su-ho gestured toward the chained figure. That's I am Chang-shik. He used to run a gang in Yeondyumpo dealing drugs and loans. You've read about him, right? I am Chang-shik. Oh yes, I've heard of him. I've been keeping him around as a personal project. Would you like to take a closer look? Su-ho grabbed I am Chang-shik by the scruff of the neck and displayed his face, a grotesque mess of scabs and dried blood. The sight made Park Jae-min shiver uncontrollably. After tossing the man back to the ground, Su-ho returned to his seat. Let's be clear, whether you live as Park Jae-min or end up like I am Chang-shik depends entirely on what you do from now on. I understand. Good. Now that we're on the same page, Su-ho tossed a notebook and pen at him. Start writing, from the draft-dodging scandal to the bribes you've taken from Sun Beek GM. List every crime you've committed at the APA, whether you led it or just went along. Leave anything out and you'll be joining Chang-shik. All of it, Su-ho sighed and summoned his club again, smashing it into Park Jae-min's shoulder. Crack aag chach. This time, his shoulder and collarbone snapped under the force. Su-ho let him writhe in pain for a moment before using heel again. Don't make me repeat myself. Next time, I'll break all your limbs. Why, yes. I understand. I'll write everything down. Trembling, Park Jae-min picked up the pen and began scribbling furiously. Seated comfortably, Su-ho watched him. Nothing gets results like this. Su-ho had learned from experience, many people don't respond to kind words. Force is faster and more effective. He had no intention of resorting to violence unnecessarily. His goal was to take control of the APA far faster than in his previous life, using its resources to crush his future enemies. Time is precious. When Park Jae-min finally handed over the notebook, shaking, Su-ho skimmed through it. Well, I knew you were scum, but this is impressive. No wonder Pai Seong-yeol has you under his thumb. What? What do you mean? You seriously don't know? As realization dawned, Su-ho began to lay out his plan, breaking down the web of betrayal around Park Jae-min. By the end, the vice president was pale and groveling. Please help me survive. I'll do whatever you say. Kneeling at Su-ho's feet, Park Jae-min pledged his loyalty. With that, Su-ho had gained another pawn. Chapter 86. Su-ho handed a small orb to the trembling Park Jae-min. Swallow it. What is this? A bomb. What? It's an item bomb that only responds to my commands. Once you swallow it, it will be absorbed into your body and remain undetectable by any search skill. It's expensive, so hurry up and eat it. But why would I? Otherwise, how do you expect me to trust you? Park Jae-min was at a loss for words. Truthfully, he had been plotting ways to stab Su-ho in the back the moment he escaped from here. But to think Su-ho would resort to such a barbaric method. With shaking hands, Park Jae-min reluctantly took the orb. After glancing nervously at Su-ho, he swallowed it. The thought of an explosion later seemed less immediate than the threat of a beating now. The bomb tasted bitter. The moment it touched his tongue, it melted and disappeared. As Su-ho had said, it was absorbed into his body, leaving him with a strange sensation, as if something about his physical state had changed. Su-ho watched the trembling man clutching his stomach and thought to himself, what a load of crap. An item bomb undetectable by search skills. There was no such thing, it was just a bitter-tasting pill. But such measures were necessary to ensure Park Jae-min didn't try to betray him. Su-ho spoke again, his tone sharp. Listen carefully, from now on you're going to clean up the messes you've made one by one. Messes? Yes, messes, you want to survive, don't you? Then you need to make sure Pai Seong-yeol can't come after you, and the first step is cleaning up the wrongs you've done so far. Clean up, Park Jae-min muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. Su-ho's expression remained cold as he continued. You'll need to take care of this quietly. Pinning it on someone else shady is fine, but if you harm an innocent person just to save your own skin. You know what'll happen, right? Of course, I would never do that. Good, don't worry, I won't just sit back and watch either, so don't waste time fretting. Just answer my questions honestly and do as you're told. Yes, I understand. Then, as soon as we return to the association, let's start with resolving this military draft-dodging scandal. How should I handle it? At Park Jae-min's question, Su-ho glanced at the corruption report he had submitted. Looks like the ones involved in this scheme are you, the Awakening Division Chief, and the Non-Awakening Affairs Deputy Chief. Yes, I secured the deals, and the Chief and Deputy Chief handled the on-site execution. How was the money divided? I took 70% and the rest was split between them 2-1. Su-ho shot Park Jae-min a disgusted look. So this bastard pocketed most of it after subcontracting the dirty work to others. Shameless. With a furrowed brow, Su-ho asked, you still have the list of people you arranged deals with and the money you took, right? I have it, but I'm not sure about the others below me. Then get it back from them or fill in the gaps yourself. First, return all the money and shut those people up. Only then can we quietly deal with the chief and the deputy chief. I'll return all of it. Of course, if you don't, they'll raise hell, and who's going to deal with the fallout? Fine, what should I do about the ones below me? Blame everything on them before the media gets wind of it and have them dismissed. Remember, dismissed, not terminated. If they're terminated, it'll affect their pensions and they won't sit still. You need to leave them a way out so they won't retaliate. Understood. Handle this first and then we'll proceed. Oh, and once we're back, push through my Awakening Division evaluation immediately. The field assessment and theory test are done, so why am I still waiting? Do I look like I have time to waste? I'm sorry. Close your eyes. Pardon, don't make me repeat myself. Sorry. The moment Park Jae-min closed his eyes, Su-ho struck him on the head, knocking him out cold. This was the subspace house. No one could know how people entered or exited this place. What exactly are they doing in there? Beats me. In the outskirts of Seoul, by a rural highway, stood a lone container. Inside the container, Su-ho had entered with Park Jae-min, leaving the banshees to stand guard outside. He gave strict orders not to let anyone approach, which only fueled their curiosity. After all, no sound was coming from inside. Time dragged on. Eventually, the container door swung open. They're out, one of the banshees muttered. Su-ho emerged, carrying the unconscious Park Jae-min over his shoulder. It didn't take a second glance to see that Park Jae-min's condition was far from good. Gu Yon Hwa, eyeing the limp figure, asked bluntly, "Did you beat him?" "Only beat him," Su-ho scoffed. "If I was doing it properly, you wouldn't have heard a thing." "'S enough talk. Put him in the car." After handing over Park Jae-min, Su-ho began briefing the Banshees on what had transpired in the container, showing them the corruption notebook and explaining the steps they'd take moving forward. Looking over the notes, Gu Yon Hwa frowned. "You're really planning to erase all this? It's a lot to cover. We don't need to erase everything. All we need to know is how much Pai Seongyol is aware of regarding Jae-min's corruption. And how do we figure that out? Gi-won will dig into it. Besides, even if Pai knows about everything here, it's fine. We'll just use Park Jae-min and toss him aside when he's no longer useful. Speaking of which, if anyone here has a personal grudge against him, now's the time to let me know. We can adjust his disposal plan accordingly." At Su-ho's words, the Banshees exchanged glances, excluding Seo Gi-won. However, none of them spoke up. "No issues here. We don't have any unfinished business with him." Good. The reason Su-ho had asked wasn't surprising. Despite the Banshees' loyalty, they had yet to fully reveal why they formed the group in the first place or the vengeance they sought. Su-ho never pressed them for answers, not because he wasn't curious, but because he already knew being a regressor has its perks. They say curiosity is the hardest thing to resist. But Su-ho, already knowing their stories, chose to quietly wait, earning their trust in the process. It was then that Seo Gi-won spoke up. "By the way, Hyung. Yeah, you don't think Park Jae-min might snap and try to blow himself up, do you?" He was, of course, referring to the fake bomb Su-ho had fed the man earlier. Su-ho shrugged casually. "Who knows? That doesn't worry you, why would it? Guys like Park Jae-min who have a lot to lose are also the most afraid of dying. And even if he does decide to go kamikaze if he finds out the bomb's fake, we'll just deal with him another way. Simple." I see. Anyway, Gi-won, what about the numbers I gave you last time? "Well, I've been digging, but there's still nothing substantial coming up on either Pai Seongyol or Park Jae-min. What about the others? Division Chief Lee Wanik or Deputy Manager Lee Moon-ho? Same deal with them. Nothing noteworthy. What about deleted texts or messages? Can those be recovered? No, for that, we'd need access to the servers of the messaging app companies. My skills only go as far as peeking into active data." "All right. Then what about any numbers in Lee Wanik's contact records that aren't saved but show regular communication?" "Oh, there were a few, but they looked like spam, so I didn't pay much attention." "Should I check again?" "Yeah, focus on those. See if any of those numbers appear in Lee Moon-ho's contact records as well." "Got it, I'll check. How long will it take? If I work with Hyun-min, we should have it done quickly. It's not like there are many numbers to go through." "All right, let me know as soon as you find something." "Yes, sir." With that, everything was in place. The only thing left was to begin trimming Park Jae-min's branches starting the very next day. After the meeting, Su-ho and Seo Gi-won returned home, the next phase of their operation ready to unfold. A few hours later, Su-ho was reclining in the massage chair on the first floor, enjoying a rare moment of rest, when Seo Gi-won came stomping up to him like a storm. "Hyung, at this rate you'll bring the house down, what's the rush? I found it Pai Seongyol's alternate number." Hearing that, Su-ho sat up straight. "Seriously, yes. Just like you said, I focused on the unfamiliar numbers in Lee Wanik's contact records that showed regular communication. There was only one, so I traced it, and lo and behold, it also had records of contact with Lee Moon-ho, the Awakening Division Deputy Chief. What about texts or messages?" "There weren't any. Just call logs. It looks like all the texts have been wiped. No photos or other contacts either. Judging by how clean it is, I'd bet it's a burner phone he uses exclusively to communicate with the Awakening Division people." "Thorough. Very well done. It would have been nice if there were recorded calls, though." "Yeah, no luck there. He deliberately uses a phone that doesn't allow call recording." "Thorough. Very. Still, finding the number is the important part. We'll probably need to pay him a visit soon, so when I give the order, track his location right away." "Understood. Good work. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, take a shower and get some food. I was actually planning to eat with Hyun-min when he gets here." "Hyung, you want to join us?" "Hyun-min? Oh right, he's coming back today. Yeah, he said he's on his way home now." "Ah, good, let's wait for him and eat together. You're ordering delivery, right?" "Handle it, got it." The residents of the Chingdam house included Su-ho, Seo Gi-won, and Nam Hae-won, 3 in total. The house was spacious enough to accommodate them, and both Gi-won and Hae-won were close allies Su-ho wanted to keep nearby. Nam Hae-won, however, had recently completed a long and grueling process of overcoming a drug addiction and had gone on a solo trip, a dream of his for years. Today marked the day of his return. As Su-ho settled back into the massage chair, he thought to himself, "Just in time, I was starting to need Hae-won's help." Nam Hae-won possessed a synthesis trait far superior to the makeshift combination recipes Su-ho had temporarily learned. The reason for its superiority? Simple. Unlike the fragile recipes that risked total failure if even one step was off, Haewon's synthesis ensured the main material always survived. Given enough time and resources, success was guaranteed with his trait. Anticipating Haewon's arrival, Su-ho began placing orders with the support staff stationed outside. The staff, however, raised an eyebrow as they reviewed the order list. Are you sure you want to order all of this? Yes, absolutely. If it's not enough, we'll order more, so bring everything you can. Understood. Still puzzled, the staff decided it wasn't their place to question further and left to fulfill the request. Not long after, just as the delivery food Seo Gi-won had ordered arrived, Nam Haewon showed up in casual attire. Hey, everyone, Haewon greeted, his voice bright. Oh, you're back, Haewon Hyung. With a spring in his step, Nam Haewon looked noticeably healthier than before, his solo trip clearly having done wonders for him. But something felt off. Su-ho gave him a once-over before asking, Haewon, where's your bag? Bag? What bag? You know your luggage, didn't you take one for the trip? Nope, didn't take one. Huh. Why not? Because I had this. Haewon pulled out a check card with a grin. Chapter 87 Nam Haewon waved his card with a satisfied grin. What's the point of having money if you don't use it? With this, I don't need to lug around a heavy bag and hurt my arms. Well, aren't you something? Su-ho muttered, shaking his head. Wow, Haewon Hyung's way of thinking is next level. I should learn from him, Seo Gi-won added enthusiastically. Learn what? Does that look like healthy spending habits to you? Still, he earned that money fair and square, and it's not like he spent it on anything bad. I'd say it's reasonable. Fair point. Now that he thought about it, that made sense. Buoyed by Seo Gi-won's support, Nam Haewon wore a smug expression as he plopped down at the dining table. It's my money, so it's my choice how I spend it, right? Besides, I've always wanted to travel like this at least once. You have no idea how hard it was living in that dingy little place in Yeongjungpo all those years. Fair enough. Do whatever you want, but first eat. Wow, let's dig in. Nam Haewon started eating with obvious joy, his face lighting up at each bite. Watching him, Su-ho couldn't help but notice how much he'd changed in the time they hadn't seen each other. You know, Su-ho said, your face looks a lot better now. I'm not joking, it's like your skin has cleared up. Probably because I'm not stressed anymore. They say the biggest enemies of healthy skin are stress and UV rays. That makes sense. So does this mean your break is over? Yep, completely over. I've been everywhere I wanted to go across the country, so I think I've gotten it all out of my system. We're left the biggest impression, Busan, Dunkin' Donuts. Are you seriously making jokes that old? That store closed down after a gate incident. Is that so then? Gukbap's great, but surprisingly Busan is all about street food. Street food, there's no shortage of that in Seoul. Busan's different. There are these amazing tteokbokki and gimbap places. Maybe it's the local pride mixed in, but it tasted incredible. Listen to this guy talking about pride when he just finished rehab. What kind of pride are we talking about? Come on, it's not that kind of pride. I mean vibes, okay, vibes. Alright, sorry, so what now, got any plans? Not really. I figured I'd think about it after I got back. Besides, I don't need to make any more of the Hammer series, right? The Hammer series, the anti-narcotics Su-ho and Haewon had developed to combat the Changshik gang's drug victims, was no longer necessary now that all the victims had been treated. At that, Seo Gi-won, who had been quietly listening, smirked and asked slyly, then can we send Haewon Hyung to that place now? That place clearly referred to the digitization dungeon. Now that Haewon's rehab was complete and the Changshik gang's victims had been helped, it was indeed time for him to start leveling up, just as Seo Gi-won had hinted. But Su-ho shook his head. No, Haewon still has one more thing to do with me. Something to do? Both men looked at Su-ho curiously. Su-ho bit into a slice of pizza before answering, making clothes. Clothes? Yeah, but not the kind you're thinking of. These are clothes only you can make. Clothes like that exist, they do, but let's eat first. Yes, sir. Haewon stacked 2 slices of pizza together, dipped them generously into garlic sauce, and took a big bite, his appetite matching his newfound enthusiasm for life. After the meal, Su-ho began hauling the delivery boxes that had started arriving upstairs to Nam Haewon's lab on the 2nd floor. Watching the boxes pile up in his workspace, Haewon asked in disbelief, team leader. What is all this? I told you we're making clothes. This much stuff, we're only making one outfit. All this is just the materials for that one piece. What kind of clothes are you even trying to make? Are you sure this is even clothing? What else would it be? You think I'm making fake clothes? At Su-ho's response, Haewon opened one of the boxes and frowned as he looked inside. What's all this? You said it was for clothes, but it's just a bunch of stones. Not just stones, those are slime stones. Slime stones, you've never heard of them. I know what they are, but slime stones were fragments of a slime monster's body. When pieces of a slime detached from the main body, they hardened into rock-like substances through exposure to mana. On their own, slime stones had no particular function, they were just solidified bits of slime. But for the outfit Su-ho was planning to create, they were crucial. Haewon picked up one of the stones and held it under a light. These really are slime stones, but as far as I know, these are junk-tier materials nobody even bothers picking up. Are you sure you need them for this? I wouldn't have bought them if I didn't. How are they supposed to help? They'll serve as the fabric for the outfit. Your job is to synthesize them all into a single piece. All of these, Haewon's eyes widened in shock at Su-ho's words. It wasn't surprising. Half the lab was already filled with boxes and more were still being brought in by the delivery staff, but Su-ho remained calm. Don't worry, the overall size won't increase. Instead, the item's properties will change. Just focus on synthesizing them into one solid material. Using your synthesis trait is the only way to ensure the result doesn't explode or fail halfway through. Ha, this is way too much though. Look, they're still bringing more boxes in. If it's not enough, we'll get more later. Look on the bright side. You need to level up anyway, right? Synthesis gives you experience points, doesn't it? This is probably the easiest leveling opportunity you'll ever have. Well, that's true, but what will you be doing while I'm stuck with all this? Me, I'll be gathering the other materials. Slime stones are the only ones I can buy with money. The rest, I'll have to get on my own. Fine, but what exactly is this final item supposed to be? You'll find out as you synthesize. Once you hit the point where no further synthesis is possible, it's finished. That makes no sense. Are you serious? Of course I am. Now I'm counting on you. Get to it. After giving Haewon his task, Su-ho headed down to the underground garage. With a low hum, Su-ho's car smoothly exited the parking lot, disappearing into the night as he set off to gather the remaining materials. After driving for some time, Su-ho arrived at a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province. Parking his car in a discreet spot, he made his way toward his destination. There it is. The place Su-ho had reached was an old rural home surrounded by a low stone wall. As was typical of such areas, the houses were spaced far apart, creating a sense of isolation. The spacious yard seemed to double as a storage area with various items scattered around. Grayskull Solitude activated. Su-ho activated Grayskull Solitude, erasing his presence entirely. Stepping into the yard, he moved quietly, scanning his surroundings. The yard was silent. There was no guard dog and the owner appeared to have gone to bed early. The lights in the master bedroom were off. After confirming that no one was around, Su-ho began to inspect the items scattered throughout the yard. This is the place. The property resembled a medieval market, with items ranging from armor that looked straight out of European history to statues, ceramics, and other objects of unknown origin. To an untrained eye, it might appear to be a collection of junk rather than antiques, but Su-ho knew better. This was one of the locations connected to incidents involving so-called cursed items, which had caused harm to civilians. Activating a skill, Su-ho began his search. Mana detection activated. With mana detection, Su-ho's senses flared to life, identifying traces of mana in the surrounding area. He scanned the items carefully, his eyes eventually settling on a suspicious object emitting a faint red aura. It was a waist-high statue in a seated pose, resembling a traditional Korean Bangaseyusang Maitreya in contemplation. While its form mimicked that of a gilt bronze Maitreya Bodhisattva statue, Su-ho recognized it for what it truly was, a vessel of ominous energy. Su-ho picked up the statue without hesitation and moved it to a more isolated location. The statue remained eerily silent, as if trying to hide its presence. Once he was sure no one would disturb him, Su-ho set the statue on the ground and summoned his blood sword. Blood weapon activated. The blade materialized in his hand, its crimson edge glinting in the moonlight. Without hesitation, Su-ho swung his sword, swing. The statue split cleanly in half, its upper portion sliding apart. As soon as the cut was made, a red mist began to pour out of the statue. A screeching metallic sound erupted, a noise straight out of a horror movie. The mist thickened, coalescing into the broken halves of the statue. A grotesque, blood-like substance began to bind the pieces together, merging them back into a single form. Crack, clatter, the statue reassembled itself, now infused with a sinister, glowing red light in its eyes. It moved as though suddenly imbued with a will of its own. Looks like I found it. The entity animating the statue was a parasite spirit. More specifically, it was a malevolent soul bound to an artifact known as the Soul Stone. People started dying mysteriously not too long ago. The culprit turned out to be cursed items like this one. The Soul Stone was an artifact designed to trap spirits, specifically evil ones. Over time, however, the spirit trapped within began to treat the artifact as its home. While it remained dormant most of the time, any attack on the Soul Stone would trigger a violent response, earning it the label of a cursed item. It's like a hermit crab in a shell. Cases of harm caused by parasite spirits had gone unnoticed for years. This was because the spirits used the energy of their victims to repair their soul stones, then concealed their presence once more. Now the parasite spirit inhabiting the statue began to transform it into a soldier-like figure, adopting a combat stance as it prepared to attack Su-ho. Iron Slash activated. Before the statue could move, Su-ho struck again with his sword. Schwing. The blow split the statue vertically this time, reducing it to quivering halves on the ground. The statue's remnants trembled violently, releasing another burst of red mist. This time, however, the mist surged toward Su-ho. The soul stone had been destroyed, forcing the spirit to seek a new host. The parasite spirit invades your mind. The parasite spirit begins to possess your body and shatter your psyche. The mist seeped into Su-ho's body, attempting to take control. It might have succeeded if not for Su-ho's unique trait. Dragon's blood activated. Dragon armor's draconic endurance nullifies all mental corruption. The parasite spirit's invasion faltered as the dragon armor's inherent ability blocked its effects. The spirit, realizing it had encountered an unimaginable force, began to panic, but Su-ho's dragon armor wasn't finished. Dragon armor's draconic endurance begins purifying the parasite spirit. Dragon armor's draconic endurance begins absorbing the parasite spirit. The armor's purification effect cleansed the spirit, breaking its hold on the material world. The parasite spirit has been fully purified. No knowledge could be gained from the absorbed parasite spirit. The soul stone has been liberated. Item information updated. Holding the liberated soulstone in his hand, Su-ho smiled. Chapter 88. Su-ho immediately checked the details of the item. Liberated soulstone. Grade: a prison for souls crafted by a necromancer. Originally created to seal malevolent spirits, it became a cursed object after part of the soulstone was damaged, preventing it from fully containing the spirit. The malevolent spirit has been purified by an external force. After reviewing the item's information, Su-ho nodded in satisfaction. Just one more to go. With that thought, he finished cleaning up the scene and promptly headed back home. A few days later, Monday, the weekend had passed and it was now Monday, yet Nam Haewon still hadn't finished his task. As Su-ho prepared to leave for work, Haewon spoke in a voice that sounded half-dead. Team Leader, what is it? Please, save me. Save you from what? This synthesis, it's never going to end. You'll be fine, people don't die that easily. Su-ho's calm response made Haewon snap his eyes open in disbelief. And how would you know that? I've been to the sealed gate, haven't I? Everyone else who went there died, but I didn't. How is that the same thing? Think about it positively. Isn't this better than the way you used to live in Yeongyungpo? Wow, you're really pulling out the cheat codes, huh? Cheer up, Haewon, you've got this. Ha, with a defeated look, Haewon trudged back to his lab. Watching him retreat, Su-ho couldn't help but feel reassured. All he needs is time and materials, he'll pull through. As Su-ho was heading out for work, his phone rang. Hello, Vice President. I've returned the money to everyone on the list and made sure to keep their mouths shut. Remember to speak casually unless we're alone, it looks less suspicious. Understood. Anyway, it's all taken care of. I told them the incident was the result of an anonymous tip-off, so none of the draft dodgers will raise a fuss. And what about Chief Lee Wanik and Deputy Manager Lee Si-hyun? I'll summon them separately today and deal with them immediately. Got it. Also, take care of my evaluation while you're at it. Oh, and one more thing about the Resource Division, please transfer me there after management. Resource Division? Why? Do I need to explain? No. My apologies. I'll hang up now. Why even ask? Just do as I say. Still, Su-ho couldn't deny that Park Jae-min was proving unexpectedly competent, likely due to the metaphorical sword hanging over his neck. Thanks to him, things were running smoothly. Non-awakened affairs was unusually quiet, and none of the draft dodgers had shown their faces after the weekend investigations wrapped up. Now all that's left is my evaluation. Su-ho's goals were progressing steadily. He had Park Jae-min in his pocket and had resolved the draft-dodging scandal in one clean sweep. All that remained was completing his Awakening Division evaluation and moving on to the next department. During his lunch break in the underground library, his phone buzzed. The caller was none other than Park Jae-min. Su-ho smiled as he answered, "Yes, Vice President. The Awakening Division evaluation has been finalized. The two individuals involved have been dismissed for their roles in the incident. Did you mention Pai Seong-yeol?" As soon as I brought him up, they both clammed up. Thanks to that, it seems like there won't be any further noise. Of course, they fear Pai Seong-yeol more than they fear you. That's something I can't argue with. Anyway, your next assignment will be with the Management Division, followed by the Resource Division. So he doesn't like being reminded that Pai is scarier than him. Interesting, Su-ho chuckled. I heard the Management Division evaluation is just a written test. I'll finish it today, so please expedite the process. Today, that's quick. The test isn't exactly easy, you know. It is for me. I'll wrap it up by today, so be ready. Also, send me the contact details for the Management Division head and their subordinate managers. Why do you need their numbers? Because I said so. Let me know if anything comes up. Su-ho ended the call before Park Jae-min could respond. Afterward, Su-ho received a call from Eom Junseong. Su-ho, where are you? I'm at the underground library. What's up? I just wanted to inform you that your Awakening Division evaluation is complete. That was faster than expected. It surprised me too. Anyway, the results came back perfect as expected. Team leader Jung will contact you soon. Congratulations on finishing the process. Thank you, and thank you for your hard work as well. Having the right connections really pays off. Not one to waste time, Su-ho called team leader Jung directly. Ah, Su-ho, I was just about to call you. Is this a good time? Yes, of course. Did you hear from Eam Junseong? Yes, that's why I'm calling. I'm ready for the management division test. Can I take it right away? Already. The study materials you provided were very helpful. I'd like to take all the tests at once like I did back in school. Is that possible? If you're sure, I'll make the arrangements. But it might have to wait until after lunch. Could you come to the second conference room in the management division afterward? Understood. By the way, is the resource division next? That's correct. Why do you ask? Just curious. I'll see you after lunch. With the Awakening Division test and his transfer to the Resource Division on track, Su-ho couldn't help but feel impressed with how well things were progressing. At this rate, I might even find what I need in the Resource Division today. Relaxing into his plans, Su-ho began mentally preparing for the next steps. Just then, he received a message from Park Jae-min containing the contact information for the Management Division staff. All familiar names. Forwarding the list to Seo Gi-won, Su-ho tasked him with running thorough background checks, specifying a few individuals for closer scrutiny. At this speed, I'll finish my training in less than 2 weeks. If so, Su-ho would become the youngest and fastest trainee to ever complete the program in the history of the association. Once I'm a grade 5 civil servant, I'll probably start as a deputy team leader. Deputy team leaders served as second-in-command for various departments. Most spent 1 to 3 years in the role before advancing to team leader. Given the current trajectory, Su-ho was likely to start in the special division. But that's not going to happen. While that had been his original plan, Su-ho had revised it after uncovering the inner workings of the association. Now he intended to use Park Jae-min to shape his career path exactly as he desired. Thinking about it brought a smile to Su-ho's face. Who knew office life could be this fun? Once again, Su-ho marveled at the privileges of being a regressor. After lunch, Su-ho had gukbap for lunch and then proceeded with the full theoretical exam for the management division as scheduled. Naturally, it was easy. For someone like Su-ho who had access to the library of memories, this type of test was no different from copying answers straight from a cheat sheet. Perhaps it was because of this reputation that an unprecedented number of department heads participated as proctors for the test. Upon receiving Su-ho's answer sheet, they could only react with astonishment. Wow, incredible. Is this even possible? He got a perfect score. This is insane. The reactions were particularly strong from the heads of the Legal Affairs Division with its massive volume of material to memorize. The General Affairs Division with its complex calculations and the Audit Division with its focus on practical applications, each had the same thought. At this rate, he'll complete his training in no time. Think there's a chance we can keep him as a deputy team leader in our department? Probably not. He's rumored to be one of Pai Seong-yeol's proteges. A royal, and Su-ho, a once-in-a-lifetime genius and ace of the Korea Hunter Association. With his remarkable record in the Awakening Division, it was no surprise that the department heads were drooling over the prospect of recruiting him. However, none dared to make a move. The rumor that Su-ho was a royal, a direct protege of Pai Seong-yeol, made them hesitate. Looks like the special division will only grow stronger. What a shame, they get all the good talent. As Su-ho had instructed, the Management Division test results were processed immediately, allowing him to transfer to the Resource Division without delay. Moving to the Resource Division while heading to the Resource Division with team leader Jung Cheol-min, Su-ho received congratulations. Congratulations, Su-ho. Thank you, team leader. I'm honestly curious about what kind of mischief you'll get into at the Resource Division. Should I give you another cheat sheet this time? Haha, I'd appreciate that. Don't worry, the tests there aren't too hard. The Resource Division focuses more on field evaluations. By the way, do you know the 2 main departments in the Resource Division? Yes, the Resource Management Department and the Research and Analysis Department. And do you know their roles? Yes. The Resource Management Department oversees the storage and organization of all items, while the Research and Analysis Department handles research on existing items and analysis of newly discovered ones. You've done your homework. The field evaluation for the Resource Management Department shouldn't be too difficult. It's mostly logistics work, similar to a warehouse team. Su-ho nodded, fully aware. The Resource Management Department handled countless items stored in the association's warehouses, spending entire days moving and categorizing materials. But because of that, it's a treasure trove. Su-ho vividly remembered items that were initially dismissed as ordinary but later recognized for their extraordinary value. The Research and Analysis Department was no different in that regard, and there's also the final material I need for Kim Jin's partner item. With a small smile, Su-ho said, "It doesn't matter where I'm assigned. I'll approach it with a mindset to learn and work hard." That's the spirit, Su-ho. Well, here we are, the floor for the resource division. Unexpected call, BZZZZ. Su-ho's phone buzzed. The caller ID displayed the name Pai Seong-yol. Seeing this, Su-ho chuckled to himself. I was wondering when he'd call. Took him long enough. It seemed there were a lot of things Pai needed to confirm before reaching out. Turning to Jung Cheolmin, Su-ho said, Team leader, it's Director Pai Seong-yol. I need to take this. Oh, sure. After receiving permission, Su-ho answered the call. Yes, Senior, Junior, where are you right now? I just finished the Management Division's theoretical test and was on my way to the Resource Division. I see, then put off the Resource Division training until tomorrow and come see me now. It's almost quitting time anyway, you won't get much done there today. Ah, understood. Come immediately, I'll be waiting. Pai hung up without waiting for a response, clearly in a hurry. Su-ho stifled a laugh and turned back to Jung Cheolmin. I'm sorry, team leader, I'll need to visit the Resource Division tomorrow instead. Could you let the department head know? Of course. Don't worry about it. Jung Cheolmin's understanding was appreciated, though it was clear Pai's actions were rather inconsiderate. Still, who in the association would dare challenge Pai Seong-yol over something like this? Especially considering the Resource Division was firmly within Pai's sphere of influence. Heading to the Special Division after thanking Jung Cheolmin with a polite nod, Su-ho made his way to the Special Division, reflecting on the situation. He must have something urgent to discuss. With that thought, Su-ho smiled faintly as he walked through the halls. Chapter 89. Knock knock, come in. At the sound of Pai Seong-yol's voice, Su-ho opened the door and stepped inside. The room was empty except for Pai. Clearly this was intentional. As Su-ho entered, Pai gestured for him to take a seat. Sit down. The atmosphere was heavy, it had to be. Two of Pai's well-placed pawns had been taken out in a single move. How could he not be furious? Yet Su-ho maintained an expression of innocence as he took his seat. Pai studied him in silence before letting out a faint chuckle and speaking. I hear you ace both the Awakening Division and Management Division evaluations. Yes, that's correct. I thought you were just good with your sword, but it seems you're sharp with your mind too. Not at all. I was just lucky. Luck favors the prepared. Anyway, congratulations. Thank you, Senior. But let's talk about the draft dodging case. That was your doing too, wasn't it? Yes, it was. How did you manage it? So it's finally come to this. If he was going to ask anything, it would be this. Prepared for the moment, Su-ho calmly gave his pre-planned response. There was an anonymous tip-off. A tip-off? Yes. Someone threw a set of documents onto my desk, and inside was all the information on the draft dodgers involved in the case. Is that true? How could I lie to you, Senior? The mention of an anonymous tip seemed to catch Pai off guard. His expression turned contemplative, clearly not expecting this explanation. What about the person who delivered it? I couldn't catch them, they ran off too quickly. You couldn't catch them, you a sword saint? I apologize. I had to make a choice between chasing the person or securing the documents, and I prioritized the latter. Pai's brow furrowed deeply as he considered this. Fair enough. In that situation, it makes sense. Seeing the gears turning in Pai's mind, Su-ho added, I'm sorry for not reporting this to you earlier, Senior. I didn't think it was significant at the time. As Su-ho bowed his head apologetically, Pai stared at him for a moment before sighing and speaking softly. No, it's fine. How could you have known? Good work. There's nothing else to report, is there? No, nothing else. All right, from now on, report everything to me, no matter how small. Like this tip-off, I'll keep that in mind. Your next assignment is the Resource Division, correct? Yes, that's correct. You'll go to the Gate Division after that and then back to me. I'll talk to the department heads for both divisions to ensure your training goes smoothly. After you finish your Special Division training, we'll revisit your placement. Understood, Senior. Off you go. At Pai's dismissal, Su-ho left the office and made his way to the elevator, his mind buzzing with satisfaction. He must be feeling pretty conflicted right now. There was no way Pai could suspect Su-ho at this stage. The story was airtight and the evidence pointed elsewhere. If anything, Pai would start doubting Park Jae-min. That was precisely the point of the false information Su-ho had leaked. An anonymous tip, the dismissal of Lee Wanik and Lee Si-hyun, it's all too convenient. He'll likely conclude that Park Jae-min was behind it. Everything was going according to plan. With Pai now forced to act, Su-ho knew the game was shifting to the next phase. Time to tread carefully. Too many coincidences will eventually draw suspicion. But even if Pai caught on, could he stop Su-ho? I handled you in my past life. What makes you think I can't do it again? After clocking out for the day, Su-ho called Park Jae-min. The next day, Su-ho arrived at the Resource Division with Jung Cheol-min as planned. Their first stop was the department head's office, where Do Hak-hyun, the head of the Resource Division, greeted them warmly. So you're the one I've been hearing so much about. I'm Do Hak-hyun. And Su-ho, sir. Looking forward to working with you. Do Hak-hyun had the most relaxed demeanor Su-ho had seen in a department head so far. No wonder. Compared to other departments that are constantly overworked, The resource division, especially for someone like Do Hak-yeon in a managerial position, is as cushy as it gets. As someone firmly within Pai Seong-yeol's faction and holding a singular managerial role, Do Hak-yeon truly held a golden seat. Smiling, Do Hak-yeon said, "I heard you aced the theoretical exams in both the Awakening Division and Management Division. I'm sure you'll have no trouble here. Our tests focus more on memorization than application. As for the field evaluation, don't worry, I've arranged for the easiest tasks to make your time here comfortable. Thank you, sir. Shall we start with the theoretical exam then? Yes, I studied in advance. This one's got spirit. All right, let's have you take the test first. A supervisor should be arriving shortly to oversee it." Hearing this, Jung Cheolmin spoke up. "If it's just the theoretical exam, I can supervise and grade it on the spot if you'd like." "Really? That'd be a big help. Let's do that then." "Thank you, sir. I'll take care of it." With Jung's help, the theoretical exam process was significantly streamlined and Su-ho passed in one go. The cheat sheet Jung had provided earlier had been instrumental. When the Resource Division Training Supervisor, Kim Seok-hoon, arrived and saw Su-ho's results, he couldn't hide his amazement. "Wow. I thought it was a stretch, but you really scored a perfect mark here too." Jung, holding the answer sheet, chuckled confidently as he left the room. "I'll send over the study materials for the Gate Division and Special Division tests later. Thank you, team leader." After Jung left, Su-ho introduced himself to Kim Seok-hoon. "I'm Kim Seok-hoon. I'll be overseeing your training while you're with the Resource Division." "And Su-ho, nice to meet you." After a brief handshake, Kim suggested they move on. "Shall we head to the Resource Management Department first? I'll explain the field evaluation on the way." "Understood." The Resource Management Department. As they walked, Kim asked, "How familiar are you with the Resource Management Department? Do you know about the 5 teams?" "Yes." The department is divided into the equipment team, which handles item storage, the book team, which manages skill books, the consumables team, responsible for consumable items, Special Team 1, which deals with miscellaneous and material items, Special Team 2, which handles so-called cursed items. Kim raised an impressed eyebrow. "You've done your homework." The field evaluation will be split into 2 parts. One will cover the 4 standard teams and the other will focus on Special Team 2. Su-ho nodded knowingly. "Makes sense." Unlike the standard teams, Special Team 2 deals with high-risk items. Though he was well aware of the department's workings from past experience, Su-ho listened attentively as Kim continued to explain. "So the evaluation will happen in 2 stages. Don't worry too much about the cursed items, we're only exposing you to entry-level cases for experience. Honestly, the first part of the test, involving logistics, might feel more tedious. It's pure manual labor." As they approached the department, they met Gu Min-hwan, the Resource Management Department head. "I'm Gu Min-hwan, I've heard a lot about you." "And Su-ho, sir. Looking forward to working with you. From what I've heard, you've already aced the theoretical exam, is that right?" "Yes, sir." "Impressive. So Seok-hoon, what's the order for the field evaluations?" "We'll start with the joint evaluation covering the 4 standard teams, followed by the second evaluation for Special Team 2. "That works. But isn't it the comprehensive inspection season? Won't the first evaluation be difficult to arrange?" Comprehensive inspections. These inspections were notorious for their intensity, examining every aspect of a department's operations to ensure they were functioning properly. "Inspections are hell for any department, but I guess it's Resource's turn." Kim quickly reassured Gu, "Yes, but I'll handle the first evaluation myself to avoid adding to the team's burden. I've already gotten approval, so it just needs your okay." "Fine by me, let's get started. Su-ho will meet again later." "Understood." The external resource warehouse. Kim escorted Su-ho to the department's massive external warehouse. The division head and department head work in the desk offices, but most of the work happens here in the warehouse. You know why, right? "Yes, the resource division manages an enormous volume of items." "Exactly. For now, your task will be to familiarize yourself with the locations and organization of each team's materials, as well as the retrieval and categorization process. While it's all outlined in the theory exam, practical application is a bit different. Is it significantly different? The theory is straightforward, but there are a lot of variables in practice. That's what makes it tricky." "I see. That should be manageable. Confident, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." Su-ho's confidence wasn't unfounded. He had previously worked a rotation in the resource division and was no stranger to its operations. It was tough back then. Many underestimated the resource division, assuming it was just a matter of sorting and managing inventory. But reality hit differently when faced with the scale and complexity of the job. Kim smirked, amused by Su-ho's optimism. "Let's see if that confidence holds up." Handing Su-ho 2 sheets of paper, Kim said, "Here's a condensed version of the test. Start by retrieving the items listed here." "Understood." "Where should I bring them?" "I'll wait at the warehouse entrance, just bring them there." With that, they reached the warehouse, and Su-ho was struck by its enormity. The warehouse, the sprawling, multi-tiered structure, was filled with towering shelves stacked with countless items. Workers in helmets and uniforms bustled about, shouting instructions. Careful with that, item 2A123 ob coming up. The atmosphere was bustling and intense. Suddenly, a worker shouted, heads up. A helmet's falling. Clang, a helmet fell from a high shelf, striking another worker square on the head. The worker collapsed on the spot. Chapter 90 stretcher, get a stretcher. Over here. Quickly, Jae-hoon, stay with us. A falling object accident, an occurrence all too common in the resource warehouse. Fortunately, the injured worker had been wearing a helmet imbued with impact absorption magic, so the injuries likely weren't severe. Watching the commotion, Kim Seok-hoon sighed and said, that's one of the variables I mentioned earlier. Sometimes, items react to mana fluctuations and move on their own, causing them to fall. Even if they're secured properly, they somehow loosen. That's why you have to be extra cautious. Handing Su-ho a safety helmet, Kim added with a smile, here, take this. Better safe than sorry. The accident was a perfect opportunity for Kim to teach Su-ho a lesson about the unpredictability of the job without much effort. But to his surprise, thank you, Su-ho replied with his trademark smile, cheerfully taking the helmet and putting it on. Should I get started now? Huh, oh yes you can, but are you sure you're okay? What do you mean? Well, you just saw that accident happen. That was dangerous, but I wouldn't really call it a variable. With proper caution, it can be avoided. I'll head in now. Despite witnessing the accident up close, Su-ho remained undeterred, his determination unshaken. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode confidently into the warehouse. Kim Seok-hoon could only gape in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. This guy's something else. Falling object accidents in the resource warehouse, that's just another day here. Su-ho stepped deeper into the warehouse and began methodically searching for the items listed on his evaluation sheet. Let's start with the ones for the test. The so-called logistics retrieval test, part of the first evaluation, was a breeze for Su-ho. During his past rotation in the resource management department, he'd done this task to the point of exhaustion. Filling his inventory with the required items, Su-ho also began searching for something else, something not listed. If my memory's correct, it should be in this warehouse around this time. Su-ho preferred the resource and gate divisions over the awakening and management divisions. Of course, this was a perspective shaped by his regression. While the first two divisions offered connections with people, the latter two also provided tangible rewards, valuable items and skills. Even if most items are logged in the database and can't just be taken freely. What Su-ho sought were hidden treasures, items with concealed properties overlooked by others. As he scoured the warehouse, his eyes lit up. Found it, there in the section colloquially called the junk storage, sat an unassuming object. It was a simple item carelessly placed amidst other unremarkable trinkets. Su-ho checked its details, stone apple. A stone-crafted apple. Its maker is unknown and it appears rather crude. The description was as simple as the item itself. Likely categorized as a junk item due to its lack of apparent functionality, it had been dismissed by the warehouse staff. Su-ho picked it up and pretended to study his evaluation sheet while keeping his movements casual. He avoided glancing around too much and was especially careful not to look at the security cameras positioned diagonally above. Drawing unnecessary attention was the last thing he needed. Now let's see what happens when I inject mana. Su-ho slowly infused the apple with mana. At first, nothing happened. Then faint luminous patterns began to appear on its surface. There it is, it's reacting. This simple act, injecting mana, was all it took to reveal the apple's hidden properties. Such a minor effort, yet the resource division had never discovered the secret. The reason was straightforward. Most of the staff lacked the mana capacity to unlock the hidden potential. You need at least red-grade mana for this. Finding someone with that level of mana in the resource division? Impossible, which is why this treasure has stayed hidden until now. Mindful of the cameras, Su-ho made a show of acting startled as if the item was malfunctioning. He exaggerated his reactions, mimicking alarm and pretending to try and drop the apple from his hand, but to no avail. The act was deliberate. If questioned later, he could use this performance to feign ignorance. The apple began to vibrate and glow ominously. From its back, something long and slender slithered out. A snake. A semi-transparent serpent, small enough to be a newborn, emerged from the apple. There you are, Venometer Snake. Su-ho's eyes gleamed. The snake wasn't merely a physical being, it was a spectral creature, a type of phantom spirit. Feigning shock, Su-ho pretended to struggle as the snake quickly slithered up his arm and bit into his neck. You have been bitten by the Venometer Snake. The Venometer Snake is merging with you. A quest has been triggered. Do you accept the quest Trial of the Snake? Su-ho barely suppressed a grin as he read the notifications. So this is how I'll obtain the foundation for the Venom Dragon. In his previous life, venomous beasts were among the most fearsome foes. Of these, 3 were legendary, collectively known as the 3 Venoms: the Venom Dragon, the Venom Demon, the Venom King. Each wielded venom as their primary weapon and possessed unparalleled resistance to poisons. I'll get complete poison immunity eventually, but that's a long way off. In the late stages of the Gate campaign, Su-ho had acquired the supreme skill Venom-proof immunity by consuming the heart of Venom's sovereign Venomus. But for now, he needed a way to resist poison, and this was the perfect starting point. I'll need this foundation to deal with her. The her in question was Suzuki Endo. A renowned Japanese hunter, she was one of humanity's last defenders and a former ally. But now she was nothing to Su-ho. Suzuki's title as the witch came from her mastery of venomous magic. I'll make sure you choke on your own venom, Endo. There was no greater humiliation than being overwhelmed in the area of your own expertise. Su-ho was determined to return the favor. The trial of the Snake Quest was the key to creating the Venom Dragon, one of the 3 Venoms. Without hesitation, Su-ho accepted the quest. You have accepted the quest. A detailed quest window appeared in front of him, but Su-ho dismissed it with a glance. Pretending to remain startled by the glowing apple, he ensured his performance was convincing. That should do it for now. Satisfied, Su-ho carefully returned the apple to its original place. For now, he would play dumb. If questioned later, he planned to explain that he hadn't called for help because he feared losing points during the evaluation. With his objective secured, Su-ho resumed his evaluation, ready to continue as if nothing had happened. Not long after Su-ho disappeared into the warehouse, Kim Seok-hoon was confident he'd soon see him return empty-handed or at least asking for help. After all, the resource warehouse was notorious for being a nightmare for first-timers. There's a reason it's called the labyrinth, with monoreactive items that frequently fell or stuck together and the occasional random item outburst, even when confirmed to be non-cursed. The warehouse was as unpredictable as it was vast. Only someone deeply familiar with its quirks and pitfalls could navigate it effectively. But before long, Kim realized his assumption had been dead wrong. Just dropping these off for now. Su-ho appeared with a bright smile, dumping a load of items onto the ground before Kim. Every single one was from the evaluation list. And that wasn't all. Su-ho went back into the warehouse multiple times, each time returning with more items until finally he'd brought back everything on the list. After depositing the last batch, Su-ho meticulously checked the items against the list and handed the evaluation sheet to Kim with a cheerful grin. That's everything. Would you like to double-check? Yeah, Kim took the sheet, trying to mask his astonishment as he began comparing the items to the list. But the more he checked, the more his jaw dropped. Holy, what the hell? An involuntary curse slipped from his lips. The list had nearly 100 items, yet Su-ho had retrieved every single one without missing a beat. Even the ones deliberately designed to trip him up, ambiguous names, confusing codes, and colors, were all accounted for. I even added those killer items to make it harder. Despite instructions from above to go easy on Su-ho because he was a Special Division Royal, Kim had ignored them. As a Grade 5 special hire, Su-ho was expected to quickly rise to team leader status, and Kim believed such individuals needed to prove their competence thoroughly. Yet Su-ho had flawlessly tackled even the so-called killer items, leaving Kim in awe. People like this actually exist. Kim had assumed that Su-ho's reputation was exaggerated, chalking up his achievements to exceptional combat skills rather than administrative prowess. But now, witnessing this firsthand, Kim realized Su-ho wasn't just a genius, he was an all-around prodigy. You're incredible, Kim admitted. Su-ho chuckled modestly. Not at all. No, really, you are. Next, we'll move on to the categorization portion of the evaluation. But here too, Su-ho excelled. Despite the hundreds of items that poured into the categorization warehouse daily, Su-ho flawlessly completed all 3 stages of the sorting process without a single mistake. By the time the first test was over, Kim could only accept the truth. You're amazing. Haha, thank you, but it wasn't that hard. No, it really was, and I'm not just saying this because I'm from this department, but I think our resource division's work is harder than any other. Most trainees receive their lowest scores here, yet you, Kim trailed off, clearly impressed. Su-ho agreed. He'd found resource division tasks grueling in his first life. But now, with his second chance and extensive experience, the work felt relatively straightforward, especially compared to other challenges he'd faced. If you've been a pyramid slave, construction work feels like a breeze. More importantly, it looks like no one noticed the stone apple. Su-ho had expected as much. With so many CCTV feeds in the warehouse, it was impossible for the staff to monitor every moment. While there was always the chance of a slip-up, no news was good news. Su-ho smiled. So do I move on to the second test with Special Team 2 now? Yes, but there's a bit of a problem, Kim replied hesitantly, scratching his cheek awkwardly. A problem? Yes. Kim's discomfort was evident, leaving Su-ho curious about what issue lay ahead. Chapter 91. Kim Seok-hoon continued speaking. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect the first test to be finished today or tomorrow, so I scheduled things for the day after tomorrow. What? Haha, I'm really sorry. Usually the first test takes at least 2 days, so I set the schedule like it's always been done. Kim Seok-hoon scratched the back of his head awkwardly, but he wasn't lying. Up until now, tasks like retrieving logistics or sorting them always took at least a day each. But Suho had shattered that tradition by completing both tests in a single day. Suho asked, so what am I supposed to do now? Well, it seems like we won't be ready until at least tomorrow afternoon because of the schedule. I understand, then I'll wait. In the meantime, I'll study the theory for the next training department. Oh, you do that? Yes, I've had a similar experience before, so I studied in the underground library. Phew, that's a relief. Thank you for your understanding. I'll contact you as soon as we're ready, but no matter how fast we prepare, it won't be before tomorrow afternoon, so feel free to come after lunch. Then what about today? There's nothing else to do, so you can head out early. Thank you. Grateful for Kim Seok-hoon's consideration, Suho smiled lightly and began preparing to leave. This works out perfectly. He had things to take care of after work anyway, and now he not only got to leave early but didn't have to come back until tomorrow afternoon. Starting his car, Suho dialed a number, the sound of the engine rumbling to life as he made the call. Not stuck in traffic, Suho quickly arrived home. The house was silent. Seo Kaiwon was away training in Paju, and Nam Haewon had fallen asleep, exhausted from synthesizing material items. Thanks to this quiet, Suho could focus on his personal tasks without interruptions. He made his way to the underground training room located beneath the building. Looks like everything's prepared nicely. Inside, the items Suho had requested through an external helper had arrived, neatly arranged. What he had ordered was none other than poisons. Suho picked up the bottle on the far left of the table, which was filled with an assortment of poisons, and checked its details. Inferior miscellaneous poison. A nameless, origin unknown poison. Its toxic effects are minimal, but it wasn't just the inferior poisons. As the bottles were arranged from left to right, the poison grades increased step by step. All of this was for the upcoming quest Suho had to face. He opened his quest window and reviewed the Trial of the Snake quest he had previously unlocked, Trial of the Snake. A test granted only to those chosen by the venom-eating snake. Within your body lies a dormant egg of the venom-eating snake. To hatch the egg, you must directly ingest poisons and provide the venom as sustenance for the egg. If venom supply is delayed by more than 10 minutes, you must restart the process from the beginning. Failing to provide venom 3 times will result in the quest's failure, and the venom-eating snake's egg will immediately disappear. If detoxification occurs, the venom-eating snake's egg will also vanish instantly. The quest's content was surprisingly straightforward. Simply put, as long as he didn't detoxify and ensured no break longer than 10 minutes between ingesting poisons, the quest could be completed. Alright, let's get started. Suho took a deep breath. While the quest seemed simple on paper, the actual task of drinking poison and enduring it was far from easy, but Suho was confident. The key to succeeding in this quest lay in how long he could endure the poison he consumed. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's enduring. He immediately opened the bottle of inferior miscellaneous poison. Even though it was only an inferior poison, any poison after experiencing Suzuki Endo's venom was enough to send a shiver down his spine. I'll overcome this. He had to if he wanted to deal a heavy blow to that wretched woman. Like drinking a shot of herbal ginseng, Suho downed the poison in one go. The bitterness of the venom coated his tongue and throat, searing its way down his esophagus before beginning to irritate his stomach. This reaction was only natural, it was poison after all. After placing the poison box on the floor, Suho sat cross-legged in front of it. Normally, he didn't meditate like this, but for this battle of mental endurance, he purposely adopted the position. You are now in a state of inferior poisoning. The poison's effects began to take hold. Being an inferior poison, its effects were also minor. He took damage in small, gradual increments while the burning sensation in his stomach intensified. Still manageable, but how does the egg respond to this? Closing his eyes, Suho focused his mind, attempting to sense the snake's egg somewhere in his body. That's when he felt it, a faint, writhing movement near his solar plexus. It wasn't a muscle spasm caused by the poison. It was a completely independent motion from an entirely different existence within his body. There you are. The egg twitched for a while before settling down. Then the state of inferior poisoning has been cured. The poison state was lifted. Suho hadn't used any antidotes or recovery items, it had simply disappeared. This wasn't due to his new blood passive ability either. If it were, there would have been a system notification. No, this was something else entirely. So the egg really is absorbing the poison as sustenance. That explained why the term supply was used in the quest description. Unfortunately, it seemed new blood didn't classify poisoning as a form of contamination, meaning it wouldn't activate to assist. A bit disappointing, but it makes sense. If Newblood had nullified the poisoning, he wouldn't need to go through this entire process in the first place. Finishing his thoughts, Su-ho opened his eyes and drank another dose of the inferior miscellaneous poison. Before long, his solar plexus began to writhe again, followed by another system notification. You are now in a state of inferior poisoning. The same process repeated. The egg wriggled briefly, then stopped, and the poison state was lifted. Su-ho gave himself a short break and drank another dose of the same poison. You are now in a state of inferior poisoning. The state of inferior poisoning has been cured. Over and over the cycle repeated. Like taking shots of soju, Su-ho continued to empty bottle after bottle, eventually reaching the 30th and final bottle of the inferior poison. You are now in a state of inferior poisoning. He waited for the usual reaction, but this time the egg didn't move. No matter how long he waited, there was no response. Even the poison state didn't dissipate. It seemed the egg had reached its limit with this grade of poison. Accepting that the inferior poison was no longer effective, Su-ho picked up a bottle of the next grade, a poison that could cause minor poisoning. Pop. As he removed the cap, a much stronger stench assaulted his senses. Grimacing, Su-ho gulped the poison down in one go. You are now in a state of minor poisoning. The effects were immediate. The irritation in his mouth and throat was far more intense than before, and his stomach felt like it was on fire. But then, wriggle, the egg finally reacted again. Having understood the mechanism, Su-ho refocused his mind, sitting cross-legged to endure the process. So this is how it works. Now that he knew the process, all that remained was to endure and push through. When the minor poison state eventually lifted, Su-ho drank another bottle without hesitation. Ugh, you are now in a state of advanced poisoning. The state of advanced poisoning has been cured. How much time had passed? Su-ho had moved from low-grade poisons to mid-grade ones, and now he had reached the advanced level. But the advanced poison was unlike anything he had encountered before. It was excruciating. It feels like drinking hydrochloric acid, he thought grimly, barely exaggerating. Typically, poisoning occurred through the claws or fangs of a monster, with the afflicted area itself becoming painfully inflamed. But drinking advanced poison directly, like alcohol, that was a whole other level. His mouth and esophagus were anything but intact. Still, Su-ho endured. He drank bottle after bottle, suppressing his agony every time because the egg inside him reacted with each dose. Finally, when he downed the last bottle of advanced poison, you are now in a state of advanced poisoning. The state of poisoning was confirmed, but there was no reaction. The egg, which should have responded by writhing, remained completely still. Su-ho bit his lip in frustration. Damn it, is advanced poison not enough anymore? He scowled, his gaze shifting to the bottles of supreme poison sitting nearby. That's pure venom. Supreme poison was no joke. Consuming it could result in immediate death. For someone without sufficient resistance and stamina, even advanced poison was already near lethal. The only reason Su-ho had survived dozens of bottles of advanced poison was because of his red-grade stamina stat. But now, retreat wasn't an option. Su-ho took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the supreme poison bottle. His skin was already a sickly shade of gray, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips cracked and dry, all classic symptoms of severe poisoning. Yet he had no choice. At last, Su-ho uncorked the supreme poison bottle. Hiss, even the fumes from the poison stung his skin. Still, without hesitation, he tipped the contents into his mouth. Gah, it felt as though his mouth and esophagus were melting. And realistically, they probably were. This was supreme poison after all. You are now in a state of supreme poisoning. The notification popped up. And then it happened, drip. Drip, 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 bright red drops began falling to the ground. Not drops, blood. Blood was seeping from Su-ho's eyes, nose, and ears, a result of the brutal effects of the poisoning. His breathing grew labored. His heart pounded wildly. His senses dulled, and the burning pain in his organs felt like they were disintegrating entirely. Even his tongue felt as though it was being severed, but Su-ho endured. Because the more he suffered, the more violently the egg inside him began to stir. However, his stamina was depleting far too quickly. The agonizing pain made him feel as though death was just moments away. With his vision fading, Su-ho tightly shut his eyes and activated a skill he hadn't used until now. Heal has been activated. A warm light enveloped his body. Healing was fine. It wasn't an antidote after all. The current use of heal was akin to pouring water into a bottomless vessel, ineffective against the poisoning symptoms, but enough to keep him alive. And at this moment, that was all Su-ho needed. Heal was his only option to bring the egg to fruition. I have to endure, I will endure. The warmth of heal spread through his body, turning him into a living paradox, a warm hell of agony and regeneration. In that hellish state, Su-ho drank another bottle of supreme poison. Arg, the pain was indescribable, but Su-ho persevered. Thump, thump, thump. The more he endured, the more violently the egg shook within him. Heal has been activated. Heal has been activated. Heal has been activated. Again and again, Su-ho unleashed heal upon himself, barely holding onto consciousness. Even as he teetered on the brink of death, he stubbornly clung to life, pouring every last drop of his energy into sustaining himself. Then, just as his mana reserves were about to run dry, crack a sound. Crack, crack. It wasn't his imagination. Crack, the sound of something splitting open. At last, the long-awaited moment had arrived. The venom-eating snake's egg had begun to fracture, and finally bang. The egg burst apart, releasing a radiant light that filled the room. Chapter 92 Shuya, the egg shattered. At the same time, a brilliant light erupted, and like water spiraling down a drain, the venomous energy coursing through Su-ho's body converged at his solar plexus and disappeared. The excruciating pain that had been suffocating him, the pounding heart, the splitting headache, subsided like waves gently receding to the shore. Phew! A deep, ragged breath escaped him. His once erratic breathing calmed, and Su-ho shifted out of his meditative position, leaning against the wall to rest. As the sense of peace gradually returned, system notifications began to flood his vision. You have successfully hatched the venom-eating snake's egg. The quest has been completed. The venom-eating snake acknowledges you as its master and coils around you. Congratulations, you have acquired the venom-eating snake S+. You have achieved a remarkable feat. The system rewards you with 5 bonus stat points. Seeing the notifications, Su-ho couldn't help but laugh softly. I finally did it. He had endured unimaginable agony to reach this moment. That made the rewards before him feel even sweeter. Among the system messages, his eyes lingered on the name of the newly acquired skill. Venom-eating snake S+. This was no ordinary skill. Dubbed one of the poison dragons, it stood among the rarest poison-related S-rank skills in the world. No, it's not just S-rank, it's a plus-tier skill. This was why he had to obtain it at all costs. The venom-eating snake wasn't just rare, it was one of the few S-rank poison skills with growth potential, signified by the plus designation. Su-ho opened the skill window to examine its details. Venom-eating snake, rank S+. The legendary serpents born of a single head each possess immense power. The venom-eating snake responds to its master's call. The venom-eating snake consumes all poisons provided by its master. The venom-eating snake can digest any poison without exception. The venom-eating snake combines consumed poisons to create entirely new types of venom. The venom-eating snake can only produce venom in amounts equivalent to what it has consumed. After carefully reviewing the information, Su-ho extended his hand. Come out. He wanted to confirm the second point in the skill description. The venom-eating snake responds to its master's call. A small, translucent snake with a dark black body encircled by a faint purple hue slithered out of his palm. SSSSS. It moved fluidly, stretching out across his hand and let out a wide yawn as though it were bored. Su-ho chuckled at the sight. So even a poison dragon starts this small, huh? The snake was the reason behind the poison dragon moniker. Those who wielded the venom-eating snake skill often manifested it like a summonable creature. While technically not a summon, the snake was a skill-made physical entity. Given its ability to grow and adapt based on the poisons it consumed, it wasn't far off from being a proper summon. Su-ho spoke to the snake. Your name is now Poison Dragon. SSSS, SSSS. The snake nodded as if it understood, responding enthusiastically to the new name. This nickname would now serve as a trigger word for activating the skill, making it much easier to use. Before standing up, Su-ho glanced at the 3 remaining bottles of supreme poison in front of him. 3 bottles. A dangerously small margin. If those hadn't been enough to hatch the egg, he might have missed his chance to acquire the poison dragon forever. Preparing for contingencies had been the right call, but the success had been far too close for comfort. Su-ho uncorked one of the bottles and offered it to the snake. Eat. SSSS. The snake eagerly began drinking the poison, showing visible delight. Now that he had the poison dragon, Su-ho no longer needed to ingest venom himself. It could be handled like this. As the snake consumed the poison, new notifications appeared. The poison dragon consumes the venom. The poison dragon is highly satisfied with its meal. Clearly, the supreme poison was to its liking. No surprise there, its hatching had only begun to accelerate after Su-ho started using poisons of that caliber. Raising this thing is going to cost me a fortune. Poisons were more expensive than people realized, especially potent ones with numerous additional effects. The crafting and storage of high-grade venoms required immense effort and resources. Oh well, doesn't matter. I've got more money than I know what to do with now. Once the poison dragon finished all 3 bottles, Su-ho noticed 2 circular indicators appear in his field of vision. One was a small, filled purple circle, while the other was empty. The design resembled the blood gems he had seen before, but these circles represented something new. The filled circle denoted the amount of venom the poison dragon had consumed, while the empty circle indicated how much venom had been processed into usable poison. It can only use what it's digested and converted, Su-ho thought. The poison dragon had explained before that while it could digest any poison, the time required varied depending on the venom's strength and complexity. For now, the key to efficient use was feeding it moderate doses frequently, rather than overwhelming it with powerful toxins. I'll need to train it diligently before facing Suzuki. That way, it'll be ready to counter his venom in battle. After feeding the poison dragon, Su-ho deactivated the skill and surveyed his surroundings. This place is a complete mess. The area around him was more chaotic than he had expected. The process of enduring the venom had left behind sweat, blood, and traces of poison, all splattered across the floor. Still, it didn't matter. He had succeeded in obtaining the poison dragon, and that was all that mattered. Emerging from the underground training room, Su-ho was greeted by sunlight. Checking the time, he realized it was already approaching noon. I started this quest around 6 p.m. yesterday. How many hours was I buried down there? Oddly enough, he didn't feel tired. If he hadn't succeeded in acquiring the poison dragon, he might have been furious, but now he felt content. Su-ho allocated the 5 bonus stat points from the quest into his strength stat and began preparing to head to work. He climbed to the first floor, only to bump into Nam Haewon. Team leader, startled, Nam Haewon stared at him as she descended the stairs. Su-ho greeted her casually. "Oh, you're up. Yeah, but what happened to you? Why do you look like that?" "Like what?" "I was just doing some training in the underground room." In the training room, her shock was understandable. Su-ho's body was still covered in dried sweat, blood, and traces of venom, leaving him a horrific sight. Haewon asked hesitantly, her face pale. "There's no one else down there, right? Don't spout nonsense. I look like this because I completed a quest. How's your synthesis going?" "I'm still at it." "Taking your time, huh?" "I'm working hard. Besides eating, sleeping, and, well, everything else, I've been grinding slime stone synthesis nonstop. Does this even have an end?" "Of course it does. I told you when it stops letting you combine, that's the end." "Still synthesizing?" "Yes. Then you've got a ways to go. Keep it up." I appreciate the effort. Let me know when you're done." "Your words are the worst. Aren't you going to work?" "I am. That's why I came up." "Huh. Can civil servants just change their start times whenever they feel like it?" "It's all approved, don't worry. This place is so weird." "Whatever, I'm going to wash up." "Let me know when you're done synthesizing." Finally, Su-ho headed off to get cleaned up, scrubbing off the venom and dried blood from his body. "Su-ho, where are you right now?" "I'm on my way to the warehouse." Then I'll see you shortly." Just as Su-ho was nearing the warehouse after arriving at the association, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Kim Seok-hoon. Perfect timing. When Su-ho reached the warehouse, he found Kim Seok-hoon waiting for him. As soon as they met, Kim began leading him to a different location for the second test. The first test takes place in the resource warehouse, but the second test is conducted in the special warehouse. Because it's filled with cursed items, it's called the special warehouse, right? Yes, exactly. When I told the Special Team 2 leader yesterday that we needed to move the test up, he nearly had a fit. I barely managed to get everything scheduled. "You've had a rough time." "Haha, no, it was my mistake for being too lax." That being said, the theme of the second test is purification and destruction. Purification and destruction, though Su-ho already knew what this meant, he feigned ignorance. Kim Seok-hoon eagerly explained. "Yes, as you might recall from the theory section, items classified as cursed are generally handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, or sealing. Sealing is used for cursed items that can't be dealt with otherwise. We lock them away in storage. However, most cursed items are either purified or destroyed." It was exactly as he described. Cursed items identified by the Research and Analysis Department were handed over to Special Team 2 of the Resource Management Division. The team would then conduct various experiments to determine the best way to dispose of each item, but most end up being destroyed. The reason was simple. The conditions for purification were often too difficult to meet, and sealing every cursed item would result in a severe waste of storage space. That's why this department, the Special Team 2 of the Daehan Association's Resource Management Division, handled more item destruction than anywhere else in the country. And this is where he is. Su-ho already knew what the second test would entail. They would give him a mass-produced cursed item with a predetermined solution, and he would need to purify or destroy it. For Su-ho, this test was trivial. He had already memorized all the basic formulas for purification and destruction. What truly interested him wasn't the test itself, but something else entirely. When they arrived at the special warehouse, the leader of Special Team 2, Jo Jin-hyuk, greeted them at the entrance. Welcome. I'm Jo Jin-hyuk." Su-ho shook hands with him. Following Jo Jin-hyuk's lead, they entered the special warehouse. Inside, members of Special Team 2 were engrossed in their tasks. The facility resembled a research lab, with each workspace separated by thick bulletproof glass. Within the rooms, team members worked on various items, performing complex operations. As Su-ho slowly scanned the area, his gaze stopped at one particular spot. There he is. Su-ho's eyes fixed on a man working alone on purification in one of the rooms. He was thin, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, his movements weak and lifeless. Kang Seulgi, though the name Kang Seulgi might not have meant much now, he would later become infamous as the mad disassembly scholar. Su-ho's eyes gleamed as he observed the man known for dismantling items at the molecular level. Found him, Chapter 93. Su-ho bore no ill will toward Kang Seulgi, not in this lifetime at least. In fact, his feelings were overwhelmingly positive. After all, in his previous life, Kang Seulgi had shredded cursed items into usable materials, some of which Su-ho now relied on for his gear. Who would have thought past trolling would help in the present? For that reason, Su-ho had already decided that Kang Seulgi was someone he needed on his side at the Dihin Association. Jojin Hyuk broke into a smile and said, "All right, let's get started with the second test without delay." "Yes, I understand. The testing area is ready. The second test is divided into two parts, purification and destruction. But before that, you know what those terms mean, right?" "Yes. Purification refers to removing the curse from cursed items, making them safe for use or storage. Destruction, on the other hand, involves incinerating items that can neither be purified nor stored." "Exactly right. Let's begin with the purification assessment." The purification assessment, the assessment took place in an area known as the Purification Wing, where a temporary testing room had been set up. As soon as Su-ho entered, he was given protective gear, precautionary measures in case of accidents. Special Team 2 is far more dangerous than most other departments. Though Su-ho didn't actually need such protection, few here were aware of his capabilities. Once the test began, Su-ho entered the room alone, where a box containing a test cursed item awaited him. Its contents were concealed beneath a dark cloth. "I hope it's something I know." With that thought, Su-ho lifted the cloth. "Oh. This is?" Su-ho's eyes widened slightly as he examined the item. It was something he recognized all too well. A voice came through the internal speakers, Jojin Hyuk's. "You may begin the purification process using the tools provided. Good luck." The time limit was 2 hours. Laid out before him were 21 purification tools, each representing one of the 21 currently known methods for purifying cursed items. That number will exceed 50 in the future. Cursed item research was a global endeavor after all. This test item in particular could be purified using several methods, not just the 21 available here. Of course, one of these tools does work on this item. That's why they chose it for the test. But Su-ho had other plans. He intended to use a purification formula that hadn't yet been revealed publicly. It would serve as the perfect opportunity to approach Kang Seulgi naturally. The reaction might be intense if I reveal this now, but no matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Su-ho began by confirming the details of the cursed item. Humu fruit, a fruit harvested from the humu tree, a simple description. The humu tree, often called the humu wood, was a magical tree commonly found in gates. Its most notable trait was its frequent production of humu fruits. Naturally, humu fruits were classified as cursed items because they grew from a magical tree. Though the fruit appeared fresh and appetizing, those who ate it for the first time often experienced mild to severe poisoning. Worse still, when subjected to significant impact, the fruit released toxic spores that created a venomous mist. That's why it's classified as a cursed item. Cursed items were simply those with harmful traits not listed in their descriptions. Su-ho shifted his gaze to one of the tools provided, a mana torch, the designated purification tool for humu fruits. The mana torch used mana instead of gas to generate intense heat. When exposed to such heat, the humu fruit's toxins, spores, and explosive properties were neutralized, leaving behind only its sweet, edible flesh. After some thought, Su-ho surveyed the room. The floor will have to do." Taking a stance reminiscent of a baseball pitcher, Su-ho wound up and prepared to throw the fruit at the ground. The moment Su-ho's motion became apparent, shouts erupted from outside the room. "Hey, stop! What are you doing?" "No, don't," but Su-ho was faster. Bam! He hurled the fruit with all his strength. The impact produced a deafening crash, and shards from the reinforced glass walls rattled from the shock. The fruit smashed into the ground, creating a resounding noise. Though debris scattered, no dust rose. The flooring's protective coating was too effective. Everyone outside the room froze in shock. Since there was no dust cloud, they could clearly see Su-ho's actions and the fruit lodged in the floor. The stunned silence didn't last long. Snapping out of it, Jojin Hyuk grabbed the mic and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" His anger was understandable. The special warehouse was one of the most secure facilities in the association, on par with research labs and construction sites. But Su-ho remained unfazed. He picked up the fruit from the floor and said calmly, "I've purified it." What did you do? Would you like to see?" Su-ho offered the fruit with a bright, innocent smile, his demeanor so pure and devoid of malice that those watching were left dumbfounded. "What?" Jojin Hyuk was the first to react. Donning his protective gear, he entered the testing room to examine the fruit. As soon as he read its updated description, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? See. It's been purified, hasn't it? How is this possible? All the curse options have been removed. It's now safe to handle, even if subjected to physical impact or consumed. Additionally, Su-ho brought the fruit closer, tilting it slightly in front of Joe's eyes. It now has a minor recovery option. Recovery, the absurdity of that word caused everyone outside to rush into the room, eager to confirm the fruit's details for themselves. One by one, they read the updated description, their faces filled with shock and confusion. How? This can't be real, but it is. Wait, wasn't physical impact listed as a purification method? They weren't wrong. Among the 21 purification tools was a shock hammer specifically designed to purify cursed items through impact. Su-ho explained, the shock hammer exists, yes. But the method I used involves applying a much greater force. Greater force? Yes, a shock hammer can't unlock the Humu fruit's hidden recovery option unless the user's strength stat is above red grade. Anything less won't work. Red grade strength, write that down, someone record this. Get the team together, if this holds up it'll shake the academic world. Just as Su-ho had predicted, his revelation caused an uproar. Special Team 2 scrambled to document the new method and verify the purified fruit's properties. Even Kim Seok-hoon was dumbfounded. While he'd known Su-ho was extraordinary after the first test, he hadn't expected anything like this during the second, especially in the purification assessment. Approaching Su-ho, he stammered, Su-ho, yes, do you realize how groundbreaking this is? Is it? You just added the 20-second purification method to global research. The entire world will adopt your method now. You're the discoverer of a major breakthrough. That's great news, but what about my score? Am I in danger of failing for not using the standard methods? Before Kim could respond, Jo Jin-hyuk cut in, his voice filled with excitement. Don't even worry about that. As long as I'm in charge, you're getting full marks. Hell, do you have any other methods up your sleeve? Maybe I'll think about it. Good, let me know if anything comes to mind. Oh, and once we finalize the data, I'll send it over. If this pans out, you could make a fortune. Joe's enthusiasm was so intense that his speech wavered between formal and casual, but Su-ho didn't mind. The promise of passing the test with flying colors was all he needed. Kim Seok-hoon sighed, smiling faintly. Well, if the team leader says so, I can't object. There was no room for concern. Su-ho was already being treated as a royal asset by the higher-ups. Grinning, Su-ho replied, thank you, I'll leave it in your hands. By the way, Joe hesitated, glancing at Su-ho. Would you like to move straight to the Research and Analysis Division evaluation today? If it can be done quickly, I'm all for it. And just like that, Su-ho's exceptional performance forced yet another schedule adjustment. As Kim Seok-hoon rushed off to make arrangements, Su-ho found himself momentarily alone. His gaze swept across the bustling scene before landing on one person. He approached with a natural air, offering a greeting. Hello, the person Su-ho greeted was none other than Kang Seul-gi, the future mad disassembly scholar. Chapter 94 Kang Seul-gi. Technically, he wasn't just a team member, he held the position of deputy team leader. His penchant for disassembling things aside, he was competent at his job. When Su-ho greeted him with a smile, Kang Seul-gi responded with an awkward smile of his own. Oh, hello, looks like you're working on purification. Yes, short answers. Su-ho hadn't noticed it in his previous life, but now Kang Seul-gi struck him as a peculiar person. Normally, someone in his position might have made small talk or at least shown some interest in Su-ho's groundbreaking purification method from earlier. But Kang Seul-gi didn't. Instead, he simply turned away and focused on his purification task, as if Su-ho weren't there. At that moment, Jo Jin-hyuk passed by and called out to Su-ho. Su-ho, can I speak with you for a moment? Seeing Su-ho hovering near Kang Seul-gi, Jo gently led him a bit farther away and spoke cautiously. You've worked hard today. If there's nothing else on your schedule, feel free to call it a day. Thank you, but if you don't mind, would it be alright if I stayed a little longer to look around the special warehouse? There's no harm in that. Just be careful around that deputy team leader you were just talking to. The deputy team leader, why? Well, he's a bit peculiar, likes working alone. Peculiar, a tactful way of saying he wasn't the most sociable person. Normally, such a comment would dissuade most people from approaching Kang Seul-gi, but Su-ho needed a connection with him. Understood, that's a shame though. Shame, what do you mean? The items he's working on. I think I've seen one of them before in the sealed gate. The sealed gate, the mention of the sealed gate, along with Su-ho's feigned familiarity, sparked Jo Jin-hyuk's interest. Yes, but I can't quite recall the details. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier. Come on, let's go, I'll talk to the deputy team leader myself. Are you sure? If he's uncomfortable, I can wait. Nonsense. This is important, it's related to purification work. That makes it part of the job. Jo was adamant. To him, Su-ho wasn't just anyone, he was the discoverer of the 20-second purification method. Letting Su-ho inspect the items was more than justified. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Su-ho replied with a faint smile. Joe strode confidently to Kang Seul-gi. I'm counting on you, deputy. Understood, Kang Seul-gi replied tersely. Silent observation. Once the arrangement was made, Kang Seul-gi returned to his work in silence. Su-ho stood nearby, watching him intently. The atmosphere between them was quiet. Kang Seul-gi didn't acknowledge Su-ho's presence, and Su-ho wasn't bothered by the lack of attention. Methodically, Kang Seul-gi continued his task. One by one, he picked up cursed items from the towering pile beside him, performing purification processes on each. If an item couldn't be purified, he tossed it into the destruction bin. If it was successfully purified, it went into the storage bin. This routine continued until at one point he was about to discard an item into the destruction bin when Su-ho spoke. Deputy Team Leader, yes, you missed a step in the purification process for that item. He had, out of the 21 recognized purification methods, Kang Seul-gi had skipped one. Su-ho's observation halted Kang Seul-gi, who stared at the item briefly before nodding. You're right, thank you. Su-ho responded with a light smile and resumed watching Kang Seul-gi work. From that moment on, Su-ho's presence began to bother Kang Seul-gi. Yet the deputy team leader didn't say anything, continuing his work with machine-like precision. But not long after, you missed another step. Deputy team leader, that one too, and that one, time and time again, Su-ho pointed out small errors in Kang Seul-gi's process. The other members of Special Team 2 were too preoccupied to notice. They were busy documenting Su-ho's purification discovery, contacting other departments, and reviewing existing materials. Even Jojin Hayek had left them alone. This left Su-ho and Kang Seul-gi isolated from the rest, an island of their own. A confrontation. After some time, Su-ho spoke again. Deputy Team Leader. Hearing his name, Kang Seul-gi paused and turned to Su-ho, his brow slightly furrowed. His expression seemed to ask, what now? But he didn't speak first, waiting instead for Su-ho to explain. Su-ho, wearing his ever-friendly smile, said, how about taking a break for some coffee? Coffee? Yes, I'm fine, I don't like coffee. Then just listen to what I have to say. What, have you been stealing items like this all along? The moment Su-ho finished his sentence, Kang Seul-gi's eyes widened in shock for the first time. His heart began pounding in his chest. What are you talking about? Do I look like an idiot to you? Su-ho stepped closer, still smiling. The gap between them shrank to just a few steps, their voices now low enough to be inaudible to anyone else. Lowering his voice, Su-ho continued, admit it, you've been deliberately tossing usable items into the destruction bin to smuggle them out. What? That's ridiculous. Are you going to keep playing dumb? If you keep this up, I'll reveal everything you've been hiding, including what's in your stomach. Kang Seul-gi froze, visibly rattled. The accusation of item theft was one thing, but Su-ho's mention of what was in his stomach struck a nerve. He swallowed hard, sweat trickling down his back and soaking his shirt. As Kang Seul-gi struggled to find words, Su-ho leaned in, his smile unwavering. Deputy Team Leader, why yes, let's grab that coffee, in the backyard. Su-ho led Kang Seul-gi to a quiet spot he often shared with Young Cheol-min. Coffee, or maybe some barley tea? I'll have barley tea, please. Sure, do you have any coins? Excuse me, I'm out of coins. Oh. Yes, here, taking the coins from Kang Seul-gi, Su-ho got 2 cups of barley tea and handed one to him. Enjoy. Ah, thank you. They drank in silence for a while, the warm tea serving as a temporary reprieve from the tension. After a few sips, Su-ho finally broke the silence. Deputy Team Leader. Yes, when did it start? When did what start? The thing in your stomach. Kang Seul-gi froze, his eyes widened and his lips pressed tightly together. How did Su-ho know? This was supposed to be a secret known only to himself. After a long silence, Kang Seul-gi spoke, his voice trembling. How did you find out? Does that matter right now? What matters is the thing embedded in your stomach. Let me see it. Kang Seul-gi hesitated, then sighed deeply. Slowly, he untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning it, revealing an inner undershirt beneath. Pulling it up exposed a thin, lightweight internal armor. But this wasn't ordinary armor. He didn't wear it because he was a member of Special Team 2. The armor existed solely to conceal something attached to his abdomen. When he unzipped the armor, what lay beneath was finally revealed. Arrararrar, arrararrar. A faint mechanical noise became audible as the zipper was halfway undone. It sounded like machinery, and in truth, that's exactly what it was. As the armor came off completely, it exposed 2 interlocking shredders spinning in his lower abdomen where flesh should have been. It looked so tame compared to what it'll become later. The shredder in his stomach was no mystery to Su-ho. He knew exactly what it was. Its name was Mega Crusher, one of the cursed items classified under the high-technology series of advanced artifacts from another civilization. Among the most dangerous cursed items, the Mega Crusher was considered a parasitic device. In simple terms, Kang Seul-gi is its host. Su-ho nodded and said, that thing in your stomach, it's called the Mega Crusher, isn't it? How do you know that? That's a trade secret. But what's more important is this. You've been stealing items to satisfy its demands, haven't you? You couldn't keep up with what the Mega Crusher required. Kang Seulgi bit his lip, his face pale. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Yes, that's true. That must have been hard for you. All right, you can cover it back up. Kang Seulgi zipped his armor back up and adjusted his clothes, sitting quietly beside Su-ho. He gripped the paper cup in his hands so tightly it crumpled slightly, a clear sign of his anxiety. Su-ho watched him in silence for a while, understanding the weight of the burden he carried. Kang Seulgi hadn't always been this withdrawn. His transformation was directly tied to the Mega Crusher. Years ago, while working a solo night shift at Special Team 2's warehouse, he had been ambushed by the cursed item, which had been sealed there for safekeeping. From that moment, he became its host. At first, he had debated telling someone. Surely reporting the incident would lead to treatment or a solution, but the grotesque nature of the device embedded in his body made him hesitate. He couldn't bear the thought of revealing it, especially when no similar cases had ever been reported, even internationally. The Mega Crusher was classified as a cursed item that couldn't be purified or destroyed. It was sealed away because no one knew how to deal with it. What if I end up the same way, locked away and discarded? Unable to trust anyone, Kang Seulgi kept the secret to himself. To ensure no one discovered the truth, he distanced himself from others. He didn't quit because only here could he access the items needed to keep the Mega Crusher satisfied. It was a choice born of necessity. But despite his efforts, the Mega Crusher's existence was eventually exposed to the world. Years later, after Kang Seulgi became a team leader, the cursed item compelled him to shred every artifact stored in the special warehouse. All because of the Mega Crusher. The device wasn't just dangerous. Though it appeared calm now, it would grow more demanding over time, consuming larger quantities of items and steadily eroding its host's mind, driving them to madness. This was why in the future, Kang Seulgi would become infamous as the mad disassembly scholar. Su-ho broke the silence. Deputy team leader. Yes, you want to get rid of the Mega Crusher, don't you? What I mean. What did you just say? You heard me. Would you like me to remove the Mega Crusher for you? Kang Seulgi's eyes widened, almost as if they would pop out of his skull. Not only did Su-ho know about the Mega Crusher, but he also claimed to know how to remove it. After a brief moment of shock, Kang Seulgi nodded frantically. Yes, please, do you know how? I'm begging you, please help me. I'll do anything. His voice trembled with desperation, his entire demeanor pleading. It looked as though he might drop to his knees at any moment. Seeing his desperation, Su-ho nodded internally. It was fortunate that Kang Seulgi had not yet experienced the hidden powers of the Mega Crusher. That's probably why he can still ask for help like this. Su-ho smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you." You. Really? Yes, really. That smile, so calm and reassuring, appeared to Kang Seulgi like the smile of an angel. Chapter 95. But to do this, there's one item I'll need. An item? Kang Seulgi's expression changed at the mention of an item. Yes, but it's nothing complicated, just something simple and easy to acquire. Do you know of an item called the third-person controller's viewer? The third person? What? It's an item stored in the resource warehouse, classified as junk. With that, I can remove the Mega Crusher from your body. Really? The third-person what? Controller. The third-person controller's viewer. I noticed it in the junk storage while taking the first test. The third-person controller's viewer, nicknamed the TriView, had absolutely no connection to the Mega Crusher. However, Su-ho needed the TriView for a different purpose. It was the final ingredient for a partner item he planned to craft for Kim Gun. But given the circumstances, there's no way I can take the TriView without leaving a trace. Even in a warehouse overflowing with items, any missing inventory would eventually be discovered during a stock check. Such a careless act could bring unnecessary trouble, and Su-ho wasn't about to take that risk. The same was true for Kang Seulgi. Kang Seulgi hesitated, his expression conflicted. But if it's already in the resource warehouse, taking it out might be a problem. You're right, normally it would be difficult, but now we have a way. A way? I just discovered the 20-second purification method, didn't I? That means the resource division will need to re-examine all their items. Who knows what hidden options the 20-second method might reveal? Ah, Su-ho's logic was sound. With a new purification method revealed, the resource division would have no choice but to conduct a full reinspection of their inventory. And a clever person like Kang Seulgi immediately realized the opportunity this presented. Su-ho asked, "Do you think you can do it?" "Yes, I'll find a way to make it happen. No, I'll absolutely make it happen." "All right, once you've secured the item, contact me here." With that, the issue of the TriView was resolved. Su-ho shared his personal contact information and began to rise from his seat. But just as he stood, Kang Seulgi hesitated and called out to him. Su-ho, yes, I'm sorry to ask, but how did you know about the Mega Crusher? I mean, that it's inside me." Kang Seulgi's face was filled with anxiety. Of course he's worried. He had believed this secret was his alone. To hear it from someone who wasn't even part of Special Team 2, and a recent hire at that, must have been deeply unsettling. After a brief moment of thought, Su-ho answered casually, "It's one of my personal skill effects." Skill effect? Yes, normally I wouldn't share this, but I'm telling you as a favor, so don't worry, nobody else knows about this except me. Really? Of course, you can trust me. In fact, you have to trust me, I'm very discreet. Su-ho gently patted Kang Seulgi's shoulder a couple of times before walking away. Now all that was left was to wait, the next day. The discovery of Su-ho's 20-second purification method had a far greater impact than he anticipated. So much so that it led to an automatic pass for his next evaluation at the Research and Analysis Division. Su-ho learned this through a phone call from Kim Seok-hoon. "So, you're saying I'll receive full marks for the Research and Analysis Division evaluation as well?" "Yes, that's what the higher-ups decided. Honestly, your discovery is a monumental breakthrough for our Resource Academy." "That's true." After the Great Upheaval, all topics related to the system had become priority issues for every nation. Su-ho's discovery was nothing short of revolutionary. Still, he feigned ignorance. But the Research and Analysis Division isn't directly part of resource management, is it? No, it's not, but it falls under the Resource Department umbrella. That allowed them to make this decision. Well, that's great, so does this mean I can move straight to the Gate Division for training? Yes, it's been decided that way. However, due to the sensitivity of the situation, we'd like you to remain on standby at home until we contact you again. Understood. After ending the call, Su-ho nodded and muttered to himself, "They're really pulling out all the stops." He was pleased. Passing an evaluation this decisively was a welcome surprise. Still, this kind of downtime is frustrating. Su-ho was eager to finish his training and jump into practical work as soon as possible. After a moment of deliberation, Su-ho picked up his phone again and made another call. "Hello, Vice President." "Ah, Su-ho, what's the matter?" The person Su-ho called was none other than Park Jae-min, the Vice President. Su-ho explained everything that had happened in the Resource Department and requested an expedited transition to the Gate Division training, skipping the wait time. "That's what happened, I see. Alright, you have a valid reason, so it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, I'll be waiting. Oh, and by the way, since I discovered the 20-second purification method, I think the Resource Warehouse should re-examine all their items. I suggest starting with the junk items first. Is there a particular reason? There's always a reason, but do I really need to explain it? I understand, I'll handle it immediately. Thank you. And about the other matter, taking care of your personal affairs, I hope you're handling it well." "I am. Make sure you deal with everything you can on your own. If you don't, it'll only make things harder for you. Let me know if something comes up. Take care." Ending the call, Su-ho smirked. Having connections really makes life easier. Sure enough, not long after, Su-ho received another call, this time from Young Cheol-min. "Yes, team leader, Su-ho, I heard about what happened. I heard you stirred things up in the Resource Department again." "Haha, stirred up might be a bit of an exaggeration, things just happened." "Well, same difference. Anyway, you were supposed to be on standby at home, but I just got an order from above. You're cleared to start training at the Gate Division immediately. Honestly, it's great news. Having someone like you sit idle would be such a waste." "Thank you, hearing that makes me happy." "Haha, I'm just stating the obvious. Anyway, you'll start Gate Division training under me." Hearing this, Su-ho smiled faintly and nodded. "Of course, really, that's great news. Just come directly to the Gate Division floor tomorrow after you clock in. You know the location, right?" "Yes, I do." "All right. One last thing, will you be starting with the theory test again?" "Yes, I've already studied the materials you provided." "Ha, I knew it. In that case, I'll prepare for both the theory test and the field training evaluation so you can jump straight into hands-on practice after the test." "That would be fantastic." "Thank you. All right, see you tomorrow." Ending the call, Su-ho immediately pulled out a pen and paper to review his schedule. The Gate Division training will cover both detection and management. The Gate Division was split into two departments. Detection and management. Initially, there had only been the detection department, but as gate incidents increased, the management department was established to handle oversight of existing gates. The detection department monitored precursor phenomena to predict and prepare for gate formations. The management department handled overall gate supervision after gates were formed. For the detection department, they'll probably test predictive formulas and monitoring methods. The management department will focus on standard gate management protocols. As Su-ho reviewed his notes, he lingered on the term detection department, prompting memories of his past life. Su-ho had lost his entire family to a gate shock caused by a newly formed gate. He was one of many gate orphans left in the aftermath. "I imprisoned the culprits in Chingsong and Chinggok prisons in my past life. But that doesn't erase their crimes." As he had revealed to the Banshee, the gate shock incident had been entirely preventable. Corruption and greed among higher-ups had led the government to ignore clear warnings, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including Su-ho's family. When Su-ho later learned the truth, he had methodically hunted down those responsible and brought them to justice, not through vigilante actions but through proper legal channels. I'll make sure they face justice again. Although he had already punished them in his past life, returning to the past meant those individuals had also returned to their pre-punishment state. But it's not time yet. Right now I'm still just a trainee, I'm not ready to wield the blade. Still, Su-ho was confident. This time, justice would come far sooner. Returning his focus to the present, Su-ho began searching his library of memories for gate-related materials to prepare for his training. While reviewing his findings, something caught his attention. This gate opens around this time. It was a gate that piqued his interest. No, more than that, it was a gate he absolutely desired to investigate. If that's the case, I need to make contact right away. A smile spread across Su-ho's face, the perfect timing of this discovery filling him with anticipation. The next day, Su-ho arrived at the gate division as planned. As soon as he entered, Jung Cheolmin greeted him warmly and quickly escorted him to meet the head of the gate division. "Nice to meet you, I'm Go Seong-rak." Go Seong-rak, the head of the gate division. He was part of Pai Seong-yeol's faction, one of the power players within the association. More importantly, he had been one of the key figures behind the gate shock incident that claimed Su-ho's family, an event known as the redevelopment gate case. Since he had yet to face justice in this timeline, his face was infuriatingly bright and self-satisfied. Despite this, Su-ho maintained his professionalism, extending his hand for a firm handshake. "And Su-ho, a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. They say you've been making waves in every department you've joined. Not at all, I've just been lucky. Haha, luck only comes to those who are prepared. With that in mind, I have high expectations for you. I wonder what kind of incident you'll cause in our gate division." Incident, huh? Fine, he could call it an incident. Su-ho intended to cause one, a very big one. After the formalities, Su-ho received a few token words of encouragement from Go Seong-rak before moving on to his first task with Jung Cheol-min. The theory exam was the first hurdle, and the results were predictable. A perfect score. When the scores were displayed, Jung Cheol-min merely chuckled, not even surprised anymore. If you get a perfect score on the Special Divisions exam, you'll be the first person in the history of the Grand Awakened Player Association to achieve a clean sweep of perfect marks. I hope it works out that way. So do I move straight to the field evaluation now? Exactly. You'll start with the management department and then move on to the detection department. First, let's meet the head of the management department, and then we'll proceed with the evaluation. Incidentally, I'm the team leader for the management team, so I'll be overseeing your test. Understood. Together, the two made their way to the management department. Chapter 96. The meeting with the head of the management department was brief. The head showed little interest in Su-ho. After all, no matter how much of a royal Su-ho was, he was just a rookie destined to move up to the special division soon. As far as they were concerned, it was enough if they kept things civil. Finally, after the obligatory formalities ended, Jiang Cheol-min spoke as they moved toward the management team. "So, what do you think the management department evaluation will cover?" "Well, since it's the gate management department, it'll probably focus on field management assessments." "That's correct. But do you know which teams exist in the management department?" "As far as I know, there's the management team, which handles regular gates, the trading team, which leases and sells gates to private entities, and the sealing team, which is responsible for managing sealed gates." "Right. As you said, the trading team doesn't really conduct field evaluations. So if there is an evaluation, it'll likely involve the management team or the sealing team. But since the sealing team is too dangerous, the evaluation will be focused on the management team's tasks." As expected, Su-ho had already anticipated this and prepared a plan accordingly. Jiang Cheol-min continued, "With that in mind, this time's evaluation will be about the general gate management protocol. By the way, is there any specific gate you'd like to visit?" Hearing this, Su-ho chuckled internally. "So they're sticking to tradition, huh?" The gate management department had a long-standing tradition passed down through generations. Instead of pre-selecting evaluation locations, unlike other departments, they gave candidates the option to choose a gate themselves. Why this tradition? The gate management department had a reputation as one of the most grueling divisions both inside and outside the APA. Offering candidates such kindness was a way to entice them into joining. Like the surgery department in a university hospital. Of course, how many people would actually choose to join because of this little gesture? Still, it was a tradition started in an attempt to leave a good impression. In response to Jiang Cheol-min's question, Su-ho replied, "Can I choose any gate?" "Oh, hearing you say that makes me think you already have one in mind. But what kind of place would make you drop such a hint this early?" "Haha," Su-ho laughed awkwardly. At that, Jiang Cheol-min gave him a suspicious look. "You're not seriously thinking about a sealed gate, are you?" Su-ho just smiled silently in response. That smile made Jiang Qiaomin close his eyes briefly and shake his head. I can't believe it, I had my doubts, but you really are something, Su-ho. Haha, is it impossible? Su-ho's awkward laugh prompted Jiang Qiaomin to stare at him for a moment before smirking. Well, you've already said it out loud, so why not? Besides, if it's you, I think it'll be fine. Thank you, so which gate are you interested in? I'd like to visit Iron Valley. Iron Valley. You mean the one that was recently designated as a sealed gate? Yes, that's the one. Iron Valley. As Jiang Qiaomin had just mentioned, Iron Valley was only recently designated as a sealed gate. That was precisely why Su-ho needed to go there now. The sooner, the better when it comes to Iron Valley. No, this might be his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, he might never find the right timing again. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Qiaomin nodded. All right, since Iron Valley was only recently designated as a sealed gate, it might actually fit well with the evaluation guidelines. After all, it's still one of the gates with unrestricted access. Thank you for allowing it. No problem, I already gave my word, didn't I? Then shall we head out right away? You know Iron Valley is in Gangwon Province, right? Yes, I know, I can drive, we can take my car. Oh, come on, we can't tire out the candidate before the evaluation, I'll drive. Let's use my car. Thank you for the consideration. Though it was a bit of a long trip, Gangwon Province wasn't too far from Seoul. With that, the two got into Jiang Qiaomin's car and set off for Gangwon Province. After entering Gangwon Province as they neared the Iron Valley Gate, signs of the controlled area and station soldiers began to appear. By the time they fully entered the restricted zone, they could see the external surroundings of the gate, with the completed construction of the square around it. When the two stepped out of the car, Major Kang Hyuk, the person in charge of the area, came out to greet them. Welcome. Hello, I'm Jiang Qiaomin. I spoke with you on the phone earlier. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Jiang naturally introduced Su-ho and explained the purpose of their visit again. Please take care of us. No, the pleasure is ours. If you need anything while using the facilities, just let us know. Thank you. After receiving permission to use the facilities, Jiang Qiaomin began explaining the details of the field evaluation. The evaluation itself was straightforward. The task was to demonstrate the order and method for inspecting managed gates and to check each element according to protocol. Unsurprisingly, Su-ho passed every part with ease. As expected from you, Su-ho, this is your first time on site, isn't it? How are you so good at this? I just followed what was in the manuals. Well, you've passed the external management procedures and the square inspection method. Now shall we take a quick look inside the gate and head back? This was the final step. Gate management was divided into two main categories, checking external factors and conducting internal inspections by entering the gate itself. In the case of Iron Valley, the internal inspection had already been completed. However, since Su-ho was here as an examinee, he had to enter for evaluation purposes. After Jiang explained the internal evaluation process and requested gate access from the person in charge, the square opened up. Even though this is a sealed gate, make sure to be as cautious as possible, complete your test, and come back out immediately. Understood. After receiving the instructions, Su-ho entered the square with Jiang. It wasn't long before they saw the gate portal leading to Iron Valley, located inside the square. It's been a while since I've seen a gate portal. Having been occupied with association activities, it felt nostalgic to see one again. Shall we go? At Jiang's prompt, the two of them stepped into the portal together. You are entering the gate, retrieving gate information, Iron Valley, entry condition level 99 or below. Maximum entry limit 40 people. The information matched exactly what Su-ho remembered from his past life. To think I'd come here now. A small smile tugged at his lips as a sense of familiarity washed over him. Moments later, Su-ho's vision was enveloped in darkness. After entering the gate, the moment they entered the gate, the surroundings changed. The dark interior of the square transformed into a lush green meadow with the Iron Valley, the gate's namesake, visible in the distance. Jiang Qiaomin, who had entered with Su-ho, spoke up. How is it? Satisfied now? Yes, thanks to you I finally made it here. Although Jiang Qiaomin was of a lower level, he was still a hunter and an experienced player, which allowed him to enter the gate alongside Su-ho. Afterward, Jiang once again went over the evaluation points with Su-ho before beginning the internal assessment. The result? A perfect score. The internal evaluation was much easier compared to the external one. It was nothing more than a formality. Once the evaluation was complete, Jiang pulled a thermos out of his inventory. A thermos? What's that for? I brought it to have a cup of coffee. At the mention of coffee, Su-ho chuckled. Serving coffee inside the gate was another one of the gate management department's long-standing traditions. Thoughtfully, the coffee was iced. After Su-ho poured coffee into a paper cup handed to him by Jiang, he returned the favor by pouring some into Jiang's cup as well. The two then found a comfortable spot to sit and looked out at the breezy fields. The view's nice, isn't it? Yes, if this weren't inside a gate, it'd feel like I was on an overseas vacation. The interiors of gates do have that kind of charm. You see landscapes here that you'd never find in the bleakness of the city. That's why I like the management department within the gate division. Even with the heavy workload, well, isn't it the same in every department? Everyone thinks their job is the hardest. Still, I feel this place suits me. Jiang's expression grew contemplative, his eyes tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Seeing this, Su-ho almost burst out laughing. He knew exactly what Jiang was doing. Even the words and that sentimental gaze were all calculated moves, part of an elaborate strategy to lure recruits into the gate management department. The so-called romantic strategy. Like enjoying a cold beer after a hard day's work, they stirred emotions, subtly enticing people into joining the department. But it wouldn't work on Su-ho. He was far too seasoned, one of the most experienced veterans in the association. Still, he didn't dislike the gate division. On the contrary, he quite liked it. It was just that the romantic strategy didn't have any effect on him. As Su-ho sipped his coffee, he casually spoke up. Team leader. Yes, actually. I want to join the gate division. What? Jiang's eyes widened in shock. What was he saying out of nowhere? But Su-ho paid no mind to Jiang's surprise and continued speaking. I'm well aware of the rumors about me, that I'm some kind of prodigy being groomed by the special division of Royal. Even Deputy Director Pai has been spreading that around, but honestly, I want to work in the gate division more than in the special division. Jiang's jaw dropped halfway open. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Su-ho would say something like this, and because of that his heart began to race. If Su-ho joins the gate division, it would mean the chance to accomplish things they had never been able to do before, things they had only dreamed of. After all, wasn't it Jiang himself who had first discovered Su-ho in the association? I've imagined it before, working alongside Su-ho. But Su-ho was too exceptional. Naturally, others set their sights on him, and in the end, someone far more powerful than Jiang had taken Su-ho away. Jiang had no choice but to let go of the name and Su-ho in his mind. Yet here was Su-ho, saying he wanted to join the gate division instead of the special division. Su-ho continued, you were the first person I met from the association. Maybe that's why I want to join the gate division even more. Su-ho offered an awkward smile. Seeing that smile, Jiang felt his heart sink. Here was Su-ho genuinely expressing his desire to join the gate division, and yet Jiang couldn't do anything to help him. Was this how Romeo and Juliet felt? His mouth tasted bitter. After a long moment of thought, Jiang made a decision. Fine. If it wasn't going to happen anyway, he could at least offer some comforting words. That way it wouldn't sting as much. Just as Jiang was about to open his mouth, Su-ho spoke first. Team leader. Yes, Su-ho, you know that once this training ends I'll start as a deputy team leader, right? Ah, yes, I'm aware. But why do you ask? What if I told you there's a way for me to join the gate division instead of the special division? Would you be willing to help me? What? Jiang's eyes widened again, even more than before. What was Su-ho planning now? Chapter 98. Seeing the tremble in Jiang Qiaomin's eyes, Su-ho smiled with confidence. Yes, he must be curious. No, it was inevitable. As a person, as a man, as a player, as a hunter. There was no way he couldn't be curious. After all, no one had ever seen Su-ho in a proper battle, not once. Of course, Qiaomin saw me during the healer exam, but back then was different. At that time, Su-ho had no skills, no real power, just a sword in hand fighting to protect the injured. This was precisely why Su-ho had baited him. Qiaomin is someone with a deep yearning for combat. Jiang Qiaomin had been a hunter and a player. However, due to his age and lack of innate combat talent, he gave up on the hunter lifestyle and joined the APA. But that decision had been based on objective self-assessment, choosing a realistic path in life. It didn't mean he'd given up his long-held dreams and passion. What someone is good at and what they love are often very different things. Su-ho broke the silence. Think about it this way. In the APA, as long as the result is good, nobody cares if the process isn't perfect. That's the kind of organization we work for. And I promise, if anything even slightly dangerous happens, I'll leave the gate immediately. Jiang Qiaomin remained silent for a while. For someone who had always followed the rules, Su-ho's suggestion went against everything he believed in. But curiosity was a dangerous thing. It gnawed at him, making it impossible to decide easily. And yet, are you serious? In the end, Jiang Qiaomin was only human, a man with fiery passions and dreams buried in his heart. Seeing Jiang's cautious yet positive reaction, Su-ho's smile grew wider. That's the Qiaomin I know. After spending so much time with him, how could Su-ho not know his nature? This was a calculated move planned from the start. Moreover, Su-ho had a personal reason. If there was anyone he wanted to show his combat prowess to, it was Jiang Qiaomin. After all, seeing is believing. If Jiang witnessed his abilities firsthand, he would support Su-ho in the future during similar situations. Su-ho spoke again, his tone reassuring. I'm serious, I promise. Fine, I get it. You're pushing this so hard, how could I say no? But let me be clear, I don't approve of this sort of thing lightly. I'm only agreeing because it's you, Su-ho. Of course, that's why I came to you. Yes, of course, Su-ho thought that's how you always are, Hyung. Now the hard part was over. The first hurdle is always the toughest. The second is much easier. With Jiang's approval, all that remained was to conquer the Iron Valley and cement his skills in Jiang's mind. Su-ho crushed the empty coffee cup in his hand and stood up. By the way, team leader, what's your class? Well, I've transitioned into an archer class. Why? Just curious, not that it'll happen, but if things get dangerous, you'll need to run for your life. It wasn't wrong. If things went south, Jiang was more at risk than Su-ho. And one more thing, what I'm going to show you today, my skills, items and such must stay a secret just between us. That's a given, I understand. Good then. Blood weapon activated, Su-ho summoned a crimson blade into his hand and gripped it tightly. I'll go ahead and clear the area, stay back and follow at a safe distance, try not to draw attention. What? Right now, see you soon. With that, Su-ho dashed forward, moving with incredible speed toward the front. Jiang could only stare, stunned, as Su-ho disappeared into the distance. You have defeated a valley lion. 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 The exhilaration was intoxicating. For the first time in a while, Su-ho felt like a fish returned to water as he roamed the field. His sword strokes were unrelenting, and the blood-soaked ground left behind by the slain valley lions painted a gruesome river of crimson in his wake. Blood prison activated. Not a single drop of blood was wasted. Opportunities like this were rare, and Su-ho intended to take full advantage. Watching this display, Jiang Qiaomin couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Was it the blood prison absorbing the blood? Not at all. That movement. It's unreal. What captivated him was Su-ho's fluid, almost acrobatic movements. Although this wasn't his first time seeing Su-ho fight, he'd watched him in action during the healer exam battling orcs. This was on a completely different level. Back then, Su-ho was impressive but far from this polished. Now his movements were faster, sharper, and far more dazzling. There were reasons for that. This time, Su-ho had skills he hadn't possessed then, such as the S-rank leap skill, which allowed a double jump. When Su-ho vaulted into the air, stepping on nothing as if it were solid ground, Jiang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Is that air step? No, it has to be. I just saw him fly into the air. But it didn't stop there. Every slash of Su-ho's sword seemed to cut through anything in its path. Even the most intimidating valley lions faltered, their resolve crumbling as they attempted to flee, only to meet their end. Watching this one-sided slaughter, a single thought ran through Jiang's mind. A calamity, that's what Su-ho is. He's a living calamity unleashed upon Iron Valley. After who knows how many lions had been cut down, a deafening roar echoed through the valley. Ka-huan, the entire valley trembled with the sound. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared before them. A boss monster has appeared. The notification was the clearest warning that the ruler of the valley had arrived. Unlike the cries of the other lions, this roar was on a completely different scale. Grrr, Su-ho looked up to meet the gaze of the creature standing atop the highest point in the valley, Monster Lion LV. 113, the Monster Lion. Just as Jiang had described, its name was self-explanatory. Its level had grown even higher, now reaching 113. 113, Su-ho murmured to himself. His current level was 73, a gap of 40 levels, but it didn't matter. The last boss monster Su-ho faced was the Sky Wyvern Queen, who had been level 120. Compared to her, this was a 7-level difference in his favor. This is manageable. No, this is actually fortunate. But Jiang didn't share Su-ho's confidence. Its level has risen again. The Monster Lion's level was higher than the last time Jiang had seen it. It was only natural for him to feel uneasy. He'd heard Su-ho hadn't yet reached triple-digit levels. How can he be so confident with that kind of level gap? Moreover, the Monster Lion's hide was so resilient that even elite raid teams had failed to leave a scratch. Still, what was done was done. Jiang closed his eyes and muttered a silent prayer. All right, I'll trust him this time. If things go south, we'll just run for it. Team leader, Su-ho called out. Make sure to keep your distance so you don't get caught in the boss monster's fear aura. I won't be able to protect you once we start. Yes, understood. Don't worry about me, Jiang replied, Q-ung. Before Su-ho's warning had even finished, the Monster Lion let out a roar that activated its fear aura. The Monster Lion uses boss monster-level fear. The overwhelming lion's fear was enough to make most hunters crumble under severe debuffs. But Su-ho remained unfazed. Lion's fear, that's nothing compared to a dragon. Dragon blood activated. The dragon spirit effect negates fear. The blood of the dragon coursing through Su-ho nullified the fear aura entirely. The effect was so cooling, it felt like a natural air conditioner. Seeing the notification, Su-ho smirked. This is what I call natural air conditioning. Still, he wondered if Jiang was holding up okay. The fear aura had been a nightmare for even the most elite raiders, and Jiang's lower level likely meant he was incapacitated. Thankfully, Jiang had already retreated to a safe distance and was observing from afar. As expected of Qiao Hyung's cockroach-like survival instincts, that's why they call him Jiang the Survivor. You can't underestimate the experience it takes to be a Gate Division team leader at his level. Turning his attention back to the monster lion, Su-ho locked eyes with the beast again. He smirked, taunting it with a subtle, mocking lift of his lips. "Come down, stop meowing like a kitten from up there in the valley." The message seemed to get through. The monster lion began moving, descending slowly. Its demeanor was calm and regal like that of a true king. That's what it means to be royalty, huh? The monster lion was unlike the other lions in the valley. While the others had tawny fur, this one had a mix of ash and black in its coat, its eyes glinting golden with an intense green hue swirling within. More notably, the other lions, typically known for moving in packs, had vanished entirely upon its arrival. From the start, the monster lion had been in a league of its own, bearing the title of boss monster alone. Su-ho summoned his phantom spear, gripping it firmly as he muttered to himself, "Let's see just how unbreakable that famed hide of yours really is." It was a greeting, a formal acknowledgement of the beast's reputation. With all his might, Su-ho hurled the phantom spear at the monster lion. Throwing spear activated. The spear surged forward, aimed directly at the lion's forehead. Clang! Even with the spear enhanced by its throwing skill, it bounced harmlessly off the lion's forehead. But what was more impressive was the lion's reaction. It didn't flinch. It didn't even turn its head. The spear hit dead center and the lion merely stood firm as if it had expected the attack. That level of confidence could only come from absolute trust in its impenetrable hide. Watching this, Jiang squeezed his eyes shut. Of course, he'd hoped that Su-ho could overcome the legendary indestructible hide, but it seemed futile. Yet Su-ho, rather than looking frustrated, smiled, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Impressive? Yeah, this is what it means to be the Lion of Nemia. His respect was genuine. The monster lion before him was no ordinary beast. It was a mythical being, one Su-ho had always dreamed of facing, the legendary Lion of Nemia. Chapter 99, The Lion of Nemia, a mythical creature known to those well-versed in lore. It was the first of the legendary 12 labors completed by the demigod hero Heracles, and it's also infamous as the qualification test for those aiming to become Heracles candidates. The Lion of Nemia wasn't named so for nothing. Its alias, the monster lion, was derived directly from the myths surrounding the Lion of Nemia. Defeating this creature granted the victor one of the powers of Heracles. The power of Heracles. "This time it'll be mine." Su-ho recalled the man who once bore the title of Heracles in his past life. He was a towering black man, the first to complete the 12 labors spread across the world. That's how the Black Heracles was born. It wasn't about racial stereotypes, he had chosen the name himself. He took immense pride in his skin color and referred to himself as Black Heracles or simply Bless. Bless. He was a good man. Su-ho didn't just know of Bless, he was close friends with him. Bless, proud of the Heracles title, walked a path of heroism and ideals that aligned closely with Su-ho's. Because of this, Su-ho knew all the strategies for overcoming the 12 labors. But now, sorry Bless, this time I'm taking the power of Heracles. While trustworthy allies were important, that principle had changed after Su-ho's betrayal in the wake of conquering his first cataclysmic gate. The knife stabbed into his back had reshaped his values. Where once he believed in delegation, letting experts handle what he couldn't, he now resolved to acquire every skill and power for himself. Su-ho discarded his sword. If the phantom spear couldn't pierce the lion, his blood sword wouldn't fare any better. Neither would his blade techniques like steel slice or cloud cleave. He needed a different approach. Deactivating the blood sword, Su-ho transformed the blood weapon into double gauntlets that encased his arms and shoulders. Blood gauntlets, Su-ho decided to call them blood gloves. Bang. He slammed his fists together, testing their durability. Seeing this, the Lion of Nemia leaped at him with the agility of a feline predator. Grrrah! As the lion charged, Su-ho didn't retreat, he ran straight toward it. "What the hell?" Jiang Qiaomin shouted in disbelief. He had expected Su-ho to keep his distance, using ranged attacks to wear the lion down. Instead, Su-ho opted for a head-on collision, even engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The Lion of Nemia wasn't just famous for its near-indestructible hide. Its razor-sharp claws were legendary, capable of tearing through any shield or armor, and yet Su-ho charged directly into those claws. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as Su-ho's and the lion's clash shook the valley. "No freaking way," Jiang gasped in awe as Su-ho not only endured the lion's attack but met it head-on. Su-ho stared into the lion's fierce, golden eyes tinged with deep green, a gaze that radiated a chilling, reptilian menace. Most players would lose their nerve just from this stare. The gaze of a powerful monster carried a psychological effect as strong as its fear aura. But Su-ho was different. With the blood of dragons and vampires coursing through his veins, the lion's intimidating gaze was no more threatening than a kitten's glare. "Hugh!" Exhaling through clenched fists, Su-ho stabilized his footing. The lion's claws never made contact. Su-ho had caught the creature's paw between his hands. This was basic common sense. No matter how strong Su-ho was, the lion's claws were a deadly force to be reckoned with. Carelessness would mean death. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Su-ho unleashed a sudden burst of strength. The lion of Nemea staggered, momentarily losing its balance. Though the lion quickly regained its footing, it wasn't fast enough. In that fleeting moment, Su-ho darted behind it. Gotcha, Graya. Su-ho seized the lion's neck and locked it in a tight chokehold, the lion of Nemea's weakness. Even the mythical Heracles couldn't pierce its hide and had to resort to strangulation to defeat it. Blessed used the same method, and so would Su-ho. Graya, the monster lion uses boss monster-level fear, dragon blood activated. Fear is negated by the dragon spirit effect. The lion roared in desperation, thrashing wildly. Its instincts warned it of imminent danger and it struggled to escape the chokehold, but Su-ho's grip only tightened. The lion's roars were nothing more than a cat's cries to someone protected by dragon blood. I never thought I'd be putting a lion in a rear-naked choke. It wasn't exactly the most sword saint-like method, but against the lion of Nemea's defense, human ingenuity was the best weapon. Even Heracles himself had resorted to this very technique. Graya, the lion thrashed violently, its efforts growing more desperate. But the harder it struggled, the more firmly Su-ho clung to its back like a stubborn insect. Letting go wasn't an option. If Su-ho released the chokehold, there wouldn't be a second chance. This is it, my first and only opportunity. Su-ho clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into the hold. Though his level was only in the 70s, his stats were far beyond that, thanks to countless battles and meticulous planning. The Lion of Nemea will only grow stronger. Today is the weakest it'll ever be. Su-ho remembered a quote from a luxury brand CEO, "Our products are cheapest today." The same applied here. The Lion of Nemea grew stronger as it leveled up, making it increasingly impossible to conquer the gate it guarded. This scaling system filtered out all but the most worthy challengers for the title of Heracles candidate. Su-ho's body bore the brunt of the lion's struggles. He was battered and bruised, his arms and legs scratched and bloodied. The blood gloves endured the onslaught, regenerating with each blow. Ordinary armor would have long been shredded to ribbons. Please. From a distance, Jiang clasped his hands in prayer, sweat dripping from his brow as he watched the brutal battle unfold. The clash of dragon and lion stretched on for what felt like an eternity, leaving parts of the valley shattered and the air thick with dust. Finally, the chaos subsided. The ruler of Iron Valley, the monster lion, has been defeated. The gate has been conquered, MVP and Su-ho. Jiang stared at the notification in stunned silence before erupting with a shout. Yes, his prayer had been answered. Meanwhile, Su-ho, seeing the same notification, finally released his grip on the lion and collapsed onto the ground. Bonus EXP granted for MVP selection. 1 bonus stat awarded. Level up. All stats increased by 1. As the notifications rolled in, Su-ho chuckled at the sight of the lion sprawled lifelessly beside him. Damn stubborn thing. Even in a world turned into a game, who could have imagined defeating a lion with a chokehold? It had been a grueling yet oddly exhilarating experience. Now then. Time to clean up. Despite his aching muscles, Su-ho summoned the Phantom Spear to finish the job. Chapter 100 Crack. Su-ho hurled the Phantom Spear he had summoned toward the shadow of the dead monstrous lion, embedding it into the shadow. Immediately, a reaction occurred. The Phantom Spear reacts to the shadow of the monstrous lion. The Phantom Spear absorbs the shadow of the monstrous lion. The Phantom Spear is strengthened. The Phantom Spear, having finally been fed, eagerly sucked up the shadow of the monstrous lion, consuming it with a satisfying gulp. Su-ho watched the scene with contentment. Eat well, Yongcheng. Watching the Phantom Spear, it felt almost like caring for a pet, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Hopefully, after this, the third stage of its awakening will finally be triggered. Su-ho then opened his status window, and Su-ho. Level 74 class healer trait, new blood strength R86 stamina R36 magic R36 sensory R36 bonus stats. 2. His level had risen by 1, and he had gained 2 bonus stats. Su-ho allocated all the bonus stats into strength and then turned his gaze toward Jiang Qiaomin, who was approaching. Su-ho SSI, he looked completely unscathed, suggesting that he had carefully avoided any damage. Su-ho was relieved by that. If Jiang Qiaomin had been injured, it would have been a bit upsetting for him. As Jiang Qiaomin closed the distance, Su-ho smiled and spoke. You're here, are you hurt anywhere? Ah no, thanks to you Su-ho SSI, I'm perfectly fine, but what about you, are you okay? I'm fine, of course. After all, I took down that monstrous lion, didn't I? That's true, but, Su-ho SSI, I really watched with my hands sweating. How did you even think about facing that monstrous lion head-on? I thought it was the only way. What? There was a scene in a martial arts novel I once read. The hero used a technique to choke out an opponent who had perfected the unbreakable body technique, so I thought I might try it and I didn't expect it to work, but it did. Wait, what? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? Su-ho smiled brightly in response, and Jiang Qiaomin looked at him with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. He decided to face the monstrous lion head-on just because of that. I knew he was unusual, but could he possibly be a little crazy? Now that he thought about it, there did seem to be a bit of eccentricity about him. Noticing Jiang Qiaomin's strange expression, Su-ho chuckled and said, "Anyway, I really appreciate you, team leader. Thanks to you, I was able to tackle another sealed gate." Su-ho bowed his head in gratitude, but Jiang Qiaomin waved his hand in a flustered manner. "Ah, no, it's nothing. What have I done? I should be the one thanking you on behalf of everyone. Thanks to you, we saved the taxpayers' money again." Managing a single sealed gate required substantial manpower and taxpayer funds. In that sense, Jiang Qiaomin genuinely felt grateful to Su-ho. If there was anyone who genuinely cared about the country and its people, it was Jiang Qiaomin. Su-ho smiled and spoke again. "Then would it be all right if I take the loot?" "Loot? Yes, loot," Su-ho said, pointing to the corpse of the monstrous lion. "Ah, right, there was still the matter of the loot to settle. In theory, according to the rules, the loot obtained from a gate cleared by a civil servant hunter was supposed to belong to the state. This was one of the most notorious laws, one that would only change after a massive reform within the Hunter Association in the future. This damn law is still in effect. However, Su-ho had no intention of returning the loot from the monstrous lion to the state. After all, what kind of treasure was this? Still, he had no intention of deceiving Jiang Qiaomin. Su-ho believed that even the smallest things like taking loot needed to be permitted by Jiang Qiaomin. He needed to gain his trust and favor. At Su-ho's question, Jiang Qiaomin paused for a moment, stroking his chin. In principle, the loot from the Iron Valley Gate should have been returned to the state, but go ahead, Su-ho SSI, you can take it. No matter how much Jiang Qiaomin valued honesty, he thought this law was absurd. Su-ho smiled at Jiang Qiaomin's cool answer. As expected of Qiaomin Hyung, he knew he would say that. Su-ho replied, "Are you sure it's okay? According to the rules, it's not allowed." "That's true, but Su-ho SSI, you're still in your probationary period, right? Civil servants in their probationary period aren't considered full-fledged employees yet." And I didn't see anything. We were so busy fighting the monstrous lion, when would I have had time to collect the loot? Haha, that's true, Su-ho laughed at Jiang Qiaomin's sharp wit. At that moment, the phantom spear has completely absorbed the shadow of the monstrous lion. The phantom spear's meal was finished. Su-ho observed the weapon with a slightly tense expression, and then in that moment, mana supply is sufficient. The consciousness of the phantom spear awakens. Congratulations, you've successfully awakened part of the phantom spear's consciousness. Item information has changed. Another system notification appeared. Su-ho's face lit up with joy and he quickly checked the updated information for the phantom spear. Phantom spear. Rank, S+ stage 3 consciousness has awakened in the phantom spear. With strong mana absorption, the phantom spear has successfully unlocked some of its former strength, greatly enhancing all of its abilities. The first master who awakens its consciousness is recognized, and the user can now summon the Phantom Shadow S from their shadow at any time. If damaged, the Phantom Spear can be repaired and resummoned anytime with just Shadow and Mana, thanks to the Shadow Regeneration S effect. The Shadow Bind S skill can now be used to fix the target's movements by biting their shadow. While the target has a Shadow Fang embedded in their shadow, the Shadow Bleed S effect will cause them to take bleeding damage every second. The Shadow Pierce S skill can be used on targets covered in shadow, allowing for guaranteed penetration of any defense. The joy on Su-ho's face grew even stronger. He had finally obtained the Shadow Pierce option, one of the core techniques used by the Shadow King in his past life. As long as the target is covered by shadow, no matter how strong their defense, it will be pierced, even a Nemean lion. Only 2 more stages left. Su-ho knew that the Phantom Spear's consciousness was divided into 5 stages and he had now unlocked 3. Only 2 more remained. It's growing faster than I expected. This speed is way beyond what I saw in my past life. He was highly satisfied with the progress. Su-ho called the Phantom Spear back to its resting form and approached the Nemean lion's massive corpse. It's so much bigger up close. He thought that if the lion had been even a bit larger, his arms wouldn't have been long enough to choke it out. Summoning his blood sword, Su-ho gripped it tightly and swung at the lion. Steel Cutter activates. The sword swiped through the air, leaving a red trail behind. However, clang, the blood sword struck the lion's hide with a flash of sparks but left no mark. It really doesn't work. Su-ho had suspected this but hoped for a different outcome. He was glad he hadn't started with the sword. Jiang Qiaomin spoke as he watched. I guess the unbreakable skin really is different. Even with that sword, it couldn't cut it. Yeah, the skin, Su-ho replied calmly. What? Qiaomin asked, confused. It's just the skin that's invulnerable. Without waiting for a response, Su-ho swung his sword again. Once more, steel cutter activated. Swish. This time the blood sword cut through the Nemean lion's hide with ease, the sound of the slice sharp and crisp. Qiaomin's eyes widened in surprise as he saw it. Wait, what's going on? How is it cutting the skin? Su-ho just shook his head. The claw is sharper than the skin. What, really? Really, you can see it for yourself. Qiaomin was still trying to comprehend what was happening. Su-ho continued to cut through the lion's chest, and once again the claw sliced through it with ease. I'm going to get a great item out of this. Su-ho's plans for strengthening himself with this loot were already forming. Phantom Spear. Rank S+, the third stage consciousness of the Phantom Spear has awakened. Absorbing powerful mana, the Phantom Spear has successfully unlocked a portion of its past power, greatly enhancing all its abilities. The first person to awaken its consciousness is recognized as the Master, and can now summon Phantom Shadow S from the Master's shadow at any time. A damaged Phantom Spear can be repaired and resummoned using only Shadow and Mana thanks to the effect of Shadow Regeneration S. The ability to use Shadow Bind S is now available, which fixes the target's movements by biting into their shadow. While the Shadow Fang is embedded in the target's shadow, the Shadow Bleed S effect causes the target to take bleeding damage every second. The ability to use Shadow Pierce S is now available, allowing unconditional penetration of the target's defense as long as they are covered by shadow. Su-ho's face flushed with exhilaration as he reviewed the information. He had finally acquired the Phantom Spear's Shadow Pierce option, one of the key techniques used by the Shadow King in his past life. Shadow Pierce, Su-ho thought, his mind racing with excitement. If the target is covered by shadow, no matter how tough their defenses, the spear will pierce right through, even if it's a Nemean lion. Now there are only 2 stages left, Su-ho thought, knowing the Phantom Spear's consciousness was divided into 5 stages. He had already unlocked 3, only 2 remained. It's growing faster than I expected. The speed of the Phantom Spear's growth was unimaginable when compared to the previous life of the Shadow King. Satisfied with the progress, Su-ho recalled the Phantom Spear and approached the massive corpse of the Nemean lion. It's huge up close, he muttered. If it had been just a little bigger, I might not have been able to choke it with my arms. Su-ho summoned the blood sword and gripped it tightly. With a single motion, he swung it toward the lion. Steel cutter activated. The sword swiped through the air with a red trail behind it, but clang, the blood sword hit the lion's hide, creating sparks but not even leaving a scratch. It really doesn't work. Su-ho wasn't surprised, but he still felt a little disappointed. He was glad he didn't start by using the sword in the first place. Jiang Qiaomin, watching the scene, spoke up. Who as expected, the skin of the indestructible body is different. Even that sword couldn't cut through it. The skin, yes, Su-ho replied nonchalantly. What? Qiaomin asked, confused. It's just the skin that can't be cut. Without waiting for an answer, Su-ho swung the sword again. Once again, steel cutter activated. Swish. This time the blood sword cut through the lion's hide, creating a clean, crisp sound. Qiaomin's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the clean cut. But the skin, how is it still intact? He asked, astonished. Su-ho merely smiled. The claw is sharper than the skin. What? Really, you see it yourself. Qiaomin still looked puzzled as he observed the cut. Su-ho continued to cut through the lion's chest, and as he did, the skin that had been unyielding to the blood sword began to split with ease, like it was being sliced with a ruler. Qiaomin's eyes widened in shock. What? How is the skin cutting like that? The claws are sharper than the lion's skin, Su-ho explained casually. Really, is that true? Qiaomin asked. It is, as you can see, Su-ho replied. Well, I never expected that, Qiaomin muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. The irony was that while the lion's claws were sharp enough to slice through its own hide, the hardness of the claws was still weaker than the skin. So the claws could be cut by the blood sword. I heard that even Hercules used the claws of these lions to skin them. After splitting open the lion's chest, Su-ho reached inside and began feeling for the heart. After a moment, he found it larger than his own hand, and without hesitation, he crushed it. You have completed the first of the 12 labors of Hercules. The system grants you the qualification to possess Hercules' strength. A new trait has been added. You are now a Hercules candidate. You have achieved a great feat, and the system rewards you with 10 bonus stats. As Su-ho crushed the lion's heart, a cascade of system notifications flooded his screen. Su-ho quickly checked the newly added trait, Hercules Candidate. Hercules Candidate. You have obtained the minimum qualifications to possess the power of the hero Hercules. Only those who achieve the 12 labors first will be recognized as the true Hercules. While you carry the Hercules trait, your attack power with unarmed strikes, swords, blunt weapons, and bows increases by 100%. This was a hefty bonus. Su-ho had heard about the Hercules Candidate trait before, but seeing it firsthand was a different experience. As I complete each task, I gain additional options, he thought, looking through the trait's details. He closed the system window, unable to suppress a smile. I knew I'd seize power quickly after returning, but to have dual traits before even reaching 1 star, this is incredible. The potential to possess multiple traits wasn't unheard of, but it was extremely rare. Most powerful individuals had access to multiple traits, but it wasn't guaranteed that the person with many traits would always be the strongest. Of course, having many traits doesn't automatically make someone powerful, Su-ho thought. He allocated all the bonus stats to strength, then walked over to the spot where the Nemean lion had been. He collected its hide and claws as loot. These are valuable materials. These items would significantly strengthen Su-ho's future abilities. After collecting the loot, Su-ho turned to Jiang Qiaomin. "Well, shall we head out now?" he asked. "Oh yes, let's go," Qiaomin replied, still trying to process everything. The two of them finally finished the internal evaluation and left the gate.